Chapter 245. Gong Yunxiu and the rest were still in shock. Yi Xing and Wu Qingang's battle had gone through many twists and turns, and they had already guessed the result. However, they could not help but doubt that the result was still the same, which was already beyond their expectations. Looking at the five-leaf ice lotus in Yi Xing's hand, Gong Yunxiu and the rest were envious, but no one said anything. No one dared to ask Yi Xing to share the five-leaf ice lotus in his hand. At this moment, Yi Xing was no longer an insignificant inner disciple in their eyes, but a terrifying expert who had defeated Wu Qinggang, who was ranked fourth among the core disciples. On the ice mountain in the distance, Xueling was somewhat dazed. This result was a huge blow to her. As for Xinhan and Chao Zhuo, they sighed repeatedly. Their hearts were filled with respect for Yi Xing, and they no longer dared to look down on him. Junior brother Yi, congratulations. Lin Tongyu walked towards Yi Xing. You will soon break through to the fourth level of the celestial vortex realm and become a mid-level martial saint, and be promoted to a core disciple. Yi Xing smiled and nodded, saying, Senior sister Lin also has a share of this five-leaf ice lotus. What? As soon as he said this, Gong Yunxiu, Wu Qiufeng, Lin Yuan, and the rest were all stunned, and their gazes turned towards Yi Xing. How precious was the five-leaf ice lotus? Yi Xing had defeated Wu Qinggang with great difficulty and obtained this five-leaf ice lotus, and he actually wanted to share it with Lin Tongyu, Gong Shiyun, and the rest. They could not help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. Wu Qinggang, who was recuperating in the distance, could not help but open his eyes and look towards Yi Xing when he heard this. If he had obtained the five-leaf ice lotus, he would never give it to anyone. Even if it was just half a leaf, he would never give it to anyone. A brilliant smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, Junior martial brother Yi, how much a person gains depends on how much they put in. Although you and I discovered this five-leaf ice lotus together, if it wasn't for you, it would have long been taken away by others. I didn't put in the slightest bit of effort, so how could I get a share of the gains? I'm already very happy that you have such intentions, but you should still use it yourself. Your cultivation talent isn't very outstanding, so you just need the five-leaf ice lotus to increase your cultivation. Yi Xing shook his head. He felt that Lin Tongyu should get a share of the harvest. If it wasn't for the fact that he was teaming up with Lin Tongyu, he wouldn't have slowed down. He didn't know how far ahead he was already. Furthermore, the fragrance of the ice lotus could only spread for 100 miles. He had no chance of encountering the five-leaf ice lotus at all. It was only because he teamed up with Lin Tongyu that he had this chance. With this chance, he was able to obtain the five-leaf ice lotus. Although Yi Xing was the one who put in the effort, if it wasn't for Lin Tongyu, Yi Xing wouldn't have been able to obtain the five-leaf ice lotus. Yi Xing said, Since we discovered it together, then it belongs to the two of us. I can't take away your share just because I put in the effort to protect my share. 5 leaves aren't easy to divide equally. Since I put in more effort, then I'll take 3 leaves. The other 2 leaves and the root are yours. Lin Tongyu calmly looked at Yi Xing. This time she didn't smile from happiness. Instead, her gaze gradually changed as she looked at Yi Xing unknowingly. Yi Xing had left a deep impression in her heart. In the end, a faint smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, Since you insist on giving me a share, then I'll give you a share. However, I have a condition. You take 3 leaves first. If your cultivation breaks through to the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm, then I'll take the other 2. If your cultivation doesn't break through, then you can continue to take them until you break through to the 4th level of the Star Martial Saint realm. The remaining leaves will then belong to me. Yi Xing nodded. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he said, Let's leave this place first and find a place to break through to the next level. Looking at Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu's backs as they left, Gong Shiyun's expression was a little lonely. She sighed softly in a low voice. It seems that what sets him apart from the masses is not only his powerful battle strength, but also his way of dealing with people, his temperament and character. Just in this aspect, there are very few people who can be compared to him, not to mention his powerful battle strength. Senior sister Gong, what did you say? Lin Yuan could not help but ask when she heard Gong Yunxiu muttering to herself. Gong Yunxiu glanced at Wu Qinggang in the distance and said indifferently, Nothing. Let's go. Yi Xing left the icy valley where the 5-leaf ice lotus grew. He came to a majestic ice mountain and stopped in his tracks. The view here was broad. Yi Xing stood on the mountain slope and said, Senior sister Lin, I'll break through to the next level here. Senior sister, please protect me. Lin Tongyu nodded and climbed to the highest point of the mountain slope where the view was the best. She said, Don't worry about breaking through to the next level. I won't let anyone or any demonic beasts come near here. Thank you, Senior Sister Lin. Yi Xing sat cross-legged on a piece of frozen stone. The heat emitted by the star fire seed evaporated all the ice on the stone in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing took out the 5-leaf ice lotus, plucked a leaf and placed it in his mouth. Once the leaf of the ice lotus entered his mouth, it turned into a cold current and flowed into Yi Xing's abdomen. The extremely cold ice chi immediately caused a layer of frost to form wherever the cold current passed. Yi Xing felt as though he was going to be frozen into a statue. The ice lotus was an extremely cold spiritual medicine. The stronger the medicinal effect, the stronger the cold nature. Although the 5-leaf ice lotus was an extremely rare and precious spiritual medicine, one could not consume it without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Since the 5-leaf ice lotus was a spiritual medicine that could raise the cultivation of a middle-level martial sage, one had to be a middle-level martial sage to be able to withstand the cold chi of the 5-leaf ice lotus. Even if a beginner-level martial sage obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, without the help of an expert, he would most likely be frozen into an ice statue by the extreme cold chi and die. Although Yi Xing was a beginner-level martial sage, he was different. He cultivated the pure Yuan technique, an inferior-grade spiritual martial inheritance. The strength of his star essence was very high. It was stronger than the star essence of a 4-star martial sage. Therefore, under the cold chi of the 5-leaf ice lotus, Yi Xing only felt extremely cold. However, he was able to withstand it and was not really frozen into an ice statue. Moreover, in Yi Xing's dantian, there was a spiritual treasure of yang in the world, the star fire seed. The star fire seed was located in the dantian and was closely connected to Yi Xing's body. When the cold chi in Yi Xing's body intensified, the star fire seed immediately sensed it and emitted a terrifying heat. In a flash, it neutralized the cold chi. When the liquid from the ice lotus leaf flowed into his stomach, there was no more cold chi, only pure medicinal power. Yi Xing operated the pure Yuan technique and rapidly absorbed the medicinal liquid from the ice lotus leaf. Because there was no more cold chi, the absorption was extremely fast. It was as easy as turning over one's hand. Every minute, every second, a large amount of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was absorbed by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's star essence was constantly strengthened and his star essence was also constantly increasing. His cultivation was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the cold chi, the absorption speed of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was too fast. In less than 50 breaths, Yi Xing had completely absorbed and refined it. The difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage was the difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage. It was a threshold in the martial sage realm. Although the 5-leaf ice lotus leaf's medicinal power was extremely strong and could allow an intermediate-level martial sage to break through, Yi Xing could not break through to the 4-star martial sage realm with just one leaf. Yi Xing was not in a hurry. He took out the second leaf and ate it. Just like the previous one, the ice lotus leaf entered his mouth and quickly turned into a cold current. Then the star flame seed quickly neutralized the cold chi, leaving behind only a pure medicinal liquid for Yi Xing to absorb and refine. Yi Xing's cultivation continued to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. The second leaf still did not allow Yi Xing's cultivation to break through. Yi Xing then ate the third leaf. Finally, when Yi Xing absorbed about half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf, Yi Xing's cultivation finally made a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian had expanded by a full circle. His body, which was originally filled with star essence, suddenly felt a lot more comfortable and could now accommodate more star essence. Moreover, the strength of his star essence had also greatly improved along with his cultivation from a beginner-level martial sage to an intermediate-level martial sage. The pure essence technique, with the help of the breakthrough in his cultivation, naturally broke through to the highest realm. The star essence in Yi Xing's body had also reached the peak of the pure essence technique. In terms of star essence intensity alone, even a 5-star martial sage who cultivated a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance to the highest realm would be inferior to Yi Xing. Chapter 246. From now on he was a 4-star martial saint, a member of the intermediate martial saint realm. In thee he was a core disciple, the highest group among the younger disciples. Once upon a time Yi Xing was a legendary existence to martial sages. At that time, Yi Xing's goal was to become a martial sage. Now Yi Xing had only been in the Starland for slightly more than a year, but he had already achieved his goal. Moreover, not only had he become a martial sage, but he had also become an intermediate martial sage. With his powerful combat strength, he was definitely one of the strongest among the intermediate martial sages. After his cultivation had broken through, Yi Xing did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He had only absorbed half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf. He continued to absorb and refine it, stabilizing his cultivation that had just broken through. The medicinal power of the remaining half of the ice lotus leaf was quite strong. Yi Xing's cultivation continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Soon he stabilized it and finally rose to the intermediate level 4. If he ate the remaining 2 leaves, Yi Xing was confident that he could raise his cultivation to the peak level 4. However, he did not necessarily need to consume the ice lotus leaf to raise his cultivation. He still had some Saint Spirit pills, which were excellent spiritual medicines to raise his cultivation to the intermediate martial sage realm. Yi Xing stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Like a flash of lightning, he was filled with a sharp and domineering aura. After becoming a 4-star martial sage, Yi Xing could feel the power in his body. If he were to duel with Wu Qinggang now, he would be able to defeat him easily without using his astrology. Junior brother Yi, you have finally become a 4-star martial sage. Congratulations. From now on, you are a true core disciple. Lin Tongyu walked over with a joyful expression and said with a smile. Yi Xing nodded at Lin Tongyu and said to himself, I used to be ignorant and thought that the martial sage realm was the peak of martial arts. It was only when Master explained martial arts to me that I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. The profoundness of martial arts is far beyond my imagination. A core disciple of the even in the younger generation of the Qingyun region is not considered outstanding. Becoming a core disciple of the Falling Star sect is nothing. Don't be complacent, you have to continue to work. Yi Xing handed the ice lotus leaf and Lin Tongyu the ice lotus leaf and said, Lin Tongyu, senior sister Lin, I took 3 leaves and became a 4-star martial sage. It seems you took 2 leaves. Lin Tongyu put away the ice lotus that only had 2 leaves left. She was not in a hurry to consume it. Instead, she said, the ice lotus leaf is a peerless elixir used by middle-level martial sages to increase their cultivation. I will keep it for now. When I reach the peak of the 4th level star vortex realm, I will consume it and become a 5-star martial sage. After a pause, Lin Tongyu continued, if you reach the peak of the 4th level star vortex realm before me, tell me that these 2 ice lotus leaves can help you reach the 5th level star vortex realm sooner. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, let's talk about the future. Let's go to the Starry Hall first. Lin Tongyu nodded, let's go. The journey to the Ice Mountain region was smooth. 3 days later, the 2 of them passed through the Ice Mountain region. After the Ice Mountain region, they arrived at the core area of the Secret Realm, which was also the largest area. The Starry Hall was located at the center of this area. However, every time the Secret Realm opened, the Starry Hall would only appear after a month. Otherwise, it would always be sealed. Even if they reached there, they would not be able to see the Starry Hall. After traveling for more than 10 days in the 3 perilous lands, they spent the rest of the time in the core area. In the core area there were mountains, rivers, and lakes. It was lush and full of vitality. It was no different from the outside world. Moreover, because there were few people here and the star yuan qi was abundant, it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. Therefore, before the Starry Hall opened, the disciples who arrived at the core area would first search for spiritual herbs. The value of spiritual herbs was remarkable. Every stalk of spiritual herb was a great gain. However, because the core disciples of the Falling Star sect would enter the Fallen Star secret realm every 3 years, it was not easy to find a stalk of mature spiritual herb even though it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. The maturity of spiritual herbs ranged from a few decades to a few hundred years. The time span was very long. It was rare to find a spiritual herb that just happened to mature since no one had come here for 3 years. A spiritual herb that just matured was a low-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 200 years old was a middle-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 500 years old was a high-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 1,000 years old was a supreme-grade spiritual herb. Every 3 years, a group of Falling Star sect's core disciples would come here to pick spiritual herbs. Therefore, it was possible to find a spiritual herb that had just matured. However, it was almost impossible to find a spiritual herb that had matured for a long time or even a middle-grade spiritual herb. That was only true for the other disciples, with the exception of Yi Xing. When they arrived at the core area, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu formed a team to search for spiritual herbs as usual. Yi Xing's vision, X-ray vision, and super brain scanning ability were once again displayed. 4 ordinary disciples, finding 1 or 2 stalks of spiritual herbs that had just matured in a day was already a good harvest. Those who were unlucky might not even find a single stalk. As for Yi Xing, he could easily find 10 stalks of spiritual herbs that had matured in a day. Lin Tongyu followed behind Yi Xing. She only saw Yi Xing pulling out a stalk of spiritual herb from a crack in a rock, digging out a stalk of spiritual herb from a pile of mud, or finding a stalk of spiritual herb from a thick bush, or, in short, Yi Xing was always able to find a stalk of spiritual herb or several stalks of spiritual herbs from unexpected places. Moreover, at least half of these spiritual herbs had not matured in the past 3 years. They had been missed by the core disciples who had entered the secret realm before. Some of the spiritual herbs were as old as 150 to 60 years old. This meant that there had been at least 10 or 20 times when the falling star secret realm had opened, and the core disciples who had entered had not found these mature spiritual herbs. Especially on the 4th day, Yi Xing dug out a crack in a rock and pulled out 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs that had matured for a long time. Yi Xing did not know how to tell the exact age of spiritual herbs, but he could feel that these 4 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs were definitely not less than 200 years old. Lin Tongyu knew how to tell the age of spiritual herbs. When she saw the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs in Yi Xing's hands, she was instantly surprised. Senior Sister Lin, these 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs should not be young. Take a look and see how old they are. Yi Xing handed the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs to Lin Tongyu. Oh my God, these are at least a few hundred years old. Lin Tongyu exclaimed in shock after just a cursory glance. She then carefully identified them and said, "These 3 stalks are all middle-grade spiritual herbs. The 2 smaller ones are between 250 to 300 years old. The biggest one is between 450 to 500 years old." So old? This big one is almost an upper-grade spiritual herb. When Yi Xing heard Lin Tongyu's judgment, he was also shocked. He thought that they were all over 200 years old. He did not expect them to be so old. Holy Spirit herbs were the main ingredient in refining Holy Spirit pills. Holy Spirit pills were spiritual pills that could increase one's cultivation. These kinds of spiritual pills were very precious. Middle-grade Holy Spirit pills could increase one's cultivation rapidly between middle-grade and high-grade martial saints. If it was an upper-grade Holy Spirit pill, it would be even more amazing. Even immortals in the astral realm would need it. The biggest stock of Holy Spirit herb was actually more than 450 years old. It was only a few years away from becoming an upper-grade spiritual herb. Once it became an upper-grade spiritual herb, its value would increase by more than 10 times. Yi Xing held the biggest stock of Holy Spirit herb and said, "What a pity. If I had known that it would become an upper-grade spiritual herb, I would not have pulled it out. I would have told the sect the location of this spiritual herb. In a few decades, we would have been able to pick an upper-grade spiritual herb." Lin Tongyu looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, "You are so strange. If it were someone else, they would only hate themselves for picking too few spiritual herbs. Who would be willing to leave the spiritual herbs that they see for others to pick?" Although Yi Xing had adapted to life in the Star Continent, he was still from Earth. His mentality was still that of an Earthling. He valued sustainable development. On the other hand, the Star Continent valued the strong. Everything was based on one's own strength. They did not care about how much benefit something would bring to others. They only cared about how much benefit it would bring to oneself. Of course, nothing was absolute. These were only relative. It was just that the customs of the 2 worlds were different and did not apply to everyone. Chapter 247. Obtaining these 3 Saint Spirit grasses is more rewarding than all the other spiritual herbs. Let's continue searching and see if we can find any other spiritual herbs that are as old as them. In the following period of time, Yi Xing found a few more spiritual herbs. However, he did not come across any saint spiritual herbs that were more than 200 years old. On the 9th day, Yi Xing found another mid-grade herb that was over 200 years old. It was a flowered orchid with healing properties. Its value could only be higher than the Saint Spirit grasses. After that, no more mid-grade herbs were found. In the last few days, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu stopped searching for herbs and only headed towards the center of the core area. The 1-month deadline was approaching and the seal of the Stellar Hall was about to open. It was time to break through the Stellar Hall. All the core disciples would gather in the Stellar Hall. When Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu arrived outside the Stellar Hall, more than 10 core disciples had already gathered. "Junior Sister Lin, I finally found you. Where have you been since you arrived at the core area? You've made me suffer." When Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu were still 1,000 meters away from the Stellar Hall, a core disciple rushed out. This person's white robe fluttered in the wind. From afar he looked extraordinary. However, his eyes were as sharp as swords and his face was as sharp as a knife. One look and you could tell that he was a flamboyant person. This is second senior brother Qi Jingyang. An annoying fly. Lin Tongyu first transmitted her voice to Yi Xing, then said coldly to Qi Jingyang, "Why is second senior brother looking for me?" Among the core disciples of the top 3 were all 6-star martial saints. The junior brothers below them respectfully called them eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for the 4th-ranked He Hongjiao, she was not called 4th senior sister, but senior sister He. Qi Jingyang arrived in front of Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu in a few steps. In his eyes, Yi Xing was completely ignored. He stared into Lin Tongyu's eyes and said, "Don't you understand senior brother's infatuation with you? There are dangers everywhere in the Fallen Star secret realm. Senior brother naturally wants to find you and protect you." Lin Tongyu's expression was cold and indifferent as she said, "I have junior martial brother Yi accompanying me, so I'm very safe. Second senior martial brother doesn't need to worry. Sigh. He is just a trashy inner sanctum disciple, a mere 3-star martial saint. How can he guarantee your safety? Come follow me. I will protect you." Qi Jingyang waved his hand. He did not even glance at Yi Xing. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have been able to tell that Yi Xing was no longer a 3-star martial saint, but a 4-star martial saint. Before Yi Xing could get angry at Qi Jingyang's words, Lin Tongyu was already furious. "Junior brother Yi is my father's personal disciple. Second senior brother, please be more respectful. Furthermore, junior brother Yi is no longer an inner disciple. He has already broken through to become a mid-level martial sage and has been promoted to a core disciple." Qi Jingyang was already very jealous that Yi Xing was able to accompany Lin Tongyu in the Fallen Star secret realm. Now that Qi Jingyang was protecting Yi Xing, he was even more furious. Of course, this anger was directed at Yi Xing. Qi Jingyang's gaze finally shifted to Yi Xing. He could naturally see Yi Xing's cultivation at a glance. However, this was not important. A 4-star martial saint was still an ant-like existence in his eyes. When Qi Jingyang faced Yi Xing compared to when he faced Lin Tongyu, it was as if he was a completely different person. His entire person had become like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp and filled with a strong offensive power. "You! Get out of my sight." Qi Jingyang stared at Yi Xing and spat out words like swords, "Don't let me see you. Otherwise every time I see you, I will beat you up." Not far away, the core disciples outside the Starry Hall were all in high spirits as they watched this scene. Especially after Qi Jingyang's words, all the core disciples craned their necks, their eyes unblinking as they waited for the show to unfold. In the Fallen Star sect, the strongest disciple was undoubtedly the eldest senior brother Ma Ren. However, if one were to say who was the most arrogant disciple, it would be the second senior brother Qi Jingyang. In the Fallen Star sect, in terms of family background, besides Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang was second. Qi Jingyang's father, Qi Doxing, was an elder of the Fallen Star sect's War Pavilion. His grandfather, Qi Jingqiao, was an elder of the Elixir Pavilion, the same generation as Lin Shuyuan. His mother, Lu Shuangyuan, was the elder sister of the sect master, Lu Tianyuan. Moreover, Qi Jingyang's great-grandfather, Qi Zhantian, had sacrificed his own life in the great calamity of the Fallen Star sect more than 100 years ago and saved Lin Shuyuan, who was still in his teens. Lin Shuyuan was indebted to him. Not only were Qi Jingyang's ancestors and father both astral realm perfected persons, but they were also inner sect elders. His great-grandfather had also sacrificed his life to save the Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan, and the sect master Lu Tianyuan was his uncle. With such a family background, even the eldest senior brother Ma Ren had to yield to him. Although He Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were known as the Fallen Star sect's twin beauties, in terms of status, they were far inferior. As the eldest senior brother, if Ma Ren had a choice, he would definitely prefer Lin Tongyu over He Hongjiao. It was precisely because Qi Jingyang liked Lin Tongyu that the eldest senior brother Ma Ren had to compromise and settle for the second best, He Hongjiao. Even their eldest senior brother had to yield to him. Among the disciples of Feno, one dared to provoke him. Only when he was with Lin Tongyu would Qi Jingyang be amiable. When it came to others, Yi Xing's experience was a perfect example. The phrase, "get out of my sight," was not only said to Yi Xing by Qi Jingyang, but it was also Qi Jingyang's catchphrase. Except for Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang only had a little respect for the eldest senior brother Ma Ren, and no one else was in his eyes. Even Li Yuanqing, who ranked third among the core disciples, would shout, "Get out of my sight," when Qi Jingyang was in a bad mood. Moreover, Li Yuanqing could only swallow his anger and disappear from Qi Jingyang's sight. If you dare touch a hair on junior brother Ye's head, you and I will be irreconcilable. Seeing that Qi Jingyang was angry at Yixing, Lin Tongyu immediately opened her arms and blocked in front of Yixing. But she didn't know that the more she protected Yixing, the angrier Qi Jingyang became. Yixing took in Qi Jingyang's reaction, but he didn't care. Others respected and feared Qi Jingyang, but this didn't include him. Yixing wouldn't take the initiative to step on anyone's head, but no one could take the initiative to step on his head. Yixing had no objections to Qi Jingyang pursuing Lin Tongyu. However, Qi Jingyang couldn't call Yixing trash in front of Lin Tongyu, and he couldn't tell Yixing to get out of his sight because of this. This made Yixing very angry. The consequences were very serious. Qi Jingyang didn't care what Yixing thought. His gaze passed over Lin Tongyu and stared into Yixing's eyes like an all-overbearing. "I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight." His voice was like a sharp sword, piercing Yixing's heart. Yixing's lips curled slightly. He reached out and grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand in front of Qi Jingyang. Yixing had already held Lin Tongyu's hand in the ice mountain area, but at that time it was to transfer heat to her and increase her speed. He didn't have any other intentions. This time he deliberately held her hand in front of Qi Jingyang. The feeling was especially strong. Lin Tongyu's hand was soft and boneless, and her skin was delicate and smooth. Touching it was like touching white jade, like touching silk. "Senior sister Yi, let's go." Yixing also treated Qi Jingyang as if he didn't exist. He grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand and walked to the side. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat when Yixing grabbed her hand. The feeling of holding hands with Yixing now was completely different from holding hands in the ice mountain. In the ice mountain, she only treated Yixing as a junior brother. Yixing also held her hand in order to transfer heat to her. The relationship between the two was very pure, so naturally there was no feeling between them. However, since Yixing insisted on sharing a share of the 5-leaf ice lotus with Lin Tongyu already had a good impression of Yixing. Yixing had left a deep impression in her heart. Especially these days when the two were looking for elixirs together, their relationship rapidly improved. Yixing didn't have such thoughts, so naturally he didn't realize it. However, Lin Tongyu's feelings for Yixing were getting better and better, and she had already begun to fall in love with him. At this moment, Yixing suddenly held her hand. To Lin Tongyu this was like an electric shock. Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat, and her bones almost went soft. However, sometimes women's reactions were so fast. She immediately realized that being intimate with Yixing might be the best way to cut off Qi Jingyang's thoughts. Fifth update, begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 248. In the blink of an eye, a moving smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Joy was etched all over her face. Lin Tongyu smiled and nodded at Yixing. She let Yixing hold her small hand and walked past Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang stared blankly as Yixing held Lin Tongyu's hand and walked past him. His eyes were almost burning with real flames, and his anger rose to the highest point in an instant. Everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that Lin Tongyu was Qi Jingyang's woman. Actually, Qi Jingyang should be the one pursuing the woman, but in Qi Jingyang's eyes, the woman he pursued was his woman. The other disciples of the Falling Star sect also thought the same. Even Ma Ren, the eldest brother, had to make way for Qi Jingyang, not daring to compete with him for Lin Tongyu. But now Yixing was holding Lin Tongyu's hand right in front of Qi Jingyang's face and walking past him just like that. Moreover, Lin Tongyu was still extremely happy. She was smiling from ear to ear, resplendent like a flower. This was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. How could the arrogant and egotistical Qi Jingyang possibly stand by and watch? Not only was he enraged, his entire body was trembling with rage. Outside the starry hall, more than 10 core disciples looked over with shock. They were dumbfounded and almost petrified. They knew very well what kind of personality Qi Jingyang had. They also knew very well that Lin Tongyu was the woman Qi Jingyang was pursuing. He would not allow anyone else to taint her. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My God, second senior brother's fury is about to erupt. No one can save him. How dare he hold junior sister Lin's hand in front of second senior brother? Is he courting death? This kid's cultivation talent is ordinary. To be able to become a core disciple, he must have gone through a lot of fortuitous encounters. Now that he has offended second senior brother, he's finished. He's completely finished. At this moment, all the core disciples sighed in their hearts. They could all see that Qi Jingyang's fury was about to erupt. Without a doubt, all the core disciples unanimously believed that Yi Xing was finished. None of these 10 core disciples had met Yi Xing in the Falling Star Secret Realm. Therefore they did not know that Yi Xing had defeated the 5th-ranked core disciple, Wu Qinggang. However, even if they knew that Yi Xing had defeated Wu Qinggang, their thoughts would not change. Wu Qinggang was a 5-star martial saint, while Qi Jingyang was a 6-star martial saint. The two were on completely different levels. Besides, who would dare to fight with Qi Jingyang? Even 3rd senior brother Li Yuanqing had to tuck his tail between his legs before Qi Jingyang. Even the eldest senior brother, Ma Ren, had to be modest in front of Qi Jingyang. He gave in to Qi Jingyang from the bottom of his heart. Those who had the strength to fight Qi Jingyang didn't dare to. Those who didn't, needless to say, could be dealt with however Qi Jingyang wanted. In the even ordinary sect elders had to be polite in front of Qi Jingyang. They didn't dare to offend him or criticize him. Yi Xing had thoroughly enraged Qi Jingyang. In the eyes of the core disciples, he was clearly courting death. Yi Xing, you're courting death. When Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu walked out and stood behind Qi Jingyang's anger erupted. His aura covered the sky and earth as he roared. Oh! The wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and the air in the surroundings surged. Qi Jingyang's anger instantly triggered a great killing intent. This meant that Qi Jingyang had also comprehended a kind of force. A terrifying great killing intent instantly enveloped Yi Xing and locked onto Yi Xing. In an instant, Yi Xing felt as if thousands of divine weapons and sharp blades were holding him back. It was as if his every move would be attacked by countless sharp weapons. Of course, this was only an illusion. However, this illusion was very real. The sharp aura pierced through the skin and flesh, piercing straight into the soul. If one's state of mind was not strong enough, they would believe this illusion to be true. If one's heart were to believe it, then the damage caused would also become real. Such a sharp great force of heaven and earth could only be caused by the great force of metal. The great force of metal was extremely aggressive. Its sharp aura especially intimidated the mind. If one's state of mind was not stable enough and believed it to be true, their body would not be cut open by the great force of nothingness. However, their mind would feel that their body was being cut open. If their confidence was to be true, they would feel weak and eventually die. If their mind died, even if their body was actually unharmed, they would still die. Yi Xing's super brain was very powerful and his mind was very clear. It was very difficult for him to be affected by the outside world. Not only that, the black hole astral manifestation was in the center of his brows, revolving unceasingly, allowing Yi Xing to maintain a calm state of mind. Qi Jingyang's great force of metal could not affect Yi Xing. Yi Xing's expression was normal as he continued to move forward. However, although Lin Tongyu, who was standing beside Yi Xing, wasn't Qi Jingyang's target, she also felt the aura of metal. It was as if a peerless blade had slashed past her. That feeling made her hair stand on end. Lin Tongyu immediately turned around and shielded Yi Xing behind her again. She asked Qi Jingyang sternly, "Second senior brother, what are you doing?" Qi Jingyang turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was fierce. He pointed at Yi Xing. "What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to beat this brat until his mother can't recognize him. I want everyone to know what happens to those who dare to fight me." Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang's aura was fierce like an unsheathed sword. In the next moment he was about to launch a thunderous strike. Lin Tongyu was startled. She understood Qi Jingyang's temper quite well. Even if Yi Xing was her father's personal disciple, once Qi Jingyang became ruthless, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Although Yi Xing was very powerful, and after defeating Wu Qinggang, his cultivation had broken through to the 4-star martial saint realm, Lin Tongyu was still very worried for him. The top 3 core disciples were high and mighty. It was not only because they were 6-star martial saints, but also because they were different. First of all, they all had middle-rank spiritual weapons. This was something the other core disciples did not have. Middle-rank spiritual weapons were much more powerful than low-rank spiritual weapons. Secondly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts. Some of the core disciples who had entered the Falling Star secret territory twice also had this. However, it was rare and they did not have any cultivation attainments. Thirdly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts and had at least reached the entry level. Regardless of cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, or weapons, the top 3 core disciples were superior to the other core disciples. Their strength was even more superior. Cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, and weapons were all superior. Which core disciple could be compared to the top 3? Lin Tongyu did not know how much Yi Xing's strength had increased after his breakthrough. Naturally, she thought that Qi Jingyang was more powerful. Therefore, she had to stop the two from fighting. Lin Tongyu protected Yi Xing behind her and said sternly, "Second senior brother, if you want to touch a hair on junior brother Yi, you have to step over my body first." Lin Tongyu's father was the formation elder Lin Fenghua, and her grandfather was the grand elder Lin Shuyuan. She was the #1 person in the Falling Star sect and the only disciple whose family background was not inferior to Qi Jingyang's. Even if Qi Jingyang was given 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Lin Tongyu. Lin Tongyu knew this and stopped Qi Jingyang. Lin Tongyu's protection of Yi Xing made Qi Jingyang even angrier. However, with Lin Tongyu in the middle, he did not dare to attack. Although he was arrogant, he knew clearly that he could attack anyone in the Falling Star sect except for Lin Tongyu. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, he wanted to make Lin Tongyu his woman, so he didn't dare to do anything to her. In a flash, Qi Jingyang had an idea. He looked past Lin Tongyu and cast his gaze at Yi Xing, coward who only dares to hide behind a woman. Do you plan to rely on a woman for the rest of your life? Do you want to be a little chick hiding under a hen's wing? Or do you want to be a real man and fight with me? Lin Tongyu looked back at Yi Xing and said, "Junior brother Yi, don't be provoked by him. Second senior brother cultivates the middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation, and the middle-tier spiritual martial skill, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade. He also has the middle-tier spiritual weapon, the Golden Leaf Blade. You are not his opponent." Yi Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, he could not compete with a middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance and a middle-tier spiritual weapon. However, his Skybat movement technique and Dark Spirit Spear technique had both reached the initial stage. Especially the Dark Spirit Spear technique, he had made great progress in the initial stage and far surpassed the opponent in this aspect. Also, Yi Xing had the scanning of the Super Brain as well as the advantage of the Dark Force, Wind Force and Fire Force. After comparing in his mind, Yi Xing was full of confidence and was not afraid of Qi Jingyang. Chapter 249. Qi Jingyang laughed disdainfully and looked straight at Yi Xing. "Whether you want to be a coward or a real man, it's your choice. If you don't dare to fight with me and want to continue being a coward, then slap yourself and shout, 'I'm a coward.' If I'm happy, I'll forgive you this time, ha." "Ah." Yi Xing also chuckled. He patted Lin Tongyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Senior sister Lin, don't you think it's strange that someone would shout that he's a coward? Ah. I've seen cheap people, but I've never seen such cheap people." Lin Tongyu was stunned. After blinking her eyes, she realized that Yi Xing was laughing at Qi Jingyang. Now she was even more shocked. Lin Tongyu groaned inwardly. "I tried my best to stop you two from fighting, but you actually dared to mock Qi Jingyang and even called him a wretch. This is simply setting off a barrel of dynamite." Not far away, the core disciples were also shocked. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their expressions were very interesting. "This guy has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Just based on his courage, I have some admiration for him." "Admire? Admire my ass. He's just digging his own grave." Several core disciples whispered to each other. Qi Jingyang's laughter stopped and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. His face was livid and he said coldly, "Senior sister Lin, you see, this is the coward who provoked me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not a man. Don't waste your energy to stop me. Today I'll make this coward unforgettable. I'll say it again. If you want to touch junior brother Yi, you'll have to step over my dead body." Lin Tongyu looked at Qi Jingyang with a determined expression. "Junior brother Lin, don't be nervous. He's just a coward and he admitted it himself. What's there to be afraid of? Since he's so cheap, I'll give him a good time today." At this time, Yi Xing's voice came from behind Lin Tongyu. "Junior brother Yi, don't do anything stupid." Lin Tongyu was shocked and quickly stopped Yi Xing. "Second senior brother's strength is very strong. Even a few Wu Qinggang are not his match. How could he be a good-for-nothing? If he's not a good-for-nothing, then who is?" Yi Xing patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder and walked out from behind her. Then Yi Xing's gaze shot towards Qi Jingyang, sharp and fierce. "Although you admit that you're a good-for-nothing, you don't know why. Let me tell you why you're a good-for-nothing. Qi Jingyang, your family has an illustrious background. 3 generations ago, all of your ancestors were inner elders of the Falling Star sect and enlightened masters of the astral realm. How glorious, how glorious, how glorious. However, you're already 24 years old, but your cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. When your ancestors were 24 years old, which one of them wasn't an 8-star or 9-star martial saint? Tell me, aren't you a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you have an 8-star orange life, and your cultivation talent is a cut above the rest. Moreover, you have an illustrious family background. Since you were born, you were given countless resources, and you were taught by a true master of the astral realm. However, even so, you were only at the 6th level of the astral realm when you were 24 years old. When you were 17 years old, you had just broken through the astral realm and became a martial saint. As for me, Yi Xing, I have a 2-star red life and my cultivation talent is trash. My family background is lowly, and martial saints are legends to my family. In my family, I have never even heard of a true master. Do you think you're a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you only know how to bully others and abuse your power. However, you've never dared to rely on your own strength to challenge martial artists whose cultivation is higher than yours. Now, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine, but you keep saying that you want to fight with me. Tell me, are you shameless or a good-for-nothing? Do you only deserve to fight with martial artists whose cultivation is 2 levels lower than yours? Yi Xing bombarded Qi Jingyang with a barrage of righteous words. A series of examples and rhetorical questions immediately forced Qi Jingyang into a corner. He was completely unable to fight back. Lin Tongyu and the nearby core disciples' expressions all changed. However, Yi Xing's words were reasonable and everyone had to agree that Qi Jingyang was indeed a good-for-nothing. However, these words were said in front of Qi Jingyang's face. The situation was serious. Qi Jingyang's heart was completely blown up. Shut up. Yi Xing's words hit Qi Jingyang's sore spot. He was indeed a tyrant among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, in the eyes of his father and grandfather, he was indeed a good-for-nothing. He was a disgrace to his ancestors. Yi Xing's words did not make Qi Jingyang recognize himself. Instead, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "I'm going to kill you." Boom, Qi Jingyang instantly made his move. He used his palm as a blade and casually chopped down. With a flash of golden light, a blade of light suddenly appeared in the air and chopped down at Yi Xing. The air currents were instantly cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Low-grade spiritual martial art, Golden Blade. The Golden Blade was a palm blade martial art. It was a bit similar to the 7 deadly strikes of ordinary martial arts. However, its power was more than 100 times stronger than the 7 deadly strikes. Once the Golden Blade was unleashed, the blade of light was sharp and could cut through gold and stone. Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade was far more advanced. Coupled with the power of the alloy, its power was even more terrifying. To deal with ordinary opponents, Qi Jingyang would not use a middle-grade spiritual weapon or a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Just the Golden Blade was enough to kill any opponent below the 6-star martial saint realm. The Golden Blade of light was dozens of feet long. If Yi Xing was hit, he would definitely be cut in half. Outside the Starry Palace, the core disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Qi Jingyang wanted to kill. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. She knew Yi Xing's strength. If Qi Jingyang did not use the middle-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Leaf Blade, and the middle-grade spiritual martial art, the Shadowless Breeze Blade, it would be difficult to pose a threat to Yi Xing. In the face of Qi Jingyang's sudden attack, Yi Xing had already expected it. As soon as the blade of light appeared, the purple feather spear appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The spear was like a dragon. With a dark light, it pierced out in an instant. After breaking through to the 4-star martial saint realm and cultivating the pure Yuan art to the highest level, Yi Xing's celestial essence was incomparably profound. It was stronger than that of a 5-star martial saint and could almost be compared to a 6-star martial saint. The stronger the celestial essence, the stronger the moves. Although Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear art had not changed, its power had greatly increased compared to when he was a 3-star martial saint. The purple feather spear with a dark light was unstoppable. In an instant, it pierced the Golden Blade of light and shattered it. Outside the Star Palace, the core disciples' eyes were wide open. Their eyes softened and they looked shocked. They did not see it wrong. Yi Xing's spear had shattered Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade of light. A 4-star martial saint had broken the attack of a 6-star martial saint. Even if it was just a casual blow from Qi Jingyang, the core disciples could not believe their eyes. Qi Jingyang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He shouted, "No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you do have some strength. But that's it. Die for me." Yi Xing could take his move. It was already a very heaven-defying battle strength. However, Qi Jingyang obviously would not admit that Yi Xing was heaven-defying. He only believed that he would beat Yi Xing until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. He would smash Yi Xing to pieces and even take Yi Xing's dog life. As Qi Jingyang shouted, his momentum suddenly increased. The rich celestial essence of a 6-star martial saint was fully revealed at this time. Qi Jingyang waved his palm and slashed out again and again. One after another, bright golden blade of light continuously chopped towards Yi Xing dark spear curtain. Yi Xing first defended, waving the purple feather spear. The surrounding area was densely covered by black spear shadows, forming a spear curtain. As soon as the golden blade of light touched the dark spear curtain, it was blocked. "Let's see how long you can resist," Qi Jingyang shouted. The golden blade of light became faster and faster. With his rich celestial essence, the golden blade of light could last for a long time. Yi Xing also used the dark spear curtain to defend for a long time. However, Yi Xing did not want to fight with Qi Jingyang for a long time. In Yi Xing's view, it was very disgraceful to fight with a good-for-nothing for a long time. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing roared. In an instant he changed from offense to defense and stabbed out with his spear. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear was simply a spear of destruction. With a thrust of the spear, the dark spear curtain shone brightly. All the golden blade of light in front of it was instantly destroyed. Moreover, a black spear shadow, carrying a terrifying power, instantly rushed in front of Qi Jingyang and launched a counterattack. Chapter 250. Qi Jingyang was flabbergasted. The core disciples outside the stellar hall also cried out in surprise. This sudden turn of events was completely out of their expectations. They were completely shocked. As a 6-star martial saint, Qi Jingyang's strength was not something that Wu Qinggang could compare with. Facing the sudden counterattack of the dark spear shadow, although Qi Jingyang was surprised, he did not panic. Qi Jingyang drew a circle with his hands. In an instant, thick celestial essence condensed, forming a circular golden barrier in front of him. Boom! The dark spear shadow and the golden barrier collided, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The golden barrier shook violently and countless cracks appeared in an instant. Qi Jingyang's body was forced back several steps, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Only then did he stabilize his body. Qi Jingyang's eyes flashed with horror. Apparently, he had not expected that Yi Xing's strength would be so strong. All the core disciples watching the battle were dumbstruck. Whoosh! A golden light suddenly appeared, and a golden saber appeared in Qi Jingyang's hand. This golden saber was about 3 fingers wide and as thin as a leaf. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon, the golden leaf saber. With the golden leaf saber in hand, Qi Jingyang's aura became even sharper. The golden leaf saber flashed with a golden light, and its blade was as thin as a leaf. This allowed its speed to reach an appalling level, and the speed increased its sharpness by several times. It was enough to split open the protective celestial essence of any martial saint. Even a 9-star martial saint would not dare to face the golden leaf saber head-on. Qi Jingyang held the golden leaf saber and laughed. "Boy, you think you're so great just because you forced me to use the golden leaf saber? No. You're courting death. Cool breeze shadowless saber, kill." As soon as his voice fell, Qi Jingyang waved the golden leaf saber in his hand. A golden light appeared in an instant, and then disappeared without a trace. However, the void in front of him was suddenly split in two, as if it had been cut in half by a sharp blade. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. There was no saber shadow, but the sharp aura was 10 times stronger, causing Yi Xing's hair to stand on end. This wasn't the formless power of metal, but a truly sharp aura. It represented that there was a terrifying attack coming at him. Yi Xing stared at the void in front of him. Celestial essence condensed in his ears as he carefully observed and listened. The purple feather spear in his hand suddenly glowed with a layer of dark light. Using the undercurrent surge, he attacked forward. Whether it was in terms of observation or hearing, Yi Xing was outstanding. Although the saber was so fast that it left no trace, it was neither silent nor traceless. Yi Xing accurately determined the position of the shadowless breeze saber. With a surging undercurrent, he shattered the shadowless saber light. The clear wind shadowless blade was a middle-tier spirit martial art. However, in terms of skill, it was far inferior to Yi Xing's dark spirit spear technique. As long as he could find the position of the shadowless blade, it would not be a problem to break through the opponent's attack. Of course, compared to the golden light slash, the shadowless blade gleam's attack power was even more terrifying. Although Yi Xing could break the shadowless blade gleam's attack, it was not particularly easy. Whoosh! The moment Yi Xing broke the first shadowless blade gleam, Qi Jingyang slashed out a second saber. Soon it was the third saber. One saber after another, Qi Jingyang's saber's speed became faster and faster. In less than 10 breaths, the void in front of him was cut into pieces. Shadowless blade gleams, one after another, attacked Yi Xing from different directions. Yi Xing relied on his visual observation and hearing identification, but it was difficult to determine the location of the numerous shadowless blade gleams. Under the attack of the shadowless blade gleams, he switched from offense to defense, and was surrounded by danger. Involuntarily, Yi Xing went into full defense. The dark spear curtain defended in all directions. However, with the shadowless blade gleams offensive, even if Yi Xing defended with all his strength, he would not be able to defend for long. Kill. 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 Qi Jingyang saw that Yi Xing was in danger and looked excited. His saber was faster and fiercer than the previous one. With every saber strike he shouted the word kill. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Although the sound was not loud, it was not drowned out by the sound of killing, nor was it drowned out by the collision of the blade gleams and the spear gleams. The cold snort was full of disdain. Everyone who heard it could not help but be shocked. Yi Xing was clearly forced into a desperate situation by Qi Jingyang. Why did he still make a sound of disdain? After the cold snort, Yi Xing instantly activated the super brain scanning mode. In an instant, all the shadowless blade gleams and the void in front of him appeared clearly in Yi Xing's mind. Shadowless breeze blade. It was the extreme of the fast saber. It was so fast that it was shadowless and could kill people without a trace. However, once there was a shadow or if the attack trajectory of the shadowless blade gleams was detected, then the attacking effect of the shadowless breeze blade would be greatly reduced. Although martial arts with special effects were very powerful and difficult to defend against, it also had its weakness. That was, if the special effect lost its effect, then the battle effect would naturally be greatly reduced. The shadowless breeze blade, without the shadowless effect, was not much stronger than an inferior spiritual martial art. After Yi Xing snorted, he no longer focused on defense and began to counterattack. The martial arts he used were still the dark spirit spear technique. The moves were the same but the effect was completely different. No matter how fast or dense Qi Jingyang's shadowless blade lights were, Yi Xing was able to see them clearly. Every time he thrust out his spear, he would hit a shadowless blade light, not wasting a single bit of his strength. In less than 10 breaths, Qi Jingyang's advantage had completely disappeared. Instead, Yi Xing had gained the upper hand. Streaks of dark spear gleams, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, counterattacked Qi Jingyang. How is this possible? Outside the starry palace, the core disciples exclaimed in disbelief. The rest of the core disciples were also in disbelief. They had never expected that Yi Xing would reverse the situation and gain the upper hand, suppressing Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang was the second senior brother. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he was indeed powerful. Other than senior brother Ma Ren, no one among the core disciples was his opponent. However, he was suppressed by Yi Xing, who was only a 4-star martial saint, and was at a disadvantage. The core disciples could not believe this. If Yi Xing could defeat Qi Jingyang, wouldn't it mean that he would replace Qi Jingyang's ranking and become the second core disciple? A 4-star martial saint, the second core disciple? This had never happened in the history of the Falling Star sect. The core disciples did not dare to imagine this result. With the super brain scanning, Yi Xing could see Qi Jingyang's every move clearly. He was always able to predict the enemy's moves. No matter how fast or how hidden Qi Jingyang's shadowless blade gleams were, Yi Xing knew them all clearly. Naturally, the shadowless blade gleams were destroyed one after another. In less than 30 moves, Yi Xing had already gained the absolute advantage. The dark spear gleams were already in front of Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang found it even harder to accept this fact. He did not believe that as the second disciple of Thea's 6-star martial saint, he would be defeated by Yi Xing, who had just become a 4-star martial saint and had just been promoted to a core disciple. Kill? Qi Jingyang roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens, causing waves of air to roll and clouds to surge in the sky. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows and hung in the sky. It turned into a huge golden star, revealing an incomparably sharp and terrifying aura. Qi Jingyang took the lead and used the power of his astrology. In a battle, whoever used the power of his astrology first would usually lose. Of course, this was when the level of the astrology was not too different. There were also people who were not strong but relied on the power of their astrology to turn the tables, and such people were not rare. The superior metal attributed astrology contained a terrifying amount of star power, especially the sharp aura, which increased the destructive power of the golden leaf saber. Qi Jingyang was very satisfied with his astrology. He was confident that with the help of his astrology, he would be able to cut Yi Xing into pieces. Clear saber shattering all directions. Qi Jingyang shouted and used the shadowless breeze saber to the extreme. The golden leaf saber was too thin, and it cut through the air without any resistance. The saber was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 shadowless saber gleams slashed out at the same time. Break for me. With so many people watching, Yi Xing did not want to be entangled with Qi Jingyang. With a loud shout, he also used the power of his astrology. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. At the same time, Yi Xing used the dark spirit spear to kill Qi Jingyang. The force of darkness, the force of wind, and the force of fire were all integrated into this move. When the dark spirit spear was used, it could kill gods and Buddhas. Everything in front of it ceased to exist. Chapter 251. Boom! With a loud explosion, the area where the dark spear light pierced, the void in a radius of dozens of feet suddenly shook and was shrouded in darkness. Then, it instantly exploded like a landslide or a tsunami. All the shadowless blade light was shattered at this moment. The metal attribute star in the sky also trembled violently, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye, voluntarily retracting into Qi Jingyang's forehead. The star was forcibly retracted, and Qi Jingyang suddenly felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His eyes were instantly filled with horror. After shattering the shadowless blade light and the metal attribute star, the power of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear was still terrifying, and it blasted into Qi Jingyang's body with the force of thunder. Bang! Qi Jingyang's defensive star essence was instantly shattered. His body was like a cannonball suddenly exploding backwards. In the air, Qi Jingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-grade golden leaf saber in his hand trembled violently, almost falling out of his hand. Heavenly bat steps. A flash of light. Yi Xing's figure flashed as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he chased after Qi Jingyang. The purple feather spear with a dark spear light drew a straight black line in the void. Yi Xing's spear did not attack Qi Jingyang's body, but stabbed the middle-grade golden leaf saber. Clang! With a loud bang, the already violently trembling golden leaf saber instantly shot out from Qi Jingyang's hand. Yi Xing's arm continued to thrust forward, and the purple feather spear continued to stab forward with a terrifying force. With a whoosh, it stopped in front of Qi Jingyang's throat. Junior brother Yi. From behind, Lin Tongyu anxiously shouted. She was really afraid that Yi Xing would not be able to hold back, and the spear would pierce Qi Jingyang's throat and take his life. In that case, although Qi Jingyang would die, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to live either. As soon as he left the Falling Star secret realm, he would be punished by the sect's rules. With so many core disciples watching from the sidelines, Yi Xing would definitely die. Lin Tongyu didn't want that to happen. Yi Xing clearly knew his limits. His control was so precise that the tip of the spear almost touched the skin of Qi Jingyang's throat. Even though the tip of the spear hadn't pierced through, its sharp aura had rushed into Qi Jingyang's throat. This caused Qi Jingyang's heart to tremble, and he immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, 2 drops of cold sweat dripped from both sides of his face. Second core disciple? 6-star martial saint? Yi Xing's cold voice rang out, full of disdain. You're nothing. You're just a good-for-nothing. Yi Xing's words were like a few big slaps on Qi Jingyang's face, slapping his face loudly. Qi Jingyang clenched his teeth. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he glared at Yi Xing. I'll let you be arrogant now. When you leave the Fallen Star secret territory, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me. At that time, I'll crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Yi Xing sneered. You're a good-for-nothing, yet you call me father and grandfather. I'm so scared. When you leave the Fallen Star secret territory, you can go ask for reinforcements. But let me remind you, when you cry in front of your father or grandfather, remember to put your hands on your head. If I had a good-for-nothing son like you, I'd slap your disgraceful face. Yi Xing was not afraid of Qi Jingyang's threat at all. Now he could be said to have grown wings in the Fallen Star sect. Not to mention that his master was the formation elder Lin Fenghua, his performance alone was enough to attract the attention of the Fallen Star sect. As long as the elders of the Fallen Star sect were not fools, they would treat him as an important seed to cultivate. After entering the inner sect for a few months, he had become the second core disciple. When the Fallen Star secret territory was over, Yi Xing might even become the first core disciple. With such performance, as long as one was not blind, anyone could see that Yi Xing had extraordinary potential. In front of the fact that he had improved by leaps and bounds, even if his cultivation talent was trash, he would still win enough attention. In the end, trash cultivation talent was not valued because there was no chance for him to stand out. What if he had already stood out? Who cared if your cultivation talent was trash? Yi Xing was about to reach the peak of the Fallen Star sect's disciples. At this time, he had nothing to be afraid of. As long as he did not take the initiative to bully others, if anyone dared to step on his head, he could fall down fiercely. No matter how badly he fell, it was not a serious matter. Lin Tongyu came to Yi Xing's side and pulled his arm. "Junior brother Yi Xing, forget it. Don't lower yourself to his level." After all, Qi Jingyang's status was extraordinary. Moreover, his great-grandfather had once risked his life to save Lin Tongyu's grandfather, Lin Shiyuan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Lin Tongyu could not stand by and watch Qi Jingyang suffer. Yi Xing kept his purple quill spear and smiled at Lin Tongyu. "He's just a good-for-nothing. I didn't lower myself to his level. Let's go over there." With that, Yi Xing pulled Lin Tongyu's hand again and walked towards the starry hall. Lin Tongyu's face was slightly flushed. She did not say anything and let Yi Xing hold her slender hand as she walked side by side with Yi Xing. Behind them, Qi Jingyang looked at the backs of Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu and his eyes were about to spit fire. He kept saying that Yi Xing was a good-for-nothing, but the facts proved that he, Qi Jingyang, was the real good-for-nothing in front of Yi Xing. At the thought of being seen by so many core disciples at this moment, Qi Jingyang's heart was like a breath that could not be dispersed. Suddenly Lin Tongyu's voice came from the front. Junior brother Yi, I can't call you junior brother anymore. Should I call you second senior brother?" Yi Xing patted the back of Lin Tongyu's hand and said as he walked, "What second senior brother? It's just an empty title. I will always be your junior brother and you will always be my senior sister." Lin Tongyu suddenly let out a bell-like laughter. Behind them, Qi Jingyang's shame and anger gathered together. The gloominess in his heart could no longer be held back and rushed out, bringing with it a large mouthful of blood. Outside the starry hall, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu found an open space by the side and sat down, the two chatting and laughing. The other 10 or so core disciples looked at each other and glanced at Yi Xing from time to time, their eyes full of awe and surprise. Lin Tongyu was right. Yi Xing defeated Qi Jingyang. According to the rules of the sect, Yi Xing's ranking among the core disciples would rise to second and Qi Jingyang would fall to third. Therefore, according to reason, it was not wrong for core disciples to call Yi Xing second senior brother. However, Qi Jingyang's remaining prestige was too strong. Although these core disciples were impressed by Yi Xing's heaven-defying fighting strength and were in awe of Yi Xing, no one dared to call Yi Xing second senior brother. They didn't even dare to come up and say hello. Knowing that Qi Jingyang was now angry, none of the core disciples dared to touch his reverse scale. They didn't even dare to mention the fight between Yi Xing and Qi Jingyang. Only the core disciples who had a good relationship with each other used celestial essence sound transmissions to talk about the shock and amazement of the battle. As time passed, one by one the core disciples arrived one after another. The core disciples who came later naturally didn't know about the battle between Yi Xing and Qi Jingyang. The previous core disciples were afraid that Qi Jingyang would be unhappy, so they didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, the core disciples who came later didn't know that Yi Xing, who was sitting next to Lin Tongyu, had already become the second-ranked core disciple. Qi Jingyang sat alone in a distant place. Everyone could see that he was in a bad mood, but no one dared to go up and ask. The core disciples who came later talked to each other about their experiences in the Falling Star secret territory in the past month. Everyone had a lot of experiences. You talk, I talk, it's quite lively. The battle between Yi Xing and Qi Jingyang didn't cause too much of a stir. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, in the hearts of the core disciples who had witnessed the battle, the shock it caused was especially calm. As the time of the Star Palace's opening approached, the core disciples gradually became restless. Because the core disciples who had gathered were missing one person. The fourth-ranked core disciple, He Hongjiao, one of the Falling Star's twin beauties, hadn't shown up. If a core disciple at the bottom of the ranking didn't show up, no one would be surprised. The Falling Star secret territory wasn't 100% safe. Things like core disciples dying had happened many times in the past. However, this thing happened to He Hongjiao, which was too strange. Chapter 252. Firstly, He Hongjiao was a great beauty. She was one of the most beautiful female disciples in the Falling Star sect. Many male disciples viewed her as their dream lover. No one wanted He Hongjiao to die. Secondly, He Hongjiao was ranked 4th among the core disciples. She was the strongest 5-star martial sage. The dangers in the Falling Star secret realm could not threaten her life. She should not have died. In the past, the core disciples who died in the Falling Star secret realm were all ranked at the bottom. There had never been a core disciple ranked in the top 10 who died in the Falling Star secret realm. The disciples did not want He Hongjiao to die. Furthermore, logically, He Hongjiao should not have died. Hence, He Hongjiao did not appear. This puzzled the disciples. Yi Xing was the only one who knew what was going on. However, he would never tell anyone about He Hongjiao's life or death. Why hasn't Hongjiao come here yet? The Stellar Hall will open today. There is not much time left. She should not be late. Eldest senior brother Ma Ren frowned and muttered to himself. He paced back and forth with a haggard expression. Occasionally he would look into the distance. It was rumored that Ma Ren and He Hongjiao had a close relationship. It was clear that the rumors were true. If they were not close, he would not react like this. Yang Zhixiong also frowned like Ma Ren. Ever since He Hongjiao sent Yang Zhixiong away to seek reinforcements in the desert, he had not seen He Hongjiao again. The desert was vast and boundless. Yang Zhixiong did not find any reinforcements. Helpless, he could only return to his original spot. However, when he returned, he did not see He Hongjiao or Yi Xing. There were only desert scorpion corpses all over the ground. Naturally, he could not imagine what had happened between Yi Xing and He Hongjiao. Without seeing He Hongjiao, he had gone to the depths of the secret realm. He did not take it to heart. However, He Hongjiao still had not appeared. This made Yang Zhixiong worried. Who met junior sister He in the secret realm? Seeing that the Stellar Hall was about to open but He Hongjiao had not arrived, Ma Ren could not hold back and asked the core disciples. In the 3 dangerous lands, the chances of the disciples meeting were very small. He Hongjiao did not meet anyone in the Sea of Fire. In the desert, she only met Yang Zhixiong and Yi Xing. When Ma Ren asked, all the disciples shook their heads. Yang Zhixiong looked left and right. It seemed that other than himself, no one else had seen He Hongjiao, so he walked out. Yang Zhixiong said, "Eldest senior brother, I saw senior sister He." Ma Ren immediately asked, "Where did you meet? How did you separate?" "I saw senior sister He after passing through the Sea of Fire." Yang Zhixiong was an honest person. He told them everything about his meeting with He Hongjiao, how they teamed up to cross the desert together, how they saw the corpses of the desert scorpions all over the desert, and how they saw Yi Xing being surrounded by a large number of desert scorpions. According to Yang Zhixiong's explanation, since Yi Xing did not die in the desert scorpions, He Hongjiao should have met with Yi Xing in the end. The gazes of the core disciples all turned towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing had become the key to He Hongjiao's disappearance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Ren walked towards Yi Xing. About 10 meters away from Yi Xing, Ma Ren stood still and stared at Yi Xing. "Junior brother Yi, you saw junior sister He. Why didn't you stand out just now?" The disciples could hear that their eldest senior brother was a little unhappy. However, Ma Ren was a modest gentleman, completely different from Qi Jingyang's character. Even if he was unhappy, he was still refined. Although Yi Xing was not familiar with the core disciples, he knew his eldest senior brother Ma Ren well. He had a good reputation among the disciples and was very helpful. Although Yi Xing defeated his younger brother Ma Ji to obtain the quota to enter the Fallen Star secret realm, Ma Ren had never said or done anything to Yi Xing because of this. If it had been Qi Jingyang, he would have probably made things difficult for Yi Xing when they had just entered the Fallen Star secret realm, when everyone was together. Yi Xing was very respectful towards people like Ma Ren. He stood up and nodded slightly at Ma Ren. "Eldest senior brother, I have never seen senior sister He. Yi Hongjiao died in his hands." No one else saw this matter, so Yi Xing would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Although the cause was He Hongjiao who killed him, now that He Hongjiao was dead, as long as Yi Xing admitted that he killed her, then he would not be able to clear his name even if he had a mouth. Yi Xing said that he killed He Hongjiao because He Hongjiao wanted to kill him, but He Hongjiao was dead and there was no evidence. Who would believe Yi Xing's words? Yi Xing's foundation in the Fallen Star sect was shallow. Other than his master Lin Fenghua, he had no other backing. On the other hand, He Hongjiao had many friends in the Fallen Star sect. At that time, all the core disciples and many elders would think that Yi Xing killed He Hongjiao first. Perhaps even Lin Fenghua would not be able to protect Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing was a man of his words and did not like to lie to others, he was not pedantic. If he had to lie, then he had to lie. Of course, if the recording formation was still there and he had evidence to prove that He Hongjiao killed him first, Yi Xing would naturally not lie. Yi Xing knew that He Hongjiao was up to no good, so after discovering He Hongjiao, he set up a recording formation next to her. Unfortunately, the soul-severing shuttle's power was too strong and its killing range was too wide. Even the small hill was destroyed. The recording formation set up by Yi Xing was also completely destroyed by the soul-severing shuttle. Yi Xing did not have any evidence, so he could only insist that he did not see He Hongjiao. Anyway, there was no evidence. Ma Ren's eyes narrowed and said, "That's impossible. Junior brother Yang said very clearly that junior sister He was with you in the end. Since you did not die in the desert scorpion swarm, then you must have seen junior sister He." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, don't be so absolute. If I had seen senior sister He, why would I hide it?" "Because you killed senior sister He." At this time a loud voice roared. Everyone looked over and the person who spoke was the fifth core disciple Wu Qinggang. Wu Qinggang watched Yi Xing take away the 5-leaf ice lotus and held a grudge. Now that he finally found a chance to take revenge on Yi Xing, he naturally spoke without thinking. Wu Qinggang strode over and pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, "You evil thief, you must have coveted senior sister He's beauty and wanted to do something to her. Senior sister He did not comply, so you killed her." Although he was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge and was full of nonsense, the result of his inference coincided with the truth. He Hongjiao was indeed killed by Yi Xing. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes and locked onto Wu Qinggang. His heart was filled with killing intent. Wu Qinggang's words were poisonous. Killing a core disciple was a capital offense. He wanted to put Yi Xing to death. Yi Xing said indifferently, "Wu Qinggang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Killing a core disciple is a capital offense. You have no evidence and yet you want to kill me. This is also murder. If the sect's elders deem you guilty, only death awaits you." A core disciple said, "Senior brother Wu, how strong is senior sister He? How could junior brother Yi kill her?" Many of the core disciples nodded in agreement. However, the other half of the core disciples did not share the same opinion. Those core disciples who had seen Yi Xing's strength did not doubt that Yi Xing had the ability to kill He Hongjiao. Wu Qinggang was not intimidated by Yi Xing's words. Now the spearhead was pointed at Yi Xing. He only needed to add insult to injury and prove that Yi Xing had the ability to kill He Hongjiao. With He Hongjiao's connections, it was enough to convict Yi Xing and put him to death. Wu Qinggang said, "You all think that Yi Xing's strength is not that great? No. You're all wrong, very wrong. When he was a 3-star martial saint, he defeated me and took away my 5-leaf ice lotus. Then, with the help of the 5-leaf ice lotus, he broke through to a 4-star martial saint. If senior sister He wanted to defeat me, she would need more than 50 moves. However, Yi Xing used his astrology and defeated me in 1 move. Do you all think that he has the strength to kill senior sister He?" In order to take revenge on Yi Xing, Wu Qinggang could be considered to have thrown caution to the wind. He, a 5-star martial saint, had been defeated by Yi Xing, a 3-star martial saint. He did not even frown when he said it out loud. He was completely shameless. Although Qi Jingyang was arrogant, he still cared about his face. Even if he had been defeated by Yi Xing and more than 10 core disciples had seen it with their own eyes, he would definitely not say it out loud. Those who did not know Yi Xing's strength were shocked when they heard Wu Qinggang's words. The way they looked at Yi Xing gradually changed. "Every time after the 4th or 5th watch, I'm very afraid. I'm afraid that I won't be recognized by my brothers. I'm afraid that the monthly vote is the same as the 5th watch. I'm afraid that the 2nd watch is the same as no watch at all. I'll lose my motivation to work harder. Brothers, I need your recognition. I beg for a monthly vote." Chapter 253. 2 kinds of emotions appeared in the eyes of the disciples. One was envy towards Yi Xing for obtaining the 5-leaf ice lotus and breaking through to the 4-star martial saint realm. The other was shock at Yi Xing's ability to kill He Hongjiao and ponder the possibility of this. Obviously, the core disciples knew of Yi Xing's strength and were more inclined to believe Wu Qinggang's words. They believed that He Hongjiao had died in Yi Xing's hands. "Yi Xing, do you know the consequences of killing a core disciple according to the sect's rules?" Eldest senior brother Ma Ren's voice became stern. His gaze became sharp as it fell on Yi Li. Although he had a gentle personality, He Hongjiao's death had aroused his bloodthirst. Since Ma Ren believed that Yi Xing had killed He Hongjiao, there was no doubt that he was angry at Yi Xing. His killing intent surged. According to the sect's rules, Killing a core disciple is to first cripple his cultivation before taking his life. Someone shouted loudly, "Yi Xing, you deserve death for your crimes. You will die without a burial place." Yi Xing glanced at that person. It was Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji. He was a disciple of the enforcement elder and was naturally very clear about the sect's rules. Ma Ji held a grudge against Yi Xing. Now that there was a chance to get rid of Yi Xing, he was naturally very excited. His voice resounded in the ears of every disciple. The corners of Wu Qingang's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a proud smile. His goal had been achieved. "I have never seen senior sister Yi Xing said calmly. "I believe in junior brother Yi Xing." Lin Tongyu spoke. She was the only one who stood out to support Yi Xing, evil thief, still quibbling. Wu Qinggang fanned the flames. "Senior martial sister He still hasn't shown herself, she must have been killed by you. Senior martial sister He died in your hands, I don't know what kind of pain she must have suffered. Before you killed senior martial sister He, I don't know what kind of atrocities you committed. Yi Xing, senior martial sister He is as beautiful as a fairy, how could you do it?" He Hongjiao was one of the falling star's twin beauties. Who knew how many male disciples viewed her as their dream lover? After being instigated by Wu Qinggang, each and every one of them bristled with anger. Eldest senior brother, this evil thief is infuriated by both man and God. Let me capture him and interrogate him. I'll make him confess his evil deeds. A core disciple stood out and pointed at Yi Xing, shouting in a stern voice. Yi Xing glanced at this person. He was a 6-star martial saint. Among the core disciples there were only 3 6-star martial saints. This person was neither Ma Ren nor Qi Jingyang. Clearly it was Li Yuanqing. Li Yuanqing was secretly in love with He Hongjiao. After being instigated by Wu Qinggang, he believed that it was Yi Xing who killed He Hongjiao. Furthermore, it was rape. Moreover, Li Yuanqing knew that his eldest senior brother Ma Ren and He Hongjiao had a close relationship. Now that he had captured Yi Xing, it was to curry favor with Ma Ren. After all, his relationship with Qi Jingyang wasn't very good. He had to get closer to Ma Ren so that he wouldn't be bullied by Qi Jingyang. Yi Xing indifferently glanced at Li Yuanqing and said, "Even if I've violated the sect rules, it's not up to you to meddle in my business. After leaving the Fallen Star secret territory, there will be people from the law enforcement hall to investigate. Li Yuanqing, you're not a junior disciple. What right do you have to capture me? I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't ask for trouble." Although Yi Xing's words were reasonable, many core disciples were secretly shocked. Sect rules were sect rules. Reality was reality. As the third core disciple, Li Yuanqing had a high status. Yi Xing actually dared to speak to Li Yuanqing in such a manner. Moreover, he even told Li Yuanqing not to ask for trouble. This really surprised many core disciples. Of course, the core disciples who had seen Yi Xing defeat Qi Jingyang were very calm. They clearly knew that Yi Xing was qualified to say such words. This was because Yi Xing was now the true second senior brother. As for Li Yuanqing, his ranking among the core disciples had already dropped to 4th. It was normal for the second core disciple to warn the 4th core disciple not to ask for trouble. In the Fallen Star sect, Li Yuanqing had always been suppressed by Qi Jingyang. As for the core disciples who were close to Qi Jingyang, they did not respect Li Yuanqing much. This was the thing that he felt the most aggrieved and the thing that he did not want to see the most. In Li Yuanqing's eyes, Yi Xing was only a core disciple who had just broken through to the 4-star martial saint realm. He did not have any foundation among the core disciples. He was not familiar with Ma Ren and had no relationship with Qi Jingyang. With such a status, he dared to directly call him by his name. Moreover, he spoke rudely and warned him not to ask for trouble. This simply poked at Li Yuanqing's sore spot and caused him to explode in anger. "Arrogant!" Li Yuanqing shouted angrily. His figure flashed and rushed toward Yi Xing. He struck out with a palm. Low-grade spirit martial art, Red Sun Palm. Boom! A palm print shot out, and the temperature of the surroundings suddenly rose rapidly. Red Sun Palm was a fire attribute martial art. Li Yuanqing had practiced it to the realm of greater mastery and was extremely powerful. The disciples who had witnessed Yi Xing defeating Qi Jingyang knew that Li Yuanqing would lose without a doubt. However, most of the disciples did not know Yi Xing's strength. Seeing Li Yuanqing attack, they all thought that Yi Xing would suffer. In the face of the extremely hot star essence palm print, Yi Xing snorted, "Get out!" In an instant, the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the spear, like a rainbow piercing the sun, breaking the void. Dark spirit spear art, spiritual flash. This dark spear light instantly shattered the red sun palm print, and its momentum did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed in front of Li Yuanqing's throat. Suddenly the situation of the battle changed. Li Yuanqing's pupils shrank and he was shocked. The core disciples who did not know Yi Xing's strength were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Fire shadow step. Li Yuanqing quickly retreated, using his lightness skill to the extreme, and dodged Yi Xing's spear. At the same time, with a clang, a sword was unsheathed, bringing out a red sword light, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply again. Middle-grade spirit weapon, Raging Flame Sword. A core disciple exclaimed. Among the core disciples, only Ma Ren, Qi Jingyang, and Li Yuanqing had middle-grade spirit weapons. The rest of the core disciples were all envious. Being repelled by Yi Xing's spear, Li Yuanqing was shocked and furious. He never thought that he, a 6-star martial saint, would almost die in the hands of a 4-star martial saint. Li Yuanqing shouted, "Evil thief, let's see if you can still be arrogant in front of the Raging Flame Sword. Purple Flame Sword Art, kill." The Raging Flame Sword waved, and in an instant, a purple sword light burst out. The temperature of the purple flame was simply terrible. Even the air was burning and crackling. This purple flame sword light was too frightening, causing the disciples to retreat continuously. They looked at Li Yuanqing with fear. However, Yi Xing's expression was indifferent. He was not afraid of fire attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing also roared. At this moment he attacked with the intention of showing his power. He did not want to fight for a long time, so he directly used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. Boom, a dark spear light burst out, and the purple flame sword light in front of him was instantly shattered. The power of the dark spear light was like an avalanche rushing forward. Dust flew in a radius of dozens of feet, piercing through stone and air, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Li Yuanqing's expression instantly turned into horror. How could his protective astral energy block it? With a bang it broke and then his body was shot back. He was sent flying for dozens of meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Evil thief, you dare to hurt me?" Li Yuanqing had just landed on the ground when he roared. A starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows, turning into a huge flaming star above him. Superior Star, Earth Flame. Sword of Burning Heaven. Countless flaming stars fell, fusing into Li Yuanqing's body. With the help of the flame star, Li Yuanqing used one of the ultimate moves of the purple flame sword art. Whoosh, Li Yuanqing waved his sword, and a purple flame sword light burst out. It was dozens of feet long, almost splitting the sky in half. The core disciples retreated once again looking aghast. Li Yuanqing's strength was indeed terrifying. "Break for me!" Yi Xing shouted, also using the power of the star. A starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows, turning into a flame star that floated in the sky. Boom, the dark spear light cut through the sky. It was still the dark spirit spear, but with the fusion of the flame star and the power of fire, the power of this move exploded. Under the shocked eyes of the core disciples, the dozens of feet-long purple flame sword light collapsed layer by layer, turning into powder and splashing in all directions. The dark spear light pierced through the air, exploding forward, its power still unstoppable. Puff, Li Yuanqing's body suddenly splashed with blood. His body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying power of the dark spear light. "I was busy during the day, so I did not update today." Chapter 254. The result was exactly the same as Qi Jingyang's Dark Spirit Spear move. In the distance, Qi Jingyang, who had been watching coldly, could not help but smirk. Previously, he had been sent flying by Yi Xing's spear and was extremely angry. But now, seeing that Li Yuanqing had also suffered the same fate as him, Qi Jingyang's mood was much better. However, he did not know where his joy came from. The core disciples who had known Yi Xing's strength for a long time were still shocked when they witnessed Yi Xing's strength again. As for the core disciples who had seen Yi Xing's strength for the first time, they were completely stunned. In their eyes, Li Yuanqing was extremely powerful. He was one of the only 3 6-star martial saints among the core disciples. However, in front of Yi Xing, Li Yuanqing had been defeated so easily. This result was unbelievable to them and they could not digest the facts in front of them for a while. Even eldest senior brother Ma Ren's eyes revealed deep shock. Yi Xing was only 17 years old this year. His cultivation of the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm was already very shocking. Even in the history of there were only a few 17-year-old 4-star martial saints. But more importantly, Yi Xing's fighting strength was against the heavens. He could defeat a 6-star martial saint at the age of 17. This was too terrifying. In the history of there was no one like him. Could it be that our falling star sect is going to produce a peerless genius? Ma Ren said to himself. But his cultivation talent is very ordinary or even poor. Ma Ren did not dare to believe his own judgment. Ma Ren retracted his gaze from Yi Xing and looked at Yang Jixiong. Junior brother Yang, you're lying? Yang Jixiong was surprised. Eldest senior brother, how did I lie? Ma Ren said, you said that junior brother Yi was surrounded by desert scorpions and used a black star, but junior brother Yi obviously used a flame star. Yang Jixiong also reacted. He was shocked and said in disbelief, but I really saw senior brother Ye's. Senior brother's star was a black star. Ma Ren shook his head in disbelief. You saw junior martial brother Ye's flame astrology with your own eyes. Could it be that junior martial brother Yi has 2 astrology? This is impossible. A martial artist only had 1 astrological sign, this was common sense. However, this was common knowledge in a small area. Just like how the Star Marquis was called the martial saint, only the backward areas had such common knowledge and such a name. In fact, Yi Xing not only had 2 astrological manifestations but 3. None of the disciples believed that Yi Xing had 2 astrological manifestations. Naturally, they all thought that Yang Jixiong was lying. This time Yang Jixiong had been wrongly accused. Feeling the gazes of the disciples, it was as if He Hongjiao's disappearance was related to him. Yang Jixiong couldn't help but shout, I'm not lying. What I said is true. I don't know if what I saw was true, but I really saw it. However, none of the disciples believed him because they had seen Yi Xing's flame astrology with their own eyes. They definitely didn't believe that Yi Xing had 2 astrological manifestations. What you see may not be true. There are still many things that we don't understand in the Falling Star Secret Land. Maybe what junior martial brother Yang saw was just an illusion. Yi Xing said. He knew that Yang Jixiong had nothing to do with He Hongjiao's death. Although Yi Xing wanted to clear himself of suspicion, he couldn't let others take the blame. Yang Jixiong obviously didn't expect that Yi Xing would speak for him at this time. He was extremely grateful and said, Senior martial brother Yi is right. What I saw might be an illusion. Otherwise, how could senior martial brother Yi kill more than 100,000 desert scorpions alone? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Ma Ren stared at Yang Jixiong sharply and said, let's drop this matter for the time being. After leaving the Falling Star Secret Land, the elders of the sect will investigate it. Yes, senior martial brother. Yang Jixiong breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly ran to Yi Xing and thanked him. Thank you, senior martial brother Yi Xing. Yi Xing smiled faintly, it's a piece of cake. Yi Xing waved his hand and let Yang Jixiong leave. Then, his gaze shifted to Wu Qinggang in the distance and shot out a sharp cold light. Wu Qinggang suddenly shivered and didn't dare to look at Yi Xing. He had hit Yi Xing when he was down, but the result was that he didn't hurt Yi Xing. Instead, he caused Yi Xing to want to kill him. Now his heart was filled with fear. Rumble. At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the Star Hall, attracting everyone's attention. The fog that shrouded the Star Hall finally dispersed and the Star Hall revealed its true appearance. It was a treasure hall that was hundreds of feet tall. At this moment, the door of the Star Hall was opening and the rumbling sound came from it. Although the door was open, there seemed to be a layer of translucent light curtain at the entrance. When the disciples entered the Star Hall and passed through this layer of light curtain, they would enter different Star Halls and would not meet each other again until they failed to pass the Star Hall and were sent out of the Starfall Valley. The disciples had been waiting for the Star Hall to open for a long time. Now that the Star Hall opened, the disciples rubbed their fists in excitement. The Star Hall was the best place to obtain treasures. Every time they passed a level, they would obtain treasures as a reward. Junior martial brothers and sisters, the Star Hall has opened, let's go in. Ma Ren stood at the front of the disciples and shouted. He waved his arm and took the lead to enter the Star Hall. The core disciples cheered and followed behind Ma Ren. One by one, they passed through the light curtain at the entrance and disappeared. Junior martial brother Yi, if you can pass the 3rd level, I heard that you can obtain the upper grade spirit martial inheritance Falling Star Incantation. Good luck. When Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu arrived outside the light curtain, Lin Tongyu stopped and said. Yi Xing nodded, Senior martial sister Lin, you are also lucky. Let's go in. Lin Tongyu winked at Yi Xing and passed through the light curtain and entered the Star Hall. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to enter the Star Hall. His gaze fell on the translucent light curtain at the entrance. Although it was called a translucent light curtain, it only looked translucent. In fact, after the other disciples entered the light curtain, they could not see it. After passing through this light curtain, you can enter different star halls. This is too magical. It completely involves the power of space. Yi Xing was very interested in this translucent power. This should be a formation. A formation with the power of space. I have never heard Master mention it. After looking for a while, Yi Xing was the only one left outside the star hall. Although Yi Xing was interested in this formation light curtain, he could not understand it at all. He could only shake his head and pass through the light curtain and enter the star hall. The feeling of passing through the formation light curtain was very strange. It was completely different from the formation light curtain that Yi Xing knew. It was like a thick layer of something. After passing through, one would enter another space. Yi Xing appeared in an empty hall. It was the first level of the star hall. After only 3 breaths, a voice sounded, "That's right. The first level of the star hall, trial target, warriors of the same realm. Trial results are divided into 7 levels. Level 1, persist for 10 breaths. Level 2, persist for 100 breaths. Level 3, persist for an hour. Level 4, defeat the target in an hour. Level 5, defeat the target in 100 breaths. Level 6, defeat the target in 10 breaths. Level 7, defeat the target in 1 move. The higher the trial result, the more generous the reward. The first level of the trial result." As the voice stopped, a ball of starlight gathered in front of Yi Xing. More and more starlight gathered. When the light dissipated, only a human warrior was left. This was not a real person. It was formed by the power of the formation. Its cultivation was similar to Yi Xing's, a 4-star martial saint. The trial results in the Star Hall tested a warrior's ability to challenge those of a higher realm. It was used to estimate a warrior's potential. In this aspect, Yi Xing had a great advantage. He had full confidence in the first, second, and third levels of the Star Hall. The key was whether he could make it to the 4th level. This was a record that the Falling Star sect had never achieved. The 4-star martial saint in front held a long sword in his hand. After appearing, he charged at Yi Xing in the blink of an eye. The sword light was like the moon. It instantly cut through the air and arrived before Yi Xing. The speed of the sword was very fast. It was an inferior grade spirit martial art. Its attainment was at the great perfection realm. The power of the sword was equivalent to an inferior grade spirit weapon. In terms of strength, it was about the same as a late 4th-star martial saint. It was rather powerful in the same realm. To many 4-star martial saints, the target in front of them was difficult to deal with. However, to Yi Xing it was not worth mentioning. Today's update ends here. Chapter 255. The target speed was fast, but Yi Xing's was even faster. With a flash of black light, the purple feather spear pierced forward. The sword chi was torn apart and the sword light was shattered. The purple feather spear pierced through the opponent's spiritual weapon and into the 4-star martial saint's chest. The 4-star martial saint instantly turned into a rain of light and was killed by Yi Xing in 1 move. The first level of the trial is completed. You are now at level 7. You have received the complete lower spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. It is divided into 7 levels. Then a message flowed into Yi Xing's mind. It was the cultivation method of the Falling Star incantation. The Falling Star incantation was the most precious inheritance of the Falling Star sect. It came from the Starry Palace of the Falling Star secret territory and had different levels. On the first level of the Starry Palace, one could receive the lower spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. On the second level, one could receive the middle spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. On the third level, one could receive the upper spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. The record of the Falling Star sect was at the 3rd level of the Starry Palace. It was the result of the founding ancestor, the Reverend Falling Star. He had lasted for half an hour at the 3rd level and had received an incomplete upper spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. With the 3 incomplete upper spiritual martial art inheritances, the Falling Star Immortal had become a peak 4-star Immortal. He was only half a step away from becoming a 5-star Immortal. He had established a sect near the Falling Star Valley. That was how the Falling Star sect came to be. It was rare for geniuses to challenge those of a higher level. Although the Falling Star Immortal had not defeated his target and had only lasted for half an hour, he was still extremely talented. In the 700 years of the besides Yi Xing, there was no one else who could compete with the founder, the falling star immortal, in terms of fighting those of a higher level. I would like to see how many levels there are in the Starry Palace. If I can get the upper spiritual martial art inheritance on the 3rd level, wouldn't I be able to get the supreme spiritual martial art inheritance on the 4th level? Yi Xing thought to himself. He was restless and extremely excited. The supreme spiritual martial art inheritance could allow one to reach the peak of the perfected person realm. None of the top 10 sects in the Green Cloud region had a supreme spiritual martial art inheritance. In the entire True Shen region, only the 9 upper sects had it. If he could obtain the supreme spiritual martial art inheritance, it would not only break the record of the but it would also allow Yi Xing to walk in front of any warrior in the Green Cloud region. The inheritance he had learned would be on par with the top elite warriors of the 9 upper sects. Soon Yi Xing arrived at the Star Hall's 2nd floor. After a few breaths, the voice rang out again, the 2nd level of the Stellar Hall. Trial objective, warriors of a higher realm. Trial results, there are a total of 7 levels. Level 1, persist for 10 breaths. The 2nd trial begins now. Starlight gathered, and a 5-star martial sage appeared before Yi Xing Dark Spirit Spear. This time Yi Xing took the initiative to attack. His first move was the ultimate killing move of the Dark Spirit Spear arts. The rewards obtained were closely related to the trial results. The higher the trial results, the more generous the rewards. Of course he would pursue the best reward. He would strive to kill the target in one move and achieve the 7th level of the trial results. How could a 5-star martial sage block Yi Xing's full-force attack? Naturally he was killed by Yi Xing in one move. The 2nd level of the trial is completed. You have achieved the 7th level of the trial. You have received the complete middle spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. There are 7 levels. Yi Xing smiled. If he could train the complete middle spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation to the 7th level, then it would be a matter of time before he reached the 9-star martial saint realm. Although in the history of there were people who had reached the 3rd level of the Stellar Hall, they might not be able to achieve the 7th level of the trial results at the 2nd level. It was because they might not be able to kill someone of a higher realm in one move. Therefore, the Falling Star sect might not have the complete middle spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. This made Yi Xing very happy. He had given the complete middle spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation to the sect. It was another huge amount of contribution points. This was only the middle spiritual martial art inheritance. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. His goal was to obtain the complete upper spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star incantation. This was a peerless treasure that could bring about a tremendous change to the sect. A complete upper spiritual martial art inheritance could allow a martial artist to reach the middle spiritual master level. As long as one had the talent, becoming a 5-star or 6-star spiritual master was not a dream. If the Falling Star sect could reach this level, then the Falling Star sect would undoubtedly be the overlord of the 6 sects in the Green Cloud Mountain range. They could compete with the 4 major sects in the north. Thus, a complete upper spiritual martial art inheritance was extremely important. 3rd level of the Stellar Hall. 3rd level of the Stellar Hall, the target is a martial artist of 2 realms higher. The trial results are divided into 7 levels. Level 1 lasts for 10 breaths. Level 2. The 3rd level of the trial begins. Starlight gathered and the target of the 3rd level appeared. It was a 6-star martial saint. Dark astrology. Sagittarius astrology. Flame astrology. The moment the target of the 3rd level appeared, Yi Xing used the power of the astrology. He used the 3 astrology at the same time. The surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. Above Yi Xing, a gigantic black hole vortex and a gigantic starry bow were placed side by side. As for the flame astral form, it was directly pushed to a corner far away, unable to compete with the 2 supreme astral forms. However, even though the fire astral manifestation had been pushed to a corner, it was not useless. Yi Xing could still obtain the fire astral manifestation's fire astral manifestation. Spiritual pattern bow. Blue sandalwood arrow. Yi Xing held the bow and arrow in his hand. The power of the 3 forces of heaven and earth, the dark force, fire force and wind force, gathered on the arrow. At the same time, the star fire seed in the star vortex in his dantian was also activated. It covered the blue sandalwood arrow with a layer of terrifying star fire. Circulating his star essence and concentrating his energy, Yi Xing used all his trump cards. His strength was raised to the extreme. He wanted to shoot the strongest arrow he had ever shot in his life. He wanted to kill the 6-star martial saint with one arrow. 4 symbols arrow art, vermilion bird arrow style. Whoosh, the bowstring made a loud noise. The blue sandalwood arrow instantly burst out and turned into a huge vermilion bird. Flames filled the sky. This arrow was too terrifying. Even if Ma Ren, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm, was here, he would be scared out of his wits. The defense and martial arts of the 6-star martial saint were shattered by this arrow. The arrow broke through the air and did not slow down. It instantly hit the 6-star martial saint's forehead. Boom, with a loud explosion, the 6-star martial saint's head was blown to pieces by the terrifying power. His body was hit hard and shot backward. While still in the air, it turned into a rain of light and scattered. The 6-star martial saint was killed by Yi Xing in one move. The archery technique with the power of the Sagittarius constellation was indeed terrifying. The 4 divisions archery technique was still a little bit away from the small success realm. However, because of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of this arrow was not inferior to the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, the Dark Spirit Spear. When the arrow was shot out, it was the same as the Dark Spirit Spear. It destroyed everything in front of it. It was unstoppable. Seeing the 6-star martial saint turn into a rain of light, Yi Xing let out a long breath. The complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation, was in his hands. The 3rd level of the trial is completed. You have reached the 7th level of the trial. You have obtained the complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star Incantation. It is divided into 7 levels. Hearing this voice, Yi Xing smiled. For the first time he felt that this voice was so pleasant. Soon a white light flew into Yi Xing's mind. Yi Xing had obtained the complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star Incantation. If one did not have the talent for cultivation, one could rely on natural treasures to make up for it. If one had the opportunity, one's cultivation could still increase. However, without the cultivation inheritance, no matter how many natural treasures one had, one would not be able to increase one's cultivation. At a certain level, it would be the limit. From this, one could see the importance of the cultivation inheritance. Yi Xing had obtained the complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star Incantation. Its value was so precious that the entire Falling Star sect could not compare to it. Basically, it was impossible for the Falling Star sect to cultivate an intermediate perfected person. Other than the founder, perfected, there was no other 4-star perfected person in the past 700 years. However, the complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star Incantation could. Not only could it cultivate a 4-star perfected person, but it was also possible for a 5-star perfected person or even a 6-star perfected person. Such a treasure was enough to cause a bloody storm. Yi Xing made up his mind. Before his strength reached the level of the top experts in the Qingyun region, he would not reveal the complete upper-class spiritual martial art inheritance of the Falling Star Incantation. Yi Xing sat cross-legged on the 3rd floor. He held a low-grade star crystal in his hand to restore his celestial essence. At the same time, he also sat quietly to recover his energy. Although he had only shot one arrow in order to achieve a one-shot kill, Yi Xing had increased his energy and celestial essence to the limit. Therefore, after shooting one arrow, he felt a little tired. Soon Yi Xing adjusted his breath and found a staircase to enter the 4th floor. At least 4 chapters today. Begging for votes. Chapter 256. Yi Xing had already broken the record of the Starfall sect by passing the 3rd floor. No one knew if there was a 4th floor in the Starfall Hall. Now it seemed that there was. When he reached the 4th floor, the notification didn't sound. Instead, Yi Xing saw a tortoise. Yes, it was a tortoise. Yi Xing's eyes widened as he stared at the tortoise. It was a huge tortoise that was several meters long. The first 3 floors of the Starfall Hall were empty. Only when the notification said that the trial had begun would a trial target appear. However, there was actually a huge tortoise on the 4th floor. Yi Xing was surprised and shocked. What surprised Yi Xing even more was that the huge tortoise was alive. When it saw Yi Xing arrive on the 4th floor, it immediately lifted its head. When it lifted its head, it was 2 meters tall. It was even taller than Yi Xing. Then the huge tortoise crawled towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's expression froze, as if he was facing a great enemy. He scanned the tortoise with his super brain, but he couldn't tell what level it was. It was terrifying. When the tortoise was about 10 meters away from Yi Xing was even more shocked. The huge tortoise looked at him and spoke, "I've waited 700 years. Finally, a decent one has appeared." The huge tortoise spoke human language. How was this a demonic beast? It was a freaking monster. Yi Xing had never heard of a demonic beast that could speak on the Starfall continent. Therefore, when the huge tortoise spoke, it gave him a fright. Yi Xing's state of mind was extraordinary. He calmed down in the blink of an eye and asked the huge tortoise, What kind of monster are you?" Although he felt a little guilty, Yi Xing didn't take half a step back. In his opinion, the huge tortoise's level couldn't be determined even with his super brain. He only knew that it was very powerful. If it really wanted to attack him, it would be useless no matter how far he retreated. The huge tortoise looked at Yi Xing indifferently. Then it stood up. The huge tortoise that was several meters long was as tall as an ordinary house when it stood up. "Oh!" Yi Xing opened his eyes wide and cried out in surprise. It was his first time seeing such a huge tortoise. It was also his first time seeing a talking tortoise. It was also his first time seeing a tortoise that stood up on two legs. This was a freaking ninja turtle. The huge tortoise that stood up gradually shrank to the size of a human, and its appearance also changed to that of a human. Yi Xing, who had the thought process of an earthling, almost fainted. It could speak and transform. This was truly a great monster, a tortoise spirit. The big tortoise turned into a small old man. Two long red whiskers hung from the corners of his mouth. He had a small head and small eyes. He looked very wretched. "Ahem?" The tortoise old man coughed and said, "You should be more used to this body. But I haven't used it for more than 700 years. Feels a little strange." Although the tortoise old man's appearance was wretched and strange, Yi Xing felt much more relaxed looking at him than looking at the talking and standing tortoise. Yi Xing looked at the tortoise old man in surprise and said, You've lived for more than 700 years? More than 700 years was not a short period of time. It had only been more than 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. The lifespan of a perfected person was only 200 years. 700 years was the total lifespan of several perfected persons. More than 700 years? Ah. The tortoise old man shook his head and said, "I haven't changed into a human for more than 700 years. I've already lived for 3,800 years." Yi Xing was stunned. 3,800 years. Seeing this, the tortoise old man chuckled and said, "Our tortoise race is blessed by the heavens and has a long lifespan. This is not something your human race can compare to. Even the king of the human race can only live for 1,000 years. An old tortoise that had lived for 3,800 years. Yi Xing was still shocked. If it was on Earth, what kind of concept was 3,800 years? It was simply returning to a primitive society. Yi Xing had too many questions about the Stellar Hall. Now it seemed that this old tortoise had lived for so long, so he must be very clear about the origin of the Stellar Hall. This will... Senior Tortoise. Yi Xing wanted to ask the tortoise old man, but he didn't know how to address him, so he called him Senior Tortoise. The tortoise old man interrupted Yi Xing's words, "Just call me Master Tortoise." "Tortoise? Master?" Yi Xing's pupils dilated as he yelled out. The name Master Tortoise was really... Thinking that this world was completely different from Earth, there probably wasn't a professional name like Master Tortoise. Therefore this should be a respectful name. Yi Xing felt relieved. Master Tortoise. Yi Xing asked the tortoise old man for guidance, but when he called out the two words Master Tortoise, he sweated in his heart. "May I ask how the Stellar Hall came about? Why are there so many treasures in here? Why did this secret realm space come to the Star Continent?" The tortoise old man shook his head and said, "Your current mission is not to find the answers to these questions, but to complete the Stellar Hall trial. When you can complete the Stellar Hall trial, even the entire Stellar Hall will be yours. I will tell you everything, but you have to prove that you have the qualifications first. You are the only person who has reached the 4th floor of the Stellar Hall in more than 700 years. You have the chance to obtain the Stellar Hall." Yi Xing said in surprise, "The Stellar Hall trial isn't over yet?" Seeing the tortoise old man, Yi Xing thought that the trial was over. However, hearing the tortoise old man's words, it was obvious that it was not. The tortoise old man said, "The goal of the 4th floor trial is a warrior who is 3 realms higher than you. The evaluation of the results is different from the first 3 floors. There are no 7 grades, only success or failure. If you succeed, you will receive the complete extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation. Furthermore, you will also receive a rare elixir that can increase your cultivation as a reward. If you fail, you will receive nothing." Yi Xing frowned slightly. The warrior who was 3 realms higher than him was a 7-star martial saint. This was a royal noble. Yi Xing did not have the confidence to win. However, he was very confident that it would not be easy for a 7-star martial saint to defeat him. He could use the speed of the heavenly bat steps to engage in guerrilla warfare. After an hour, he would be able to succeed in the 3rd level trial and obtain the extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the first 3 realms of the falling star incantation. However, the change in the evaluation of the trial results caused Yi Xing's wishful thinking to fail. On the 4th floor there were only 2 results: success or failure. If he succeeded, he would receive an extremely generous reward. If he failed, he would receive nothing. This greatly increased the pressure on Yi Xing. Since he had come to the 4th floor, how could Yi Xing be willing to return empty-handed? Whether it was the extreme grade spiritual martial inheritance, the falling star incantation, or the rare elixir that could increase his cultivation, Yi Xing wanted them all. No matter what, I have to pass the 4th floor. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and said to himself. Once he passed the 4th floor, Yi Xing's gains would allow him to stand at the front of all the warriors in the Qingyun area. After coming out of the falling star secret territory, he would definitely soar into the sky. The turtle old man said, "You don't have to be discouraged. Although the difficulty of obtaining rewards in the 4th level of the trial has increased, there is no time limit. You can decide when to challenge the target for the trial. Moreover, as long as you persist for an hour in each trial, the target will automatically disperse. You have enough time to rest before you challenge the next time until you win the challenge. Of course, if you can't persist for an hour and lose to the target, it means that you have failed the trial. You will be transported out of the Starry Hall and will only have the opportunity to take the trial again the next time it opens." Yi Xing's expression lit up as he said, "You're saying that I can cultivate now and start the trial when I'm ready?" The tortoise old man nodded. "That's right, but you have to remember that your trial target is 3 levels higher than you. If you break through to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm, then your trial target will become an 8-star martial saint." Yi Xing said with joy, "I understand, but I can convert my celestial essence without changing my cultivation. I can convert my pure Yuan celestial essence into the falling star art celestial essence of the middle grade spiritual martial inheritance. Moreover, I can practice martial skills to improve my martial attainment and enhance my strength." The turtle old man said, "As long as it's your own strength, you can improve it to whatever extent you want. However, although there is no time limit, I don't want to waste too much time. I will give you half a year. If you can't complete the 4th floor trial in half a year, then you can only be eliminated." Second update. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 257. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with excitement. Half a year? That's enough. Immediately, Yi Xing began to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Although the pure Yuan technique was the best among the low-grade spiritual martial inheritances, it was not as good as the mid-grade falling star incantation. As long as Yi Xing cultivated the falling star incantation to the 3rd level, the strength of his celestial essence would be comparable to the highest level of the pure Yuan technique. If he cultivated to the 4th level and above, the strength of his celestial essence would be far superior. It would take some time and a quiet environment to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Yi Xing had half a year to cultivate to the 4th level. He was not in a hurry and had enough time to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Moreover, there was only an old tortoise here and it was very quiet. As for the fear of being disturbed by the old tortoise, Yi Xing was not worried at all. If the old tortoise really wanted to do something to him, Yi Xing would not make any difference whether he dispersed his cultivation or not. Apparently, the old tortoise was not interested in Yi Xing. He turned into his original form of a big tortoise and crawled away, motionless as if he had fallen asleep. Falling Star Sect outside the Falling Star Valley. Many elders and deacons of the sect gathered here, led by Sect Master Lu Tianyuan. Today was the opening day of the Star Palace in the Falling Star Secret Territory. The opening of the Star Palace also meant the end of the trial in the Falling Star Secret Territory. The disciples would not stay in the Star Palace for long before they were sent out. As time passed, one by one, the core disciples appeared out of thin air and were sent out of the Star Palace. Some core disciples were defeated by martial saints of the same realm on the 1st level of the Star Palace. Some core disciples defeated martial saints of the same realm and entered the 2nd level of the Star Palace. Except for Yi Xing, no one passed the 2nd level. However, some people lasted for more than an hour on the 2nd level. After an hour, except for Yi Xing, all the core disciples came out. Only senior brother Yi has not come out yet. I wonder which level senior brother Yi will reach? Senior brother Ye's strength is very strong. Will he defeat a target 2 realms higher than him, pass the 3rd level and break the record of the founder? Breaking the ancestral master's record? That's impossible. Master Yi Xing has already defeated 2 opponents 2 levels higher than him. Perhaps he will be able to defeat a 6-star martial saint in the Starry Hall. I wonder if there is a 4th floor after passing through the 3rd floor. The opponents in the Starry Hall are all top-notch in the same realm. Although Master Yi Xing defeated senior brother Qi and senior brother Li, he may not be a match for eldest senior brother. I feel that it is not very likely that he will be able to pass the 3rd level. Being able to last for more than an hour in the 3rd level, reaching the result of the founder, is his limit. After the core disciples came out, they started discussing in low voices. The elders had also received some information about the situation in the secret realm from their disciples. Knowing that Yi Xing had the record of defeating opponents 2 levels higher than him, they were all looking forward to it. If Yi Xing passed the 3rd level, it would mean that Yi Xing would receive a more complete upper spiritual martial art inheritance, the Falling Star formula. Among the elders, only the elder of the weapon pavilion, Hua Tianshu, was enraged after hearing the news about Yi Xing. Hua Tianshu clearly knew that Yi Xing was not dead, but He Hongjiao was missing in the Falling Star secret realm. There was only one possibility, and that was that she had died at the hands of Yi Xing. This shocked Hua Tianshu. She had given He Hongjiao the soul-severing shuttle, which was a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle spiritual weapon. It was enough to kill a 7-star martial saint, but Yi Xing was only a 3-star martial saint when he entered the Falling Star secret realm. It was impossible that the soul-severing shuttle could not kill a 3-star martial saint. Unfortunately, the truth was that he had not been killed. Yi Xing had entered the Starry Hall alive, but He Hongjiao had disappeared in the Falling Star secret realm and never showed up again. More and more time passed and Yi Xing didn't show himself. Gradually, all of the inner sect disciples, elders and deacons began to frown. It was abnormal that he had not come out after such a long time. They could not help but think of a bad outcome. However, since the establishment of Theno disciple had ever died in the Starry Hall, the disciples who had died in the Falling Star secret realm had all died in the 3 danger zones and did not rush to the outside of the Starry Hall. As long as they had entered the Starry Hall and failed the trial, they would be teleported out and would not lose their lives. If they had not come out, there was another possibility other than death, and that was that they had not failed the trial in the Starry Hall. This was also shocking. After such a long time, how could Yi Xing have not failed? If he had not failed, which floor had he reached? Could it be that he had passed the 3rd floor, broken the record of the founder, entered the 4th floor of the Starry Hall, and was delaying time there? If Yi Xing was not dead, then there was only one possibility. While everyone was worried, they could not help but feel excited. If Yi Xing had entered the 4th floor and was delaying time for a long time, what did that mean? According to the trend of the first 3 floors, if Yi Xing had persisted for more than half an hour in the 4th floor, would he not have obtained the first 3 levels of the Supreme Spiritual Martial Inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation? At the thought of this, whether it was the elders or the disciples, their hearts began to thump. Everyone knew what a Supreme Spiritual Martial Inheritance meant. It was a peerless treasure that could make the Falling Star sect as powerful as the 9 upper sects of the Trushan region. However, when another 2 hours had passed, the excitement in everyone's hearts had already cooled down. Even if Yi Xing had entered the 4th floor, it should not have taken so long. If there was a 4th floor, then his opponent would be a martial saint 3 levels higher. How could he continue to fight when facing a martial saint 3 levels higher? Although no disciple had ever died in the Starry Hall, everyone could not help but believe that Yi Xing had most likely died in the Starry Hall. Some of the elders lost their confidence and left with their own people. With someone taking the lead, people left one after another. However, there were still a small number of people who still had hope in Yi Xing and were still waiting. For example, the formation elder Lin Fenghua did not believe that Yi Xing had died in the Starry Hall. However, as the hours passed and the day turned into night, Yi Xing still had not come out. This made people give up. Especially when one day after another had passed and Yi Xing still had not come out from the Falling Star secret territory. Even if they did not believe it, they had to admit that Yi Xing had died. The news of Yi Xing defeating the 5-star martial saints Xueling and Wu Qinggang when he was a 3-star martial saint and defeating the 6-star martial saints Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing when he was a 4-star martial saint spread rapidly throughout the Falling Star sect. Everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that Yi Xing was a martial arts genius with heaven-defying strength. At the same time, They also heard that this martial arts genius had died in the Falling Star secret territory and had not come out after entering the Starry Hall. Everyone in the Falling Star sect felt that it was a pity that the sect had lost a martial arts genius. Only Hua Tianshu was happy about this. She sneered in her heart, "Good. Good. Good. I didn't expect this kid to die in the Starry Hall. Finally I'm relieved. Hua Tianfeng, didn't you want to rely on your disciple to make a comeback? Now that this kid is dead, let's see what you can rely on. I'll pass the news of Yi Xing's death and his monstrous performance to you as soon as possible. I'll let you experience what it feels like to have your hopes dashed." Not long after, someone passed the news of Yi Xing to the Zishan County. When Zishanho heard the news of Yi Xing's death, a few strands of his hair turned white overnight. His entire person seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Yi Xing's performance was beyond Zishanho's expectations. He had regarded Yi Xing as his hope, and Yi Xing did not disappoint him. His speed of growth was faster than Zishanho had expected. Only half a year had passed since Zishanho had accepted Yi Xing as his disciple. Yi Xing had broken through from a 7th-level martial artist all the way to a 4-star martial saint. His battle prowess had even reached the level of a 6-star martial saint. He had defeated the 2nd and 3rd core disciples consecutively, becoming the 2nd strongest amongst the core disciples. The more outstanding and monstrous Yi Xing's performance was, the more saddened Zishanho was by the news of Yi Xing's death. Since the news had reached the Zishan County, the Ye family of Tiansong City naturally received the news of Yi Xing's death. Yi Xing was a legend of the Ye family, a legend of the Ye family. Shocked by the news of Yi Xing's death, the Ye family was in mourning. A month later, Yi Xing's short life's legendary experience and monstrous life spread throughout the entire Luoxing country. Anyone who heard of Yi Xing's legendary experience could not help but sigh, dying young. Chapter 258. Fallen Star Secret Area. On the 4th floor of the Star Palace. Yi Xing stopped cultivating and stood up. 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, Yi Xing had spent all his time cultivating except for sleeping and eating. In 1 month, Yi Xing had cultivated the Falling Star incantation of the middle-grade spiritual martial arts inheritance to the 3rd level. His cultivation had also recovered to the original point before his cultivation dissipated. Then another month had passed. Yi Xing had used up all his Saint Spirit pills. The Falling Star incantation had reached the 5th level, and his cultivation had consolidated to the late 4th level of the Star Vortex realm. Although he was also a 4-star martial saint, the strength of the 5th level of the middle-grade spiritual martial arts inheritance was much stronger than that of the pure Yuan technique. Yi Xing's basic strength had increased by a lot. It was not easy to cultivate the middle-grade Falling Star incantation to the 5th level. Martial saints of the Falling Star sect usually reach this step after becoming Marquis. Therefore, the strength of the star essence between Yi Xing and a 7-star martial saint did not depend on the level of the inheritance, but on the difference in cultivation. Yi Xing came in front of Mr. Tortoise and said, "Mr. Tortoise, I am ready to start the trial on the 4th floor." Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat steps had already reached the initial level. It was not easy to continue to improve. Instead of spending a lot of time cultivating, it was better to practice in battles. This way his martial arts attainments would improve faster. The same principle applied to the cultivation of the 4 symbols arrow art. Yi Xing believed that with his current strength, even if he could not defeat a 7-star martial saint, he should be able to protect himself in front of one. He could use the trial to improve his martial arts attainments. Mr. Tortoise raised his head and opened his mouth to the side. "Go over there. The trial is about to start." Yi Xing walked in the direction Mr. Tortoise had pointed. In front of him, starlight gathered and condensed into a human figure. It was a 7-star martial saint. The saber in the 7-star martial saint's hand had a very strong aura. It was 1 level higher than Yi Xing's purple feather spear. It was obviously a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Black hole astrology. A 7-star martial sage was known as a noble and was extremely powerful. Yi Xing was 3 whole levels away from a 7-star martial sage. He did not dare to underestimate him and used the black hole astrology from the start. His surroundings instantly turned into a world of darkness. Yi Xing could sense everything in the darkness clearly, as if he was scanning with a super brain. However, the scanning range was wider than the superbrains, and it could scan in all directions without any blind spots. With the dark feather spear in hand, Yi Xing assumed the stance of the dark spirit spear art. His feet were also prepared to execute the heavenly bat steps at any time, preparing to deal with the thunderous strike of a 7-star martial saint. Whoosh! As soon as the 7-star martial sage appeared, he launched a thunderous attack on Yi Xing. With a slash of his saber, the void instantly split into 2 halves. The saber light instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. The other party's martial arts attainments were also at the small success realm, not much inferior to Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art. Moreover, it contained a kind of momentum of heaven and earth. The difference in martial arts attainments was not big, but Yi Xing's cultivation was 3 levels away, and the strength of his celestial essence was far inferior. It could be imagined that the power of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art was not small compared to the other party's saber art. However, Yi Xing had the black hole astrology. He could see everything in the darkness and clearly knew the strength of the other party's moves, which could make up for the gap between them. Dark spirit spear. Yi Xing did not dodge the attack of the 7-star martial saint. Instead, he executed the ultimate move of the dark spirit spear art, intending to test the power of the other party and see how powerful it was. Clang! The saber and spear collided and sparks flew. Yi Xing suddenly felt the purple feather spear shake. His body seemed to be hit by several fierce horses, and he flew back in an instant. After flying back more than 10 meters, Yi Xing landed on the ground. Dong dong dong! Yi Xing took 3 steps back before he completely resolved this terrifying force and stabilized his body. Yi Xing finally had a deep understanding of how powerful the attack of a 7-star martial saint was. Fortunately, he had used the dark spirit spear. This ultimate move was terrifying. It could kill gods and Buddhas. However, this time it did not kill the target, nor did it cause any harm to the 7-star martial saint. In the end, it still made the 7-star martial saint take a step back. If the 7-star martial saint had not taken a step back, delaying Yi Xing and taking advantage of Yi Xing's retreat, Yi Xing would have been defeated. The 7-star martial saint, condensed by the power of the array, had no emotions. His only goal was to defeat Yi Xing. As soon as his body stabilized, he jumped up, held the saber with both hands and slashed at Yi Xing. The move looked simple, but this saber was fast and ruthless. Yi Xing would definitely not be able to block it. Even a noble of the same realm would find it difficult to dodge this saber. Although Yi Xing was not a noble, his speed was faster than a noble. The lesser mastery of the heavenly bat footwork was imbued with the power of the wind. His speed was as fast as a phantom. Furthermore, Yi Xing was well aware of his opponent's attack trajectory. Naturally, he was able to dodge the attack at the critical moment. A flash of light. Yi Xing did not escape far. After dodging his opponent's move, he immediately launched a counterattack. If it were an ordinary 7-star martial saint, Yi Xing's attack would have come so suddenly. He would have been shocked and would have been caught off guard by Yi Xing's attack. However, the target of the trial was one of the strongest 7-star martial saints. Moreover, he was not a living body and had no fear in his heart. Yi Xing's counterattack did not affect him. Clang! The 7-star martial saint's saber was as fast as lightning and easily blocked Yi Xing's attack. Then he took advantage of the momentum and slashed down. Bright saber light poured down like a waterfall. This saber attack was fast and ingenious. Compared to Yi Xing's counterattack, it was even more difficult to guard against. If it were a martial saint whose strength was comparable to Yi Xing's, it was very likely that he would be killed by the target of the trial. However, Yi Xing was vigilant. When he stabbed out with his spear, he had already thought of an escape route and was prepared. Therefore, when the saber light appeared, Yi Xing used the heavenly bat steps and dodged to the side. Moreover, Yi Xing could sense everything in the darkness. No matter how fast the opponent's saber attack was, Yi Xing could sense it. The direction in which Yi Xing dodged happened to be the blind spot of the opponent's saber attack. Therefore, it was not difficult to avoid the opponent's attack. You come with a move, I will return with a move. When the opponent slashed with his saber, Yi Xing immediately retaliated with his spear. The battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial was intense. They were locked in a fierce battle. Although Yi Xing's strength was not as good as the target of the trial, he could always predict the opponent's moves and mysteriously avoid the opponent's attacks. Moreover, when he attacked, it was always unexpected. It happened to be when the target of the trial was the most difficult to defend against and posed the greatest threat to the target of the trial. Therefore, Yi Xing did not look like he was going to lose. He was evenly matched with the target of the trial. If outsiders knew that Yi Xing was actually able to fight evenly with a 7-star martial saint, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Although Yi Xing could not defeat the target of the trial, he was very happy. His attainments in the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Heavenly Bat Steps had improved very quickly in this intense battle. He believed that he could completely rely on the battle with the target of the trial to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Heavenly Bat Steps to the greater mastery realm. On the side, Mr. Tortoise's eyes were wide open as he watched the battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Yi Xing did not attack Mr. Tortoise. Mr. Tortoise was not affected by the black hole astrology. He only saw a dark star above Yi Xing. However, Mr. Tortoise's knowledge was not ordinary. Although he could not recognize the black hole astrology, he could feel that the black hole astrology was extraordinary. Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear technique and Heavenly Bat Steps were related to the dark attribute. Therefore, under the black hole astrology, Yi Xing's attainments in these two martial arts were increasing. Mr. Tortoise did not find this strange. However, what he found strange was that Yi Xing was able to predict the opponent's moves every time. Moreover, he was able to determine the weakness of the target of the trial. Every time he attacked, he was always able to achieve the greatest effect. Therefore, although Yi Xing's strength was clearly inferior to the target of the trial, he was still able to easily fight evenly with the target of the trial. Mr. Tortoise did not know that Yi Xing's black hole astrology gave him a radar-like perception. Therefore he was puzzled. Time passed minute by minute. The battle between Yi Xing and the target of the trial was in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Yi Xing did not stop the trial. The battle was still intense. Chapter 259. Whoosh, Yi Xing stabbed out with his spear, and the resistance in front of him suddenly disappeared. The dark spear light pierced through the air for several dozen feet. After half an hour, the trial target automatically disappeared. This made Yi Xing feel a bit regretful. He hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. He had only consumed about half of the celestial essence in his body, and his energy had not yet reached the point of exhaustion. After half an hour of fighting, Yi Xing deeply realized that the better his condition was, the more his strength remained at its peak, and the slower his martial arts attainments would improve. On the contrary, if his celestial essence and energy were consumed more and more, his condition would get worse and worse, and the more dangerous the trial target's attacks would be, the more his martial arts potential would be stimulated, and the faster his martial arts attainments would improve. Right now, his martial arts attainments were improving at the fastest rate, yet the trial had stopped. Of course, Yi Xing felt that it was a pity. However, Yi Xing had a solution to this problem. He said to the tortoise, "Tortoise, I want to go through the trial again." The tortoise raised its head and looked at Yi Xing with its big eyes. "You can hold on for half an hour, which is a good start. But you've consumed too much energy. Why don't you restore your celestial essence and energy to its peak before starting the next trial? It would be much safer that way." Yi Xing shook his head. "I want to go through the trial now." The road of martial arts was never ordinary. It was not a safe journey but a lot of risks. Now that there was an excellent opportunity to improve his martial arts attainments in front of him, Yi Xing naturally had to seize it. Moreover, he had a clear understanding of his condition. Although continuing the trial would be dangerous, the danger was still within a manageable range. His remaining celestial essence and energy were enough to last for half an hour. He could afford such a risk. If it was a sure-lose situation, Yi Xing naturally would not continue the trial immediately. He could not afford such a risk. The trial on the fourth floor was completely under the control of the trial taker. Since Yi Xing insisted, the tortoise naturally would not stop him. The next moment, the trial target condensed again, and the battle began again. Yi Xing's condition wasn't good. Under the attacks of the trial target, the pressure he had to endure was much heavier than in the first trial. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. This also caused Yi Xing's mental state to be incomparably focused. Whether it was the Dark Spirit Spear art or the Heavenly Bat Steps, they were all at their limits. His attainments were constantly increasing. As more and more time passed, Yi Xing's energy and celestial essence consumption increased. His strength gradually declined, and his reaction speed also gradually slowed down. Even though Yi Xing had radar-like senses under the black hole astrology, he was becoming more and more dangerous under the quick attacks of the trial targets. The target of the trial was formed from the power of the array formation. From beginning to end, it would never tire and would always maintain its peak condition. As Yi Xing's condition declined, he naturally fell into a disadvantage. However, the more Yi Xing fell into a disadvantage and the more dangerous the situation became, the more his combat potential was stimulated. Only when his life was in danger did his attainments in the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps improve faster and faster. Until Yi Xing's celestial essence consumption reached the point where he was on the verge of collapse. His physical strength was also reaching its limit. Just as he was about to collapse, the trial target in front of him suddenly disappeared. Half an hour later, the trial target automatically dissipated. Yi Xing was also on the verge of collapse. His calculations were very accurate. The tension in Yi Xing's heart finally relaxed. The breath that had been holding in his heart finally dissipated. He suddenly sat down weakly and panted heavily. Tired? Very tired. Yi Xing's whole body felt exhausted. His muscles were sore, and the celestial essence in his body had already started to circulate. His aura was also very weak. However, on Yi Xing's face there was a satisfied smile. The effect of the second trial was more than 10 times greater than the first. In this trial, Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat steps had made great progress. Yi Xing took out a low-rank star crystal and absorbed the star essence chi within it like a whale, quickly replenishing the celestial essence in his body that was on the verge of collapse. Yi Xing's consumption was too serious. It took a full 2 hours for Yi Xing to completely recover. After that, Yi Xing did not rush to the next trial. Instead, he sat down and meditated. His mind kept replaying the scenes of his battle with the trial target. He carefully comprehended every move that he had made when his life was in danger. When a person was in a dangerous situation, the ability to erupt was not the normal state. Yi Xing now wanted to carefully comprehend this ability and turn it into the normal state. Time flowed like water, slowly passing by. Yi Xing was on the 4th floor of the Star Palace. Sometimes he would train, sometimes he would comprehend. His attainments in the dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat steps increased by leaps and bounds. In just 10 days, Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had made a qualitative breakthrough, reaching the large success realm. The dark spirit spear art had reached the large success realm, and its power had skyrocketed. It was on a completely different level compared to the small success realm. All of a sudden, Yi Xing completely reversed the disadvantage in strength between him and the trial target. Under the black hole astrological aspect, he had gained the upper hand in the battle with the trial target. With the power of the large success dark spirit spear art, Yi Xing could completely kill the trial target under the black hole astrological aspect. However, Yi Xing did not do so. He did not want to end the trial so quickly. This was because after the trial ended, he would not be able to find a better way to increase his martial arts attainments. After the trial ended, he would need several times, or even 10 times more time and energy to cultivate his martial arts. Yi Xing suppressed the power of the dark spirit spear art to the small success realm and continued to fight with the trial target. Even in a dangerous situation, he did not display the true power of the dark spirit spear art. Instead, he allowed himself to withstand the danger and stimulate the speed of the heavenly bat steps, increasing his attainments in the heavenly bat steps. Another 5 days passed. Yi Xing's heavenly bat steps also made a qualitative breakthrough, reaching the large success realm. The small success realm of the heavenly bat steps had been integrated into the wind, allowing his speed to exceed the trial target. Now that it had reached the large success realm, his speed was much faster than the trial target. Now Yi Xing did not need to resist at all. Just by relying on the speed of the heavenly bat steps, he could easily dodge all of the trial target's attacks. His speed far exceeded the trial target's, and his strength was not inferior to the trial target's. At this moment, Yi Xing could easily defeat the trial target. However, Yi Xing still did not end the trial target. In the following trial, Yi Xing changed his fighting style. At the same time, he used the black hole astrological aspect and the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect. He used the large success realm of the heavenly bat steps to increase the distance between himself and the trial target. Then he used the bow to attack and cultivate his archery attainments. This way Yi Xing would not be threatened by the trial target. Therefore, the increase in his archery attainments was average. It was not as fast as the dark spirit spear art or the heavenly bat steps. Yi Xing's 4 symbols archery technique was only a little bit away from the small success realm. After a day he broke through this step. The small success realm of the 4 symbols archery technique allowed him to shoot out the white tiger arrow style. Its lethality was astonishing. With the support of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of the archery was comparable to the large success realm of the dark spirit spear art. If Yi Xing wanted to kill the trial target, it would not be difficult. However, Yi Xing still didn't manage to kill the target. Even though the improvement in his archery skills wasn't too bad, it was still much faster to practice archery in a battle than to practice alone. Therefore Yixing only used his archery to resolve the trial target's attacks. He did not kill the target and used this to hone his archery attainments. The large success realm of the four symbols archery technique was Yixing's goal. Once he achieved this goal, he would complete the trial and complete the trial. There was a very long distance between the small success realm and the large success realm. Even if Yixing's archery attainments were increasing rapidly every day, it would still require a lot of time. After a total of 28 days, Yixing's four symbols archery technique finally had a breakthrough and reached the large success realm. With the large success realm of the four symbols archery technique, Yixing could perform the green dragon archery technique. It was a powerful archery technique that could compete with an upper-tier spiritual martial artist. Yixing's goal was achieved. There was no point in keeping the trial target. After the breakthrough of the four symbols archery technique, he immediately shot out the green dragon arrow style. With an ear-piercing sound, the arrow shot out like a shooting star. In an instant, it turned into a giant green dragon roaring. In the void, there was a faint dragon roar. This green dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its scales were shining and it looked very clear. It was so lifelike that it almost emitted the aura of a dragon. It's Monday, please give me a free recommendation ticket. Chapter 260. The might of the Azure Dragon arrow style was heaven-shaking. The wind howled and a killing intent filled the air. Wherever the Azure Dragon arrow style passed, the air would be torn apart and a large hole would appear in the air. This arrow was a killing shot. Yixing no longer intentionally split the trial target's body. Instead, he aimed directly at the trial target's vital points. Boom! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the trial target's unparalleled saber light was instantly shattered by the Azure Dragon arrow style. The treasured saber also rebounded. The Azure Dragon pounced on the trial target and sent the trial target flying backwards. The true fatal point of the Azure Dragon arrow style was not the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was only an illusion. The true fatal point was the arrow in the Azure Dragon illusion. As the trial target flew backwards, the arrow from the Azure Dragon phantom pierced through its chest. With an explosive sound, the terrifying power of the arrow directly blew up the trial target, causing it to dissipate into a rain of light. The Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation returned to his forehead. The spirit mark bow in his hand returned to his storage ring. Yixing's shocking aura calmed down. With the breakthrough of the four symbols arrow style and the Azure Dragon arrow style, Yixing's heart stirred. On the path of archery he felt a whole new world. He immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. He wanted to turn this feeling into his own comprehension and completely control it. On the side, the pimp looked at Yixing and nodded his head in satisfaction. Back when Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation, the pimp had already looked at Yixing in a new light. Even Zishanho knew about the Sagittarius constellation, so the pimp naturally knew even more. A martial artist who possessed such a supreme celestial form would have unimaginable achievements in the future. This was because even the master of the Stellar Hall only possessed an extreme celestial form. It was far inferior to the supreme celestial form. The pimp knew that Yixing had comprehended something, so he was not in a hurry to give Yixing the reward for completing the trial. Instead, he stared at Yixing with wide eyes and curiosity. After 3.5 months of observation, Mr. Pimp's attitude towards Yixing had changed from just looking at him casually to being very interested in him. He gave Yixing half a year's time to complete the trial of the 4th level, but Yixing only used 3.5 months to complete it. Moreover, the pimp was very clear that the reason Yixing took 3.5 months was because he was using the trial to practice martial arts. Otherwise, he would only need a little more than 2 months to finish the trial. This kind of result was far better than what the pimp had expected. That unknown dark astrology, the highest level of Sagittarius constellation astrology, extraordinary comprehension, judgment, reaction speed, learning speed, all of this was concentrated on a young man. What kind of genius was he? The pimp asked himself. He had lived for 3,800 years, and he had never met a genius more outstanding than Yixing, including the master of the Stellar Hall. Not long after, Yixing opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an arrow appeared in his hand and shot out. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. However, all of a sudden, the arrow turned in the air and changed its direction at an extremely strange angle. The angle was indeed strange. It was not an arc but a hard right angle. It was as if there was suddenly something blocking the front, causing the arrow to have no choice but to change direction in an instant. It was completely different from Yi Xing's previous use of the spinning technique to change direction. One was an arc, using the spinning force to change direction, while the other was a hard right angle, directly changing direction. To be able to do this, one could only step into the second realm of archery, following one's heart. Following one's heart meant following one's heart's desires. The arrow that was shot out could change direction according to the archer's heart. The stronger the archer's heart, the faster the change in direction, and the more times it could change direction. In just the blink of an eye, the arrow that had already changed its direction actually made a sharp turn in the air and changed its direction for the second time at a rigid right angle. However, after the second change in direction, the arrow's power was greatly weakened and soon fell to the ground. Yi Xing let out a long sigh as a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His understanding of archery had broken through to the following one's heart realm and reached the following one's heart realm in one fell swoop. However, the second change was still too much pressure for him. The change in direction greatly weakened the attack power of the arrow, making it ineffective. Instead, it tired him out. The second realm of archery, following one's heart realm, changed the power of the arrow. It was not celestial essence or skill but the heart, the power of the heart. This power was illusory and could only be obtained through the heart's comprehension. Yi Xing had just broken through the four symbols archery technique and comprehended this power. Under Yi Xing's enlightenment, he completely transformed it into his own power. Only then did he have some power of the heart, but compared to Zishanho he was still far behind. Zishanho could achieve following one's heart 3 changes without changing his expression. Yi Xing could only achieve following one's heart if his expression did not change. The role of the heart was not only to change the direction of the arrow, but also to greatly increase the power of the arrow. It was closely related to one's attainments in archery. With every increase in level, there would be a qualitative breakthrough in power. Archers in this realm did not need a bow. The power contained in the arrow thrown by their hands was enough to kill people. In the past, Yi Xing had thought that Zishanho could easily kill low-level martial saints with a wave of his hand, which was hard to understand. But now he could do the same. Pimp looked at the arrow thrown by Yi Xing and was amazed in his heart. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also an archery genius. He has just broken through to the second level of archery and has just begun to touch the power of the heart, but he can already achieve following one's heart realm. Although the second change is still very difficult, it is still extremely heaven-defying. He is so young, I wonder what kind of achievements he will achieve in martial arts and archery in the future. With a thought, Yi Xing stretched out his hand. The arrow that had fallen in the distance moved slightly and immediately flew back into Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing put away the arrow and smiled faintly. The power of one's will was really strange. Yi Xing. Pimp turned into his human form and walked over. In the past 3.5 months he had occasionally talked with Yi Xing. He already knew Yi Xing's name. You have completed the trial of the 4th level of the Star Palace. You have received the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation, and a rare elixir that can increase cultivation, the Jade Star Elixir. After saying this, Pimp raised his hand and a bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yi Xing. At the same time, a white light descended from the sky and entered Yi Xing's mind. It was the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation. The complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation, was enough for Yi Xing to cultivate to the 9 stars enlightened being or even the half-honored being realm. In the entire True Shen domain, only the 9 upper sects had this peerless secret manual. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face. With the complete supreme spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star Incantation, sooner or later, he would become the strongest person in the Qingyun area. He might even become the strongest person in the entire True Shen domain. Thank you, Pimp. Yi Xing took the bottle of elixir and said, "What kind of elixir is the Jade Star Elixir? I have never heard of it." Pimp said, "It is a type of upper-grade elixir. Although it can increase cultivation, its main purpose is to strengthen the foundation, cleanse the impurities in the body. Therefore, although the Jade Star Elixir is an upper-grade elixir, it can only increase your cultivation by 1 realm." Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat as he said happily, "Increase 1 realm, this is already a peerless elixir." The 5-leaf ice lotus that he had obtained could only increase his cultivation by 1 realm. However, this Jade Star Elixir also had the same effect. Moreover, increasing cultivation was only the smallest effect of the Jade Star Elixir. Didn't this mean that the value of the Jade Star Elixir was much higher than the 5-leaf ice lotus? No wonder the Jade Star elixir was an upper-grade elixir. Yixing felt relieved. Pimp smiled but did not say anything. His knowledge was naturally not something that Yixing could compare with. Yixing put away the bottle of elixir and blinked his eyes. Pimp, now that I have passed the trial, you should tell me everything about the Star Palace. Ah. Pimp laughed as his small eyes trembled. He looked very wretched. The trial is not over yet. You are in the enlightened being, honored being and king realm. There are still trials. If you pass the trial in the king realm, the entire Star Palace will be yours. At that time you will know everything. Yixing shrieked, King realm? I'm only a martial saint now. If I want to become a king realm, how long will I have to wait? Pimp took out a token and handed it to Yixing. This is the star token. In the future, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can enter the trial at any time. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 261. Yixing took the star token and asked, Then how do I get out? The pimp pointed at the star token in Yixing's hand and said, It's the same. Yixing said in surprise, That means I can enter and exit the star hall at any time with the star token? The pimp nodded and said, But there's a distance limit. You can only teleport nearby. You can't go too far away. Yixing touched the star token and said happily, This is a good thing. Since I can go out whenever I want, I won't go out for the time being. I'll raise my cultivation to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm first. Yixing had been a 4-star martial saint for several months. Now his cultivation had stabilized to the late 4th level. The Jade Star Pill had the effect of raising the cultivation of a martial saint. He could use the Jade Star Pill to immediately break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He had been in the Fallen Star secret realm for 4.5 months. The other disciples had already gone out 3.5 months ago. He didn't know the situation of the Fallen Star sect now. I haven't gone out for so long. They probably think I'm dead. How should I explain myself now that I'm out? If I don't die, Hua Tianshu will definitely know that I killed He Hongjiao. How should I deal with her revenge after I go out? I'd better break through to the 5th level of the martial saint realm first and increase my strength as much as possible. It's better to rely on myself than on the heavens and earth. The more outstanding I am, the more the sect will value me. Yixing thought a lot. Anyway, he hadn't gone out for so long. It didn't matter if he went out a few days later. Seeing that Yixing wasn't in a hurry to go out, the pimp turned into a big turtle and crawled away. His voice came from afar, Take your time to cultivate. When you're done, go out. I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The pimp was very fast and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Yixing sat down cross-legged, took out the Jade Star Pill and swallowed it. As soon as the Jade Star Pill entered his stomach, it turned into a surging river of medicinal power, flowing into Yixing's meridians, limbs, bones, skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, bones and other parts of his body. Yixing felt all the flesh and blood in his body wriggling as if they were on fire. The celestial essence within Ning Cheng's body also started to boil instantly, rampaging about. Some of the blind spots that Ning Cheng could not reach with his celestial essence in the past, under the influence of the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, Ning Cheng's celestial essence was now violently bombarded by his celestial essence. Soon Yixing felt a layer of mucous membrane appear on the surface of his body. The mucous membrane had a fishy smell. It was the impurities that had been discharged from his body. As time went on, more and more mucous membranes appeared on Yixing's body, while Yixing's body felt more and more comfortable. The circulation of celestial essence, the circulation of blood, the transmission of power, everything became smoother. Moreover, while Yixing's celestial essence continued to cleanse the dead areas of his body, it also continued to absorb the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies, causing them to grow more and more vigorous. At the same time, the celestial vortex in Yixing's dantian also absorbed a large amount of Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies and continued to expand. Not long after, Yixing's cultivation made a qualitative breakthrough, stepping into the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm. After breaking through to the 5th star martial saint realm, the Jade Star Pill's medicinal efficacies were still abundant, and the process of cleansing continued. Similarly, Yixing's celestial essence continued to strengthen, his celestial vortex continued to expand, and his cultivation continued to consolidate and improve. After 2 hours, Yixing completely absorbed the Jade Star Pill's rich medicinal efficacies, and the process of cleansing Yixing's body finally came to an end. The mucous membrane on the surface of Yi Xing's body had turned into a layer of black shell, and it was unknown how many impurities had been removed from his body. Yi Xing's body felt unprecedentedly comfortable, and his whole spirit was much more uplifted. The super brain scanned his body and found that whether it was his skin, flesh, internal organs, tendons, or bones, they were much stronger than before. There had been earth-shaking changes. Since becoming a martial saint, Yi Xing had not cultivated his physical body, and the pure strength of his physical body had not changed. Today, due to the cleansing effect of the Jade Star pill, Yi Xing's physical body had been greatly strengthened, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Yi Xing did not doubt that his physical strength was enough to crush any beginner martial saint, and he could even compete with a 4-star martial saint. Just the strength of his physical body alone had reached such a level. This was simply unheard of and unbelievable. Especially Yi Xing's cultivation. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm, it had been consolidated to the late stage of the 5th layer, and he was not far from the peak of the 5th layer. Yi Xing's current destiny was a 9-star orange destiny, which was the destiny of a peak martial saint. There was no bottleneck in cultivating in the martial saint realm. Once his cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 5th layer, he would be able to charge toward the 6-star martial saint, and it would not be long before he could do so. Yi Xing's inner strength vibrated, and the mucous membrane and black shell on the surface of his body were all shattered. Even his clothes were torn to shreds. Yi Xing's body was revealed. His skin seemed to be made of bronze and it was slightly reflective. The contours of his muscles were as smooth as flowing water, and they were filled with power and explosive strength. Yi Xing waved his hand, and a new set of clothes appeared from the storage ring. In the blink of an eye, he was neatly dressed. I seem to have grown taller. Now I'm a little over 1.8 meters. Yi Xing immediately sensed the change in his height. Under the scan of the super brain, he was now 1.82 meters tall, and he was only 1.77 meters tall before. While the Jade Star pill had cleansed his body and strengthened his body, it had also accelerated his growth, and he had grown 5 centimeters taller. With the cultivation of the 5th layer of the celestial vortex realm and a more perfect body, I might be able to cultivate the falling star incantation to a higher level, reaching the 6th or even the 7th layer. Yi Xing thought to himself. The falling star incantation that he was currently cultivating was a middle-grade spiritual martial inheritance. Although he had the upper and supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation in his mind, the falling star incantation was of the same origin. Yi Xing could cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level, which would greatly increase the speed of cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation. If Yi Xing cultivated the middle-grade falling star incantation to the highest level, the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly without having to disperse his cultivation and cultivate it again. If he cultivated the upper-grade falling star incantation to the 7th layer, it would be equivalent to cultivating the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation to the 3rd layer, and he would be able to convert it directly. Without the trouble of dispersing his cultivation and cultivating it again, Yi Xing would naturally cultivate it from the lowest level to the highest level. Otherwise, if he cultivated the supreme spiritual martial inheritance of the falling star incantation directly, with Yi Xing's talent in martial arts and the help of the super brain, he would be able to learn it. However, it would definitely take a long time. If it was fast, it would take 7 or 8 months, and if it was slow, it would take 1 or 2 years. During this time, Yi Xing's cultivation would not make any progress. Comparing the two, it was obviously more cost-effective to start cultivating the middle-grade falling star incantation. As for starting from the low-grade falling star incantation, it was completely unnecessary. Yi Xing cultivated the pure essence art, and the strength of his celestial essence was already above the low-grade falling star incantation. With the pure essence art as the foundation, he could directly cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yi Xing sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. In Yi Xing's mind, the super brain simulated a human figure, which clearly showed the cultivation method of the middle-grade falling star incantation. Yi Xing was very clear about the circulation of his celestial essence in each meridian, stopping at each acupoint, and the changes. Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind. It was as if he had the perfect teacher teaching him, and there was not the slightest mistake. Because of this, Yi Xing's attainment in the middle-grade falling star incantation improved so quickly. When he was a 4-star martial saint, he could reach the 5th level. Now, as a 5-star martial saint, he wanted to try to reach the 6th level. The 6th level of the middle-grade falling star incantation was a realm that many nobles could not reach. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that Yi Xing had a very strong premonition in his heart. Or rather, he judged that it would not be difficult for him to cultivate the middle-grade falling star incantation to the 6th level. In fact, it would not take him too long. It had been nearly 4 months since the core disciples came out of the falling star secret land. In the first 1 or 2 months, Yi Xing was still a hot topic in the falling star sect and even the entire falling star country. However, no matter how attractive the topic was, it could not withstand the passage of time. In the 2nd month, the topic about Yi Xing gradually began to decrease. In the 3rd month, there were very few people talking about Yi Xing. In the 4th month, no one cared about him. Yi Xing, the genius who died young in the hearts of the falling star incantation, had been sealed in the depths of their memory. As time passed, this memory became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Except for some people who were close to Yi Xing, the rest would not remember that there was a genius who died young in the falling star sect in the falling star country, Yi Xing. Chapter 262. On this day, the falling star sect was clean from top to bottom. The entire falling star sect looked brand new. There were twice as many people at the sentry posts as compared to usual. As for the inner sect square, it was even more extraordinary. Around the centermost ring, 3 tall pavilions were temporarily set up. On the pavilions near the falling star hall, many higher-ups of the falling star sect were gathered. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan was the leader, and beside him were perfected masters of the astral realm. Behind the perfected masters were the elders of the sect. They were either half-step perfected masters or marquis peak martial saints. On the left and right of the perfected masters stood some core disciples. More than half of the core disciples were here. Obviously, today was a special day. Out of the 3 pavilions, 1 was occupied by the other 2 were empty. No one knew who they were reserved for. If the sect master of some of the perfected masters, and the elders of the sect were waiting for someone, then the person they were waiting for was definitely not an ordinary person. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, perfected master Xingyue, is here to visit the falling star sect. Lu Tianyuan and the rest did not wait for long before a huge bird flew over from the horizon. A loud voice came from afar. The voice traveled more than 10 miles, and the entire falling star sect could hear it. No wonder sect master Lu Tianyuan was waiting for them personally. It was the sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Lung Xingyue, who was leading the team. Since the sect master was visiting, the falling star sect naturally had to be received by the sect master. As the bird came closer, the people of the falling star sect realized that it was a huge Luan bird. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 feet long. Its body was covered in shiny green fur. It was a level 3 demonic beast. A level 3 demonic beast was equivalent to a perfected master of the astral realm. There were more than 10 people standing on the back of the Luan bird. The 3 people in front had deep auras. They were all perfected masters of the astral realm. The 10 people behind them did not look old. They were all in their early 20s. They should be the younger disciples of the Spirit Moon sect. Their cultivations were not low. Most of them were 5 or 6-star martial saints. However, 2 of them were much stronger than the rest. They were like cranes among chickens. 7-star vortex martial saints. A 7-star martial sage could be conferred the title of marquis. For a disciple of the younger generation to reach such a cultivation realm, his talent was indeed outstanding. Among the disciples of there was only one who had reached the 7-star martial saint realm. That was the first disciple, Ma Ren. However, Ma Ren had only broken through to become a 7-star martial saint after coming out of the falling star secret land. Even with the spiritual pills provided by the sect to help him consolidate his cultivation, he was only at the middle stage of the 7-star martial saint realm. Among the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. Among the disciples of there was 1 7-star martial saint. From this, it could be seen that the younger generation of the falling star sect was indeed inferior to the Spirit Moon sect. However, this generation of Spirit Moon sect disciples was the most ordinary generation in the last 100 years. Even so, the disciples of the falling star sect were still inferior to them. Some people said that the falling star sect had declined in recent years and had no successors. This was true. Lu Tianyuan stood up and went out to greet them. Everyone from the falling star sect also stood up. Elder Hua Tianshu of the Tool Pavilion and Elder Yu Pinghai of the Enforcement Hall followed behind Lu Tianyuan to greet the guests from the Spirit Moon sect. friends from the Spirit Moon sect have come from afar. It must have been hard on you. Lu Tianyuan cupped his fists towards the Spirit Moon sect leader in the air. Then he pointed to a pavilion and said, "Friends from the Flying Cloud sect have not arrived yet. Sage Xingyu, please take our friends from the Spirit Moon sect to rest for a while." The level 3 demonic beast Wan bird landed on the pavilion that Lu Tianyuan pointed at. Everyone jumped down from the bird's back. Look, that 7-star martial saint in white is Mo Shilan. Among the core disciples of the someone pointed at a female disciple in white from the Spirit Moon sect and shouted excitedly. Beside him, several core disciples looked excitedly towards the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located. Their eyes immediately lit up. Eldest senior brother Ma Ren also looked over with a serious expression. Mo Shilan, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, was 23 years old and was already a peak 7-star martial saint. Ma Ren was also 23 years old this year and was also a 7-star martial saint. However, he had just become a 7-star martial saint. Mo Shilan had become a 7-star martial saint at the age of 22 and had been conferred the title of Marquis by the Spirit Moon country. It had been more than a year since then. There was a big gap between the two of them. Even the second disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Zheng Jingru, made Ma Ren feel a lot of pressure. Zheng Jingru had also broken through to the 7-star martial saint this year. It was about the same time as Ma Ren. Her cultivation should also be at the middle stage of the rank 7 martial saint realm. This time, the Spirit Moon sect leader had brought the core disciples to participate in the gathering of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. Every 5 years, the top 10 sects of the Green Cloud region would go to the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range and open up the Green Cloud ancient land once. They would allow their best disciples to enter the Green Cloud ancient land to gain experience and explore for treasures. In the Green Cloud ancient land there were many dangers. The greatest danger came from the disciples of the other sections. Especially the 4 sects in the north of the Green Cloud mountain range. They were strong and far stronger than the 6 sects in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Their disciples were also weaker. Therefore, the disciples of the 6 sects in the south had to unite and fight against their enemies. They had to fight against the disciples of the 4 sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. However, the 6 sects in the south were all located in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. Usually there were conflicts and disputes that were difficult to cut off. For example, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had great enmity and they always wanted each other to be destroyed. Therefore, it was impossible for the 6 sects in the south to unite. After many years of development, the 6 sects in the south had been divided into 2 camps. The Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect had joined forces and belonged to one camp. The other 3 sects had joined forces and belonged to the other camp. In fact, there were also conflicts between the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. However, because the conflicts between them were small and they had to fight against the other camp, they joined forces. This kind of alliance was not stable and there were also internal conflicts. For example, if the disciples of the 3 sects entered the Green Cloud ancient land, who should they listen to since they were in an alliance? In order to solve this problem, every month before the Green Cloud ancient land opened, the 3 sects would bring their most elite core disciples and hold a gathering. The purpose of the gathering was to select the person who could command all the disciples of the 3 sects in the Green Cloud ancient land. In the Star Land, the strong were respected and the strong naturally would not listen to the weak. Therefore, the selection process was simple. The strongest core disciple of the 3 sects would listen to his command in the Green Cloud ancient land. In each sect, the ranking of the disciples was based on their strength. The strongest disciple would be the eldest disciple. Therefore, as long as the eldest disciple of the 3 sects competed, they would be able to select the strongest one. However, the 3 great sects only gathered once every 5 years. If the 3 great sects only had a competition between the 3 great sects, it would be too monotonous and not satisfying enough. Therefore, after discussion, the 3 great sects decided to have a competition between the elite core disciples during the gathering to see which sect's disciple performed the best. Therefore, the competition for command in the Green Cloud ancient land evolved into a competition among the core disciples of the 3 sections. In other words, it was a competition for face. Whichever sect won the core disciple competition of the 3 major sects and took the first place, that sect would be proud, their faces filled with glory. If any of the sects lost, they would naturally lose face. In the next 5 years, they would work hard and do their best to nurture their disciples. They would strive to be able to hold their heads up high in the next competition. 5 years ago, in the 3 sects competition, Spirit Moon Sect was ranked first, Flying Cloud Sect was ranked second, and Falling Star Sect was ranked third. This year, it was Falling Star Sect's turn to host the three sects competition. However, the disciples of Falling Star Sect were not as outstanding as the disciples of Spirit Moon Sect 5 years ago. The eldest disciple of Spirit Moon Sect, Mo Shilan, was a peak 7-star martial sage. She was very powerful and was famous in the entire Green Cloud region. Ma Ren's chances of winning against her were less than 10%. Therefore, as the host this time, Falling Star Sect did not want to be ranked first. Instead, they wanted to be ranked second and not be ranked last again. Last time at the Spirit Moon Sect, he had already lost face by coming in last place. This time, it was hosted by the An as the host. If he were to come in last place again, it would really be a huge loss of face. Whether they could be ranked second or not depended on the current core disciples of Flying Cloud Sect. Chapter 263. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Since there was going to be a competition between the core disciples, the three sects naturally had to find out the strength of the other party's core disciples before the competition. Among the core disciples of the Flying Cloud Sect, there were 2 7-star martial saints. In terms of numbers, they were stronger than the Falling Star Sect. However, the 2 7-star martial saints of the Flying Cloud Sect were not well known. Although the eldest disciple, Yun Bin, had already been a 7-star martial saint for a year, his heavenly fate was not very outstanding. He only had an 8-star orange fate. After becoming a 7-star martial saint, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. Currently, his cultivation was at most in the middle of the 7th level. Ma Ren was more confident in Yun Bin. He believed that Yun Bin had a 60% chance of winning. As for the other 7-star martial saint disciple, Yun Feng, he was the son of the Flying Cloud Sect master Yun Zhangkong. He had just broken through this year, and he had broken through later than Ma Ren. According to the news from the Yun Feng didn't have any decent battle achievements. Ma Ren didn't put him in his eyes, thinking that he was just a good-for-nothing. Speak of the devil. Just as Ma Ren was thinking about the Flying Cloud Sect's disciples, a huge winged black tiger appeared in the distance. The people of the Flying Cloud Sect had arrived. Lu Tianyuan, the Flying Cloud Sect is here. A mighty voice came from afar. The voice was wild and unrestrained, directly calling Lu Tianyuan's name without any respect. Compared to the politeness of the Spirit Moon Sect, the guests of the Flying Cloud Sect were extremely rude. The relationship between the Flying Cloud Sect and the Falling Star Sect wasn't harmonious. It was the Spirit Moon Sect that had brought them together. Moreover, because of the enemy of the other camp, they had reluctantly joined together. Furthermore, the Flying Cloud Sect master Yun Zhangkong and the Falling Star Sect master Lu Tianyuan were of the same generation. In that generation, Lu Tianyuan was not only a heavenly fate enlightened being, but he also had a lightning attribute physique. The purple lightning dipper fist that he cultivated was shockingly powerful. Yun Zhangkong was one of the people of the same generation that Lu Tianyuan had crushed. Ever since the two of them met in terms of strength, he had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan. In terms of individual strength, Yun Zhangkong was far from Lu Tianyuan. Therefore, if Yun Zhangkong wanted to regain his dignity, he could only do so through the sect competition. As the sect master, he felt extremely refreshed when the Soaring Cloud Sect defeated the Falling Star Sect once. It was as if he had finally turned defeat into victory and trampled Lu Tianyuan under his feet. The last time the three major sects gathered at the Spirit Moon Sect, the Flying Cloud Sect's disciple defeated the Falling Star Sect's disciple and ranked second. At that time, Yun Zhangkong was so happy that he laughed wildly. And they, s. This time, the Flying Cloud Sect came to the Falling Star Sect to slap the Falling Star Sect's face. Their attitude was naturally not friendly. Since Yun Zhangkong was not courteous, Lu Tianyuan would not stand up to welcome him like how he received the Spiritual Moon Sect. Yun Zhangkong, your strength hasn't increased, but you're getting more arrogant. The Spirit Moon Sect's sage Xingyu has been here for a while, but you're late. Among the three sect masters, the Spirit Moon Sect's sage Xingyu was the oldest, already over 90 years old. His cultivation was also the highest, sage 3-star. In terms of sect strength, the Spirit Moon Sect was one of the 2 strongest among the 6 sects in the south. So, sage Xingyu could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. The two of them had always had conflicts and their words were sarcastic. Yun Zhangkong expected Lu Tianyuan's words. He laughed and said, "The Spirit Moon Sect is closer, and the Flying Cloud Sect is further away. It's normal that I'm later than sage Xingyu. Sage Xingyu, don't blame me. The Spirit Moon sect master Lung Xingyue smiled and said, what are you saying, Sage Zhangkong? Our three sects are united and help each other. How can I blame Sage Zhangkong? Moreover, it's still early, and there's more than enough time for the disciples to compete. Sage Zhangkong, you're not late. The Spirit Moon sect had always acted as a mediator between the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect, neutralizing the conflict between the two great sections. Lung Xingyu naturally would not follow Lu Tianyuan to squeeze Yun Zhangkong. Instead, she spoke pleasantly to both sides. Yun Zhangkong laughed and said, Lu Tianyuan, look at Sage Xingyu. How magnanimous. You have to learn more from Sage Xingyu. You have to be broad-minded, ha. The double-winged black tiger landed on the empty pavilion. The Flying Cloud sect also sent 3 sage elders and more than 10 elite disciples. They all jumped down from the tiger's back. Yun Zhangkong was 8 feet tall and had a rough appearance. After getting down from the tiger's back, his gaze swept across the Falling Star sect's disciples. Then he curled his lips and said loudly, Lu Tianyuan, your Falling Star sect's disciples are getting worse with each generation. There are so many younger disciples, but there's only one 7-star martial saint. Ah. It seems like the Falling Star sect is going to be the last place again. The Falling Star sect's people all turned green when they heard that, and anger surged. Previously, Yun Zhangkong and Lu Tianyuan had bullied each other. It was fine as the two of them didn't have a good relationship. However, the moment they arrived at the competition hadn't even started yet, and they mocked the Falling Star sect for being the last place. This was a real slap to the Falling Star sect's face. Running to someone else's house and slapping the host as soon as they entered, that was really a little inexcusable. Although the Falling Star sect might be the first place, if you wanted to mock, you had to wait until the Falling Star sect really got the first place. That way the Falling Star sect would only be ashamed and wouldn't have any complaints. The moment Yun Zhangkong arrived at he slapped the Falling Star sect's leader. The Falling Star sect's people only had anger. The Spirit Moon sect master Lung Xingyue saw the Falling Star sect's people's displeasure and hurriedly mediated. Elite, what's important is quality, not quantity. Although the Falling Star sect only has one 7-star martial saint disciple, it might not be the last place. Spiritual Master Zhangkong, your conclusion is too arbitrary. Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, Yun Zhangkong, your Flying Cloud sect's disciples aren't that strong. Spiritual Master Xingyue is right, what's important is quality, not quantity. Your Flying Cloud sect has 2 7-star martial saint disciples, so what? My disciple, Ma Ren, is enough to defeat the 2 of them alone. Hearing that, Ma Ren's spirit was immediately roused. His back straightened, and his entire person revealed a strong self-confidence. Lu Tianyuan's words gave him great strength. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lu Tianyuan's words, Yun Zhangkong laughed loudly. His laughter was arrogant and full of disdain. Yun Zhangkong's laughter made Lu Tianyuan very uncomfortable. He stood up and said, What are you laughing foolishly for? Yun Zhangkong continued to laugh wildly a few times before saying, Laughing foolishly? Ah. I'm laughing at you, Lu Tianyuan, for daydreaming. Your disciple Ma Ren is ordinary. He can only be the eldest disciple in the Falling Star sect. In my Flying Cloud sect, he can't even be ranked as the 2nd disciple. At most, he can only be ranked as the 3rd. Ma Ren's face was instantly blood-red. The anger in his heart burned, and he was so angry that his blood surged and rushed to his head. As the eldest disciple of even if Qi Jingyang had a prominent background and was arrogant and despotic, he still had to be respectful to him. He had never been looked down upon by anyone. But today he was looked down upon by the Flying Cloud sect's leader, Yun Zhangkong. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, and his anger soared to the sky. He immediately walked forward and said loudly, Spiritual Master Zhangkong, you've gone too far. I want to see if your Flying Cloud sect's disciples have 3 heads and 6 arms. Let them fight with me, Ma Ren, and see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ma Ren's blood rushed to his head, but Lu Tianyuan was much calmer. Since Yun Zhangkong was so confident, he shouldn't be speaking without thinking. Otherwise, if Ma Ren fought with the Flying Cloud sect's disciples and the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were defeated, Yun Zhangkong would be slapping his own mouth. Yun Zhangkong shouldn't be so stupid. However, if what Yun Zhangkong said was true, Lu Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his burning anger immediately extinguished by 30%. Ma Ren was most likely not a match for the Spirit Moon sect's Mo Shilan. If he couldn't even compare to the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, then the Falling Star sect would take the last place again. Then the slap that Yun Jiankong gave to the Falling Star sect would really explode. Ever since the three major sects joined forces, there had never been a host that took the last place. If they really took the last place this time, it would really be a disgrace to their home. Lu Tianyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. Facing Ma Ren's angry challenge, Yun Jiankong shook his head and still disdainfully judged. Too impulsive, not calm enough. With such a state of mind, it's hard for you to achieve great things. Continued reading today. Begging for votes, continue to charge. Chapter 264. Yun Jiankong's words infuriated Ma Ren even more. He who had always been amiable was now on the verge of exploding. Renair. Calm down. Lu Tianyuan was afraid that Ma Ren would lose his composure. He opened his mouth slightly and transmitted his voice to Ma Ren. His voice rang in Ma Ren's mind like a clap of thunder. Ma Ren suddenly became clear-headed and suppressed his anger. Yun Jiankong took in the changes in Ma Ren's emotions and smiled faintly. The gathering of the three sects only happens once every 5 years. It's an extremely rare opportunity. According to the usual practice, the elite disciples will compete to liven things up. Finally, it will be the battle between the eldest disciples to choose the leader of the Qingyun ancient land. Ma Ren, if you want to prove yourself, there will be time later. However, you are only qualified to challenge the second disciple of the sect. Ma Ren, who had just calmed down, was once again enraged and shouted, "What did you say? You are only qualified to challenge the second disciple of the sect." Yun Jiankong said word by word, "If you really want to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect, that's fine. However, you have to prove yourself. If you can defeat the second disciple of the sect and the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, then you are qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the sect." After saying that, Yun Jiankong's face was full of pride. Although these words were said to Ma Ren, it was actually said to Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue. The meaning of Yun Jiankong's words was very obvious. The Flying Cloud sect would be first in this competition because Ma Ren would only be qualified to challenge the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect if he defeated the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect. Didn't that mean that the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect was stronger than the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Spirit Moon sect changed. They thought that the first place of the Spirit Moon sect would be unshakable in this competition. However, they did not expect the Flying Cloud sect's leader Yun Jiankong to say such bold words. With Yun Jiankong's status, he should not speak without thinking. Since he had said it, he must have something to rely on. However, the perfected persons and disciples of the Spirit Moon sect locked their eyes on the eldest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Bin. No matter how they looked at it, they could not see that Yun Bin would be a match for the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Mo Shilon. As for the people of they all frowned. This time, the Flying Cloud sect actually wanted to compete with the Spirit Moon sect for first place. They didn't put the Falling Star sect in their eyes at all. If the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect really had this strength, then wouldn't the Falling Star sect really be the last? This made the people of the Falling Star sect feel very depressed. Lu Tianyuan groaned inwardly as he glanced at Ma Ren. At this moment, his confidence had basically collapsed. When he thought about how the Falling Star sect would be the first to come in last place in the three sects gathering, Lu Tianyuan felt his face burning. Daoist Jiankong, looks like the Flying Cloud sect has already prepared a trump card for the gathering of the three sects this time? The voice of the Spirit Moon sect Lord Leng Xingyue could be heard. Yun Jiankong's spearhead had already pointed at the Spirit Moon sect, and Leng Xingyue could no longer remain calm. Yun Jiankong laughed and said, "What trump card? Our sect's elite disciples are all here. Our Flying Cloud sect is full of talents and capable juniors. This time, it should be our Flying Cloud sect's turn to be number one among the three sections." Leng Xingyue faintly smiled and said, "It's still too early to say who will be number one. Now that the three sects have gathered, let's start the competition earlier so that we can see the heroic appearance of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples earlier." As Leng Xingyue's voice fell, a disciple of the Spirit Moon sect leaped out from the pavilion and landed on the arena in the middle of the three pavilions. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect were all women. This disciple was in her early 20s, but she was a 5-star martial saint. Her talent was extremely good. She leaped onto the arena and cupped her fists towards the pavilions where the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect were and said, "Spirit Moon sect's disciple Jiying would like to experience the great moves of the Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect's senior brothers." Someone took the lead. The competition between the three sects' core disciples had begun. These competitions were only the prelude to the showdown between the head disciples. What was truly related to the rankings of the three sects were the battles between the strongest disciples. The results of the battles between the elite and core disciples weren't very important. However, this was only relative to the rankings of the sections. In terms of personal glory, it was still very important. Moreover, if one won, not only would one be glorious, but the sect would also be proud. Therefore, no one wanted to lose. Everyone wanted to stand on the winning side. The battles were very intense. When the sun rose high in the sky, the competition between the core disciples below the 7th level of the martial saint realm had already ended. The three sects each had their own victories and defeats. In the end, a 6-star martial saint from the Flying Cloud sect, Li Kuang, stood at the end. He defeated the second disciple of the Qi Jingyang, and the third disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Xiao Shui. Among the younger disciples present, Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm. On the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was located, Lung Xingyue nodded towards the second disciple, Zheng Jingru, and said, "Jingru, you go." Since Li Kuang was invincible below the 7-star martial saint realm, they could only send out a 7-star martial saint to defeat him. The Falling Star sect only had one 7-star martial saint, so they wouldn't easily go up. However, the Spirit Moon sect had two 7-star martial saints, so Lung Xingyue naturally sent out the second disciple, Zheng Jingru. Zheng Jingru's skin was slightly dark, but her facial features were delicate. Although she couldn't be considered a great beauty, she was still a rare beauty. A 7-star martial saint was a high-rank martial saint and could be conferred the title of Marquis. Their strength was far from what a 6-star martial saint could compare to. When Zheng Jingru went up, the result was obvious. Li Kuang was defeated. The competition between the core disciples of the three sects had already reached the stage of 7-star martial saints. This was the most exciting stage and also the stage that the three sects paid the most attention to. The rankings of the three sects all depended on the results of the competition between the 7-star martial saints. Zheng Jingru stood on the arena, her gaze sweeping across the pavilion of the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect. She said, "Senior brother, come up and fight." Ma Ren, Yun Bin, and Yun Feng didn't move. They looked over here and there, all wanting the other to go up first. Yun Zhankong laughed. "Lu Tianyuan, doesn't your disciple want to prove herself? Why isn't she going up?" Although Lu Tianyuan felt that the Falling Star sect would lose face this time, he couldn't show weakness until the last moment. He said coldly, "Your Flying Cloud sect's second disciple hasn't made a move yet. How can my Falling Star sect's first disciple go up?" Hee. Yun Zhankong laughed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, it's a failure. One in the morning, one in the evening, there's no difference. Yun Bin, go and play with the junior sister of the Spirit Moon sect." "Yes, sect leader." Yun Bin, who was standing beside Yun Zhankong, responded. He jumped up and went up to the arena. The members of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were all stunned. This isn't right. Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. The second disciple Yun Feng hasn't gone up yet. Why is the first disciple Yun Bin going up? Those with quick reactions reacted in the blink of an eye, and their hearts trembled. However, more people were puzzled and said directly, "Why is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect going up? Could it be that the second disciple directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight?" Yun Zhankong laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Who told you that Yun Bin is the first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect?" Everyone was stunned. Yun Zhankong restrained his smile and said seriously, "The first disciple of the Flying Cloud sect was once Yun Bin, but now, he's no longer. Now the first disciple is Yun Feng and the second disciple is Yun Bin." While talking, Yun Zhankong's expression revealed an uncontrollable complacency. Sure enough, some who reacted quickly had already guessed it just now, but they were still surprised. And those who only understood now were shocked. They didn't expect that the news of the strength of the Flying Cloud sect disciples that they got was false. It turned out that the former second disciple Yun Feng was the real first disciple and the #1 expert among the Flying Cloud sect disciples. However, Yun Feng's cultivation just broke through to 7-star martial saint 2 months ago. Moreover, his reputation in the Flying Cloud sect had always been unknown, and his battle results were ordinary. How could his strength be above the first disciple Yun Bin when he became a 7-star martial saint? Looks like the Flying Cloud sect deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength to make people ignore him. In fact, he's the trump card of the Flying Cloud sect. Fortunately, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat at the three-sect gathering. Now that things had come to this, the answer was already very simple. The martial artists present all understood after thinking for a while. In order to be proud at the three-sect gathering this time, in order to be glorious in the Yunjiankong had already prepared for several years. Second update. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 265. Yunjiankong, you've really hidden yourself well for today. Lu Qinyuan's face was livid as he said coldly, you have a genius disciple, but you keep it a secret and live with it every day. Don't you feel tired? He knew very well that Yunjiankong had prepared and hidden for so long just to amaze everyone at the three sects gathering held by the Fallen Star sect. What was his real purpose? Because he, Lu Tianyuan, was the sect master of the Fallen Star sect. Yunjiankong's real purpose was to slap Lu Tianyuan's face and destroy his prestige. This was Yunjiankong's revenge for Lu Tianyuan suppressing him all this while. However, Yunjiankong had prepared for several years just to take revenge on Lu Tianyuan. Then he slapped the entire Fallen Star sect's face and even came here to do it. If Lu Tianyuan had known the true strength of the Flying Cloud sect's disciples, the location of the three sects gathering this time wouldn't be the Fallen Star sect. He would have given up the hosting rights. Since the three sects formed an alliance, the reason why there had never been a last-place host wasn't because the sect's disciples happened to be strong when it was their turn to host, but because the host thought that their disciples weren't strong enough, so they could give up the hosting rights to the sect with outstanding disciples. In history there were two records where the Fallen Star sect hosted the three sects gathering instead of the Flying Cloud sect. It was because the Flying Cloud sect's disciples were mediocre and the Fallen Star sect's disciples were outstanding. Holding the three sects gathering would exhaust the sect's financial resources and energy. If they were to come in last place they would lose money and face. There was nothing more shameful than this. Therefore the three sects tried their best to avoid this embarrassment. However, the three sects gathering had already started, and it was impossible to stop it. Yunjiankong had been hiding Yunfeng's true strength on purpose just for this moment. He wanted the Fallen Star sect to have no choice but to host the three sects gathering and then give the Fallen Star sect a hard slap. Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me in the three sects conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today as the sect leader you're the complete loser. I Yunjiankong am the real winner. Ah. When Yunjiankong saw that Lu Tianyuan's face was ashen and his heart was filled with anger, he was incomparably happy and secretly laughed in his heart. However, the competition was not over yet. These words were still left for after the Flying Cloud sect became the first of the three sections. Yunjiankong chuckled and said, I'm not tired at all. Lu Tianyuan, I've waited a long time for this day. Moreover, you don't know how happy I was because I knew that this day would come. Especially because every day that passes brings me closer to today. So, I'm happier every day and today is the happiest day of all. Ah. The more Yunjiankong spoke, the prouder and happier he became. In the end he let out a wild laugh. Not to mention that the Falling Star sect's people were displeased and furious, even the Spirit Moon sect's people were secretly frowning as they disliked Yunjiankong's arrogance. Right now the Flying Cloud sect had not gotten first place yet, but Yunjiankong acted as if the first place already belonged to the Flying Cloud sect. Not only did he not put the Falling Star sect in his eyes, he also did not put the Spirit Moon sect in his eyes. The Spirit Moon sect's first disciple Mo Shilan was a peak 7-star martial saint. With her strength, if an 8-star martial saint did not appear, who would dare to say that they could defeat her? Whether it was the perfected elders of the Spirit Moon sect or the disciples of the martial saints, they did not believe that the Flying Cloud sect could get first place. Therefore Yunjiankong's pride made the Spirit Moon sect's people feel especially disgusted. Senior Sister Zheng, let him know the power of our Spirit Moon sect's disciples. A Spirit Moon sect's disciple shouted, looking forward to Zheng Jingru defeating Yun Bin to vent the resentment in his heart. Zheng Jingru clenched her fist and made a gesture of victory, causing the Spirit Moon sect's disciples to cheer. On the opposite side, the Flying Cloud sect's disciple Yun Bin looked at Zheng Jingru with a smile and said, Junior Sister Zheng, you're not my match. Zheng Jingru coldly snorted and said, We'll only know after we fight. Yun Bin chuckled and said, Okay, I'll let you know the difference between you and me. As he spoke, Yun Bin's aura soared and released his cultivation. A surge of aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to shake and a circular wave to surge. Zheng Jingru's expression changed slightly. The spectators were also shocked. The cultivation that Yunbin displayed was shockingly the late stage of the 7th level. Whether it was the Spirit Moon sect or that they had heard that the Flying Cloud sect's first disciple, Yunbin, had a cultivation of the middle stage of the 7th level. However, the Flying Cloud sect had also released false information in this regard. Yunbin was not at the middle stage of the 7th level, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Although the middle stage of the 7th level and the late stage of the 7th level were both 7-star martial saints and belonged to the same realm, and there was not much difference between them, for martial artists who could not challenge those of a higher level, a higher cultivation was a great advantage. None of the martial saints who could become marquises were weak. Therefore, after becoming a 7-star martial saint, the difficulty of challenging those of a higher level would increase. Even if there was only a slight difference in cultivation for a large number of 7-star martial saints, it was difficult to reverse the situation. Of course, the premise was that the strength of the astrology was the same. Zheng Jingru quickly regained her composure and shouted, "A martial artist's strength is not only based on cultivation, but also on astrology." Whoosh! As her voice fell, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Zheng Jingru's eyebrows and turned into a green star above her. On the star, there were dense vines growing, green leaves overlapping, and blue waves like the sea. It was a wood-based astrology. Zheng Jingru knew that her cultivation was inferior, so she had to use the power of astrology to have a chance of winning. Therefore, she decisively used the green vine astrology, which was a mid-level astrology. The green vine astrology poured down endless power of the stars. The power of the stars condensed into the shape of vines, which was extremely special. Zheng Jingru waved her hand and 2 vines shot out like arrows, shooting towards Yunbin. At the same time, she stomped her legs and 2 vines on the ground grew wildly, wrapping around Yunbin's legs. Yunbin smiled slightly. He was not afraid of Zheng Jingru's attack at all. A ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows as he used his astrology. In an instant, a star covered in flames appeared above Yunbin. He used the flame astrology. The fire was mighty and the aura was shocking. In terms of grade, it was even better than Zheng Jingru's astrology. A red metal fan engraved with flame runes appeared in Yunbin's hand. It was a mid-level spirit artifact. With a wave of the red metal fan, the fan blade was like a knife, slashing out an extremely sharp red light. Where the red light passed, the vines were cut in half and instantly infected by the flames. 1,000 hands and 100 arms. Zheng Jingru shouted. Her celestial essence revolved, and her strength erupted as she madly attacked Yunbin. Countless vines stretched out from behind Zheng Jingru and attacked Yunbin. It was really like 1,000 hands and 100 arms. The dense attack was extremely terrifying. Burn in all directions. Yunbin shouted coldly, his voice revealing a sense of awe. Shwa! The flame astrology suddenly poured down endless power of the fire star. It was all guided by the red metal fan in Yunbin's hand and shot out in all directions. The countless vines were blocked by the red flames and were unable to attack. Instead, more than half of them were burned away. Fire restrained wood. Zheng Jingru's strength was inferior to Yunbin's. Naturally, she was suppressed by Yunbin. Her attacks were easily broken by Yunbin. Plucking leaves to hurt people, meteor fall, kill. Zheng Jingru's celestial essence revolved to the limit, and the green vine astrology trembled. Obviously, she was exerting her strength beyond her usual state, displaying a unique skill that she could not display in her usual state. The green vine hung down and countless leaves were swept down by Zheng Jingru. Then, in Zheng Jingru's hand, these green vine leaves were like stones turning into gold. They turned into extremely sharp weapons and all of them shot towards Yunbin. No wonder this move was called meteor fall. The sharp leaves were indeed like meteors falling from the sky. It's time to end this. Yunbin's expression remained unchanged as he shouted coldly, "Sparks fly, cold stars fill the sky." In an instant, the red metal fan in Yunbin's hand continuously shot out as fast as lightning. Sparks flew in front of him like a sky full of twinkling stars. With a series of crackling sounds, the dense vines and leaves were all extinguished by the flying sparks. Break! At this time, a red light crossed the sky and shot towards Zheng Jingru under the sky full of sparks. Chapter 266. The scarlet light stopped. Yunbin held the scarlet gold fan and placed it in front of Zheng Jingru's throat. The scarlet light in front of the fan spat out. As long as Yunbin willed it, the scarlet light would pierce through Zheng Jingru's throat and kill her. Tsing Jingru had lost this battle. Yun Bin put away the scarlet gold fan and smiled proudly. Junior sister Tseng, thank you for letting me win. Tseng Jingru felt her throat burning. She looked deeply at Yun Bin and returned to the pavilion where the Spirit Moon sect was. Whoosh! On the arena, Yun Bin opened the scarlet gold fan in his hand and waved it gently, looking elegant. The breeze caused Yun Bin's black hair to fly. He turned to face the pavilion where the Falling Star sect was and looked at Ma Ren from afar. His lips curled into a disdainful smile as he said, "Come down. Falling Star sect's first disciple." His tone was frivolous and his attitude was arrogant, full of disdain for Ma Ren. Especially when he emphasized the words Falling Star sect's first disciple. He specially reminded him that he, the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, was challenging the first disciple of the Falling Star sect. This was a form of mockery that the Falling Star sect had no successor. Ma Ren's face was ashen as he stood up. His figure flashed and he flew towards the arena. His heart was filled with anger and he had nowhere to vent it. He needed a battle to resolve it. Ma Ren landed on the arena. A cold light flashed in his hand and a dazzling white saber appeared. It had a threatening aura and was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. On the dazzling white saber, there were faint dragon patterns that were faintly discernible under the saber light. This saber was called Hidden Dragon Saber. With the saber in his hand, Ma Ren's aura was sharp like a lone mountain that pierced through the sky. He waved the Hidden Dragon Saber and pointed it at Yun Bin. Ma Ren said coldly, "I want to see if you can still be so arrogant under the Hidden Dragon Saber." Ma Ren cultivated the middle-grade spiritual weapon, Big Dipper Dragon Saber. This saber focused on offense and had strong destructive power. When used, it could easily cut through dragons and tigers. The Big Dipper Dragon Saber technique was suitable to be used together with the Hidden Dragon Saber. Furthermore, after breaking through to 7-star Martial Sage, Ma Ren had bitterly cultivated his saber techniques. A few days ago, the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Breaking Saber had already broken through to small accomplishment. In terms of strength, Ma Ren was not far behind among the 7-star Martial Sages. Even if his opponent was a late-stage 7-star Martial Sage, he still had the strength to fight. Yun Bin waved the crimson gold fan lightly and spoke cheerfully. His bearing was extraordinary and he was filled with confidence. It was as if victory was already in his grasp. He walked towards Ma Ren step by step. With every step he took, flaming runes would appear under his feet like a fire lotus. Lotus blossoms with every step. This was an effect that only martial artists who had comprehended fire force could create. With every step Yun Bin took, the fire he condensed grew stronger. He looked at Ma Ren with a smile and said, "The Falling Star sect is getting worse and worse with each generation. When it comes to your generation you are no different from trash. What eldest disciple? He, defeating you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Trash? The blood in Ma Ren's body began to boil. He was the first disciple of the but he was being called a piece of trash? Moreover, he was being called a piece of trash in the Falling Star sect. This was like being slapped in his own home. This was a personal insult, a naked personal attack. The dignity and prestige of the Falling Star sect were nothing. Even though Ma Ren was a gentleman, he was completely enraged at this moment. He roared, "I will destroy your ancestors." In an instant, a starlight rushed out from between Ma Ren's eyebrows and turned into a huge star. On the star there were mountains, rivers and rivers. It was an astrological sign with all 5 elements, but its grade was not low. It was enough to be classified as a high-grade astrological sign. Whoosh! As he roared, a saber light shot out like lightning. The surging power of the stars fell from the 5 elements, causing the power of the saber to increase by several times. The Big Dipper Dragon Severing Saber was ferocious and domineering. When the saber slashed down, it was unstoppable. However, Yun Bin did not retreat in the face of this terrifying saber light. Instead he advanced. Facing the terrifying saber light, he closed the crimson gold fan in his hand and pointed it out like a spear piercing forward. The flaming star dropped an infinite amount of flaming star power, which turned into a crimson light that shot out from the crimson gold fan. The crimson light was like a spear piercing forward. It was heavy and powerful. In an instant, the crimson light, which was like a spear piercing forward, collided with the saber light. Boom! An explosion resounded in all directions, causing the void to tremble. The unstoppable saber was torn apart by the crimson light. The crimson light was like a spear piercing toward the hidden dragon saber in Yi Xing's hand. The terrifying power collided, causing the hidden dragon saber to tremble and hum. However, Ma Ren held the hidden dragon saber firmly. Obviously, he would not be sent flying by the crimson light. However, the crimson gold fire fan that followed closely behind also struck the hidden dragon saber in an instant. At this moment, the hidden dragon saber seemed to have been hit by a big hammer. Ma Ren could no longer hold it. With a whoosh, the saber flew out of Ma Ren's hand. One move. Just one move. The elders of the Falling Star sect were also pale. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Ha 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 ha. In the arena where the Flying Cloud sect was, Yun Jiankong stood up and laughed loudly. He was in high spirits and proud of himself. Yun Jiankong looked at Lu Tianyuan proudly and smiled. Lu Tianyuan, didn't you crush your peers? Didn't you defeat me at the Three Sects conference? Didn't you defeat me in many duels? But today, as the leader of the sect, you're the complete loser. Even though you're in charge of the disciples you've trained can't even withstand a single blow. Your eldest disciple of the Falling Star sect was defeated by the second disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. In this three-sect competition, your Falling Star sect is the last. Lu Tianyuan, I really have to congratulate you. Under your leadership, Theus the host is the last in the three-sect competition. This is really unprecedented. Ah! Who said that my Falling Star sect is the last? Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind Yun Jiankong. Yi Xing have not made a move yet. Some clowns are celebrating too early. Chapter 267. Yun Jiankong was an outstanding figure in the Flying Cloud sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of Flying Cloud sect's sect master. His destiny was as high as a one-star yellow fate, and he was destined to be an enlightened master. Moreover, because of his hard work and cultivation, he was already a two-star enlightened master. In the Flying Cloud sect, he was a proud son of heaven when he was young. When he grew older, he became a sect master and could be said to be peerless in his generation. However, this peerless in his generation was limited to the Flying Cloud sect. As the saying went, there was always a taller mountain. Yun Jiankong was a proud son of heaven in the Flying Cloud sect, a sect master who led an era. However, in the entire Azure Cloud Mountain Range's southern six sects, he was somewhat behind others. No matter if it was when he was young or when he grew older, Lu Tianyuan was always like a mountain that pressed down on him. This mountain didn't look that tall because Lu Tianyuan's cultivation was always the same as his. Moreover, their final achievements were the same. Two-star enlightened master, a sect master. If the gap between the two was too big, Lu Tianyuan would be like an unsurpassable mountain to him, and Yun Jiankong might be convinced. However, the two of them were very close, which made Yun Jiankong always have hoped to surpass Lu Tianyuan and prove himself. Just like that, year after year, from when he was young until now, Yun Jiankong challenged Lu Tianyuan many times. Every time he challenged, Yun Jiankong would end in failure. He had never won a single time and he had never even achieved a tie. This kind of failure that seemed to be close and made people want to chase, but no matter how hard they chased, it was the most torturous to the mind. Yun Jiankong's failure under Lu Tianyuan's hands made him angrier, and it became more and more unbearable. Under the torment of his mind for a long time, he developed a mental barrier. He wanted to win. No matter what, whether it was scheming or using unscrupulous means, he just wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan. No matter from which aspect, he wanted to beat Lu Tianyuan and then ruthlessly slap Lu Tianyuan's face. Only then would his mind be at ease. In the Star Continent, strength was revered. In the beginning, Yun Jiankong only wanted to surpass Lu Tianyuan in terms of personal strength. However, after failing time and time again and knowing that he could never surpass Lu Tianyuan, a mental barrier formed in his heart, which was why he wanted to prove himself in other aspects. Last time at the Spirit Moon Sect's three-sect gathering, the Flying Cloud sect had placed second and the Falling Star sect had placed third. This result made Yun Jiankong incomparably happy. He finally felt the joy of surpassing Lu Tianyuan. However, this was not enough. This was far from enough. The demonic barrier in Yun Jian's heart was too deep. What he wanted was far more than this. After the feeling of defeating Lu Tianyuan the first time, he wanted to do it a second time. Furthermore, he wanted this feeling to be even stronger and more profound. At that time he had a plan. 5 years later, at the Falling Star sect's three-sects gathering, he was going to show up and slap the Falling Star sect in the face. He was going to make the Falling Star sect fall to last place again and humiliate the Falling Star sect. This feeling was 10 times more intense and profound than when he had defeated the Falling Star sect in the Spirit Moon sect. He had been preparing for 5 years. Today, seeing that he had succeeded and that the eldest disciple of Thema Ren had been defeated, the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart finally burst out completely. Therefore he laughed frivolously, proudly, and somewhat hysterically. Laughing madly, he viciously humiliated Lu Tianyuan. His laughter was extremely grating to Lu Tianyuan's ears. Lu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and was extremely furious. However, at the 3 sects gathering, Yunzhan had defeated the Falling Star sect's disciple according to the rules agreed upon by the 3 sects. This filled him with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it, so he could only forcefully endure it. The more embarrassed Lu Tianyuan was, the happier and prouder Yunzhankong was, the more frivolous and arrogant he was. However, Yixing's loud shout came from afar, causing Yunzhankong's laughter to stop. It also caused everyone from the 3 sects to be surprised as they looked over in unison. Yixing was in the Starry Hall. After cultivating the middle-grade Falling Star incantation to the 6th level, he left the Starry Hall with the Starry token and appeared outside the Starry Valley. After Yixing entered the Starry Valley, he did not come out for nearly 5 months. The people of the Falling Star sect all thought that he had died. The disciples guarding outside the Starry Valley were scared half to death. After learning from the disciples guarding the Starry Valley that today was actually the day of the 3 sects gathering, Yixing went straight to the inner court square. Unfortunately, he arrived a little late. While he was still far away, he saw the scene of Ma Ren being defeated by the Flying Cloud sect's disciple. He executed the Sky Bat steps and sped up. Seeing the Flying Cloud sect master laughing so arrogantly and humiliating the Falling Star sect in his words, Yixing, as a member of the was also enraged. How could he allow Yunzhankong to continue being arrogant in the Falling Star sect? He shouted from afar and interrupted Yunzhankong's complacent laughter. At this moment, all the martial artists of the 3 sects looked over at Yixing. The martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and Flying Cloud sect were stunned. They did not know who Yixing was. Even the Falling Star sect's head disciple, Ma Ren, was defeated, yet he still had such courage. Could it be that he was stronger than Ma Ren? However, if that was the case, then the Falling Star sect's head disciple should not be Ma Ren, but him, Yixing. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not know Yixing. The 3 sects gathering was a competition between the most elite core disciples, so they only inquired about the top 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect. When Yixing entered the Falling Star secret realm, he was only an inner court disciple. Although he defeated the core disciple Ma Ji, he was still far from the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, after he entered the Falling Star secret realm, he never came out again. Naturally, the Flying Cloud sect and Spirit Moon sect did not pay attention to Yixing. They were very puzzled by Yixing's appearance. However, there was a perfected person elder in the Spirit Moon sect. After hearing Yixing's name, her expression changed slightly. Perfected person Yan Yu had heard her disciple, Wei Qingxian, talk about a youth called Yixing many times. She said that although his destiny was very low, he had surpassed many geniuses. Therefore, when perfected person Yan Yu heard Yixing's identity, she had some reaction. Wei Qingxian had been taken away by King Lanqin long ago, but perfected person Yan Yu had a very deep impression of this disciple whom she had only taught for a few months. Therefore, when Wei Qingxian mentioned Yixing, she also remembered it in her heart. However, when perfected person Yan Yu saw Yixing, she quickly rejected the idea that the Yixing in front of her was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. The Yixing that Qingxian mentioned has the same cultivation as her. More than half a year ago, he was only a 7th-level martial artist and a 2-star destiny. However, this Yixing is a 5-star martial saint. Even with Qingshuan's aptitude, it would be difficult for her to increase her cultivation at such a speed. Since the Yixing that she mentioned has such a low destiny, even if he is a martial arts genius, I'm afraid that he hasn't become a martial saint yet. Perfected person Yan Yu thought to herself. Compared to the surprise of the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect were obviously more shocked. Yixing had not appeared after entering the Falling Star secret territory. Everyone in the Falling Star sect had publicly acknowledged that Yixing had died. Now that nearly 5 months had passed, how could Yixing suddenly appear again? Where did he come from? The sect master, the elders, the deacons, and the disciples were all petrified when they saw Yixing quickly approaching from afar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A person who was thought to be dead suddenly appeared in front of them. This kind of impact was indeed too great. Even the astral realm sages were stunned at this moment. Yixing flew to the pavilion where the Falling Star sect was located. He cupped his fists and bowed to Lu Tianyuan and the other elders. Sect master, elders, disciple Yixing was trapped in the Falling Star secret territory. Today I finally came out. Looking at Yixing's figure in front of them and hearing Yixing's voice, the Falling Star sect recovered from their dreamlike state. The shock in Lu Tianyuan's eyes did not diminish, but he was overjoyed. According to the description of the core disciples, when Yixing was still a 4-star martial saint in the Falling Star secret territory, he had defeated 2 6-star martial saints, Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. Now Yixing's cultivation had broken through again. He was already a 5-star martial saint. Did that mean that there was hope for him to fight with a 7-star martial saint? Although the gap between a 5-star martial saint and a 7-star martial saint was bigger than the gap between a 4-star martial saint and a 6-star martial saint, Yixing's appearance undoubtedly gave them more hope and despair at this moment. As for the sect master's wife, Hua Tianshu, after recovering from her shock, a gloomy aura flashed in her eyes. This little bastard, he actually did not die. He actually did not die. Killing intent instantly rose in Hua Tianshu's heart. Continue to update 4 times today, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 268. Although Hua Tianshu's killing intent was boiling in her heart, it was condensed and did not dissipate. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Only Yixing, as Hua Tianshu's target, could sense the strong killing intent with his extraordinary perception. Yixing's lips curled up slightly. His wings were really full now. Yixing did not care about Hua Tianshu's killing intent. Now his strength was unmatched among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, he could make a great contribution to the sect right now, so Hua Tianshu could only dream of killing him. And the cultivation method he learned had reached the level of the supreme spiritual martial art. His future cultivation would be smooth sailing. It would not be long before he became the #1 person in the Falling Star sect. He might even be the #1 person in the Qingyun region. At that time, his personal strength would be above everything. It would be easy for him to seek justice for his master, Zi Shanhou. Killing Hua Tianshu would be like killing an ant. With the experience in the Starry Palace, Yixing's vision was wider and he had a greater vision. He really had a great spirit. In the past, in front of astral realm enlightened masters, he could not help but feel pressured. It was a little different from when he was in the astral realm. But now, standing in front of an astral realm enlightened master and standing in front of an ordinary warrior, he felt no different. His heart was as calm as water. This was the strength of the soul, the sublimation of the soul. The strong must have a strong heart first. Now Yixing already had such a strong heart. Lu Tianyuan looked at Yixing. At this moment he did not have the time to find out how Yixing came out of the Falling Star secret realm. The most important thing now was how to get back the dignity of the Falling Star sect. Good. 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 Lu Tianyuan shouted the word good 3 times in a row. It was obvious how happy he was. Now he put the dignity of the Falling Star sect and his own hopes on Yixing. Lu Tianyuan said, Yixing, Maren has already been defeated in today's 3 sects competition. You're the only disciple from our sect who can fight. Are you confident? On the way here, Yixing had already scanned the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect. The one with the highest cultivation was a peak 7-star martial sage. With Yixing's current strength, as long as the other party did not have the strength to challenge someone of a higher rank, he could completely crush any martial artist below 8-star. Furthermore, this was under the premise that the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation were not exposed. If Yixing unleashed his full strength, bringing out all his trump cards, even he himself did not know what level he would reach. Perhaps even an 8-star martial sage would not be able to compete with Yixing. Yixing said, "Don't worry, sect master. I won't let you down." Lu Tianyuan walked up to Yixing and heavily patted Yixing's left shoulder. "The glory of the Starfall sect is in your hands. Junior brother Yi." Among the core disciples, Lin Tongyu's excited voice came. Her face was full of joy. Seeing that Yixing was not dead, she was so excited that tears flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fist and waved at Yixing. "Junior brother Yi, go for it." Yi Xing looked over and saw Lin Tongyu's concerned eyes. His heart warmed. He clenched his fist and nodded heavily at Lin Tongyu. Senior brother Yi, go for it. The core disciples all clenched their fists and shouted at Yi Xing. Today the Flying Cloud sect came to slap their faces. With Ma Ren's defeat, the disciples of the Starfall sect could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. While the sect's dignity was lost, their faces were also lost. At this moment, all their hopes were pinned on Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded to the disciples. With a serious expression, he leaped into the air and entered the arena. Ah! At this moment, Yun Zhankong, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, laughed wildly again. His laughter was wilder and more arrogant than before, and it was filled with sarcasm. The laughter was ear-piercing. Everyone looked at Yun Zhankong, including Yun Bin and Yi Xing in the arena. Yun Zhankong bent over and held his stomach as if his stomach was hurting from laughing. After laughing wildly, Yun Zhankong said loudly, Lu Tianyuan, it seems that your Falling Star sect has no successor. Even your first disciple, Ma Ren, has been defeated. You actually let a mere 5-star martial saint disciple come out and make a fool of yourself. The funny thing is that you actually still have hope for him. Ah, Lu Tianyuan, I'm not mocking you. Although the Starfall sect is in the last place and you're feeling bad, I can understand that you're trying your best. However, if you want to send someone, you should send someone more decent. You even sent a 5-star martial saint out. Is your Starfall sect really so weak? If Yi Xing was a 6-star martial saint, Yun Zhankong might think that Yi Xing was a martial arts prodigy who had heaven-defying combat power and could challenge those of a higher level. In that case, he would pay attention to him and not look down on him. However, Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint, and his opponent was a 7-star martial saint. Was it possible for him to challenge those of a higher level? Even in the entire Qingyun region, it was rare for a genius to challenge those of a higher level to appear in a few hundred years. How could a disciple of the Starfall sect have such a genius? Yun Zhankong did not believe it. Yun Zhankong was also a genius, but he knew how rare it was for a genius with outstanding cultivation talent to be able to challenge those of a higher level. It was precisely because he didn't have the strength to jump ranks to battle, while Lu Tianyuan's strength could sweep through those of the same rank. Therefore, for several decades Yun Zhankong had always been suppressed by Lu Tianyuan, suffering defeat after defeat. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint and that the Starfall sect had placed their hopes on Yi Xing, Yun Zhankong could not help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Even the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect shook their heads secretly. They did not think that the Starfall sect could turn the situation around with a 5-star martial saint disciple. Lu Tianyuan was angered by Yun Zhankong's words. Although he had hope for Yi Xing, the hope was very slim. It was so slim that he did not have the confidence to argue with Yun Zhankong. If he argued, what if Yi Xing lost? After the battle, wouldn't it give Yun Zhankong another reason to humiliate him and the Starfall sect? The other people of the Starfall sect were the same. Although they had hope for Yi Xing, the hope was too slim. They did not have any confidence at all. Facing Yun Zhankong's aggressiveness, they could only swallow their anger. However, this did not include Yi Xing. His cold gaze swept to the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was and he shouted coldly, "Are you done laughing?" His tone was fierce and carried a sharp aura. It was extremely aggressive and caused everyone to be stunned. Yi Xing was only a 5-star martial saint, while Yun Zhankong was a 2-star martial sage and the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect. The two of them were worlds apart in terms of cultivation and identity. Logically speaking, Yi Xing should not speak to Yun Zhankong in such a tone. Yi Xing did not care so much. Since you have come to my Starfall sect to slap my face, I don't care if you are a martial sage or the sect leader. Now that Yi Xing represented the Starfall sect, the stronger he was, the happier the Starfall sect would be. As for the Flying Cloud sect being unhappy, Yi Xing wanted them to be unhappy. Of course, this kind of strength also required strength. If one did not have strength, they would die miserably in the following battle. Yi Xing had full confidence in himself and was not afraid of the following battle. All the martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect were enraged. Yun Zhankong's smile froze and his face turned serious. A junior disciple of the Starfall sect, a mere 5-star martial sage, dared to speak to him like this in front of everyone. This was outrageous. Yun Zhankong's sharp gaze fell on Yi Xing and he said coldly, "A mere 5-star martial sage, how dare you?" Yi Xing was not affected by Yun Zhankong's gaze at all. He was not oppressed by the aura of a martial sage. He directly interrupted Yun Zhankong and said, "So what if I'm a 5-star martial sage?" As the sect leader of a sect and a martial sage of the astral realm, are you so short-sighted? Don't you know that there are many talents in the world? Some are talented in cultivation and their cultivation is much higher than ordinary people. Some are talented in martial arts and their combat strength is much higher than ordinary people. Have you not seen or heard of a 5-star martial sage who can fight a 2-star martial sage? Yi Xing's words caused Yun Jiankong's face to change. He was short-sighted? A 5-star martial sage scolded him for being short-sighted? If these words were said by Lu Tianyuan, Yun Jiankong could still tolerate it. However, being scolded by a 5-star martial sage junior made him unable to back down. He could not tolerate it. Yun Jiankong was about to reprimand him when Yi Xing shouted coldly again, "You don't have the strength to fight those of a higher level. Do you think that the disciples of the Starfall sect are so mediocre?" Second update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 269.No Strength to challenge those of a higher rank? Mediocre? Yi Xing's words hit Yun Jiankong's sore spot. It was precisely because he did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher rank that Lu Tianyuan had suppressed him, since they were both 1-star heavenly fate realm cultivators. However, even so, who said that Yun Jiankong was mediocre? Who dared to say that? However, at that moment, a 5-star martial saint of the younger generation actually said that Yun Jiankong was mediocre in front of everyone. As the saying went, the best way to hit someone was to hit their face, and the best way to scold someone was to expose their shortcomings. Yun Jiankong's current shortcomings were exposed by Yi Xing. This was also a shortcoming that he had always wanted to hide and not admit in his heart. Now that it was exposed by Yi Xing, the anger in his heart could be imagined. The blood in his body was boiling. Even though Yun Jiankong was a 2-star martial sage, he could not suppress the boiling blood and almost spat it out. "You dare to say that I'm mediocre?" Yun Jiankong's eyes were red as he stared at Yi Xing and said word by word. Yi Xing's eyes were clear and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. He said, "If not for your lack of knowledge, why would you mock me like this? If not for your mediocre strength, why wouldn't you believe that a 5-star martial sage can challenge a 7-star martial sage? If you're not mediocre, what are you?" "Yun Jiankong, your strength is indeed mediocre." Lu Tianyuan finally found a chance to fight back against Yun Jiankong. How could he miss it? He said coldly, "Yi Xing is right. Don't look down on the martial artists in the world just because your strength is mediocre." Yi Xing said that Yun Jiankong's strength was mediocre, but that was just empty talk. However, Lu Tianyuan had defeated Yun Jiankong many times, which had a practical meaning. It was undoubtedly a slap to Yun Jiankong's face. Puff. Yun Jiankong had already been provoked by Yi Xing, and his blood was boiling. He almost spat out blood, but he suppressed it. Now that Lu Tianyuan had added fuel to the fire, Yun Jiankong could no longer control his blood and spat out a mouthful of blood. A dignified 2-stars enlightened master vomited blood because of someone's tone. This was truly a strange story. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. For example, Lu Tianyuan's anger wasn't any lighter than Yun Jiankong's, but he still restrained himself. The reason why Yun Jiankong was so angry that he vomited blood was related to the demonic barrier in his heart. People who practiced martial arts were most afraid of having a demonic barrier in their heart. If their qi wasn't flowing smoothly, their blood wouldn't flow well. If it accumulated for a long time, it would develop into a mental illness. Yun Jian's inner demons had long accumulated into a mental illness. Therefore, his emotions would be magnified infinitely. When he was happy, he would laugh with pride and arrogance. When he was angry, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Master. The first disciple, Yun Feng, who was standing behind Yun Jiankong, was shocked to see Yun Jiankong spit out blood. He took a step forward and came to Yun Jiankong's side. Yun Feng glanced at Yi Xing, who was in the ring, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Yun Jiankong waved his hand and stopped Yun Feng from helping him up. He stared fiercely at Yi Xing, who was in the ring, and said through gritted teeth, "Yun Bin, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson." On the arena, Yun Bin's expression was gloomy to the extreme. He'd accumulated a belly full of rage towards Yi Xing since long ago, causing his body to reveal a terrifying baleful aura, and he'd completely lost his graceful image from before. "Don't worry, sect leader. He dares to speak rudely to you. I'll tear his mouth apart and give him an unforgettable memory." Yun Bin shouted. His aura surged and the crimson gold fire fan in his hand was spitting out flames as he prepared for a terrifying attack. However, although Yun Bin was constantly increasing his aura and strength, he didn't take any precautions against Yi Xing. He looked down on Yi Xing from the bottom of his heart and appeared to be very casual. It was as though he could easily defeat Yi Xing. Yi Xing raised his hand and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He glanced at Yun Bin indifferently and spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Yi Xing dared to enter the ring and the people of Meteor Sect had high hopes for him. This meant that he wasn't weak. Moreover, Yi Xing dared to contradict Yun Jiankong. This meant that he was very confident and had great confidence in defeating Yun Bin. If Yi Xing couldn't even defeat Yun Bin, wouldn't he be an idiot if he said those bold words just now? Yun Bin looked down on Yi Xing naturally. He saw Yi Xing as an idiot. In that case, in Yi Xing's eyes, Yun Bin was really an idiot. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Xing finished his words, he made the first move and stabbed out with his spear. Dark Spirit Spear Skill, Spiritual Flash. How fast was the Dark Spirit Spear skill at the Great Achievement Realm? How powerful was it? Almost as soon as Yi Xing raised his spear and stabbed out, a dark spear radiance burst out. In an instant it was already in front of Yun Bin. This spear contained the power of darkness. When the dark spear radiance stabbed out, Yun Bin was also affected by the power of darkness. His vision suddenly turned black. However, the sharp aura penetrated his skin and he could feel it clearly. If Yun Bin was facing a great enemy and was extremely alert, he might have had some hope of blocking this spear attack from Yi Xing. However, he looked down on Yi Xing and thought that he could react to Yi Xing's attack at any time. Yun Bin's body was also pushed to the side by the force of the tip of the spear. With one spear Yun Bin was defeated. Moreover, because he had not used the fan at the right time, he had been seriously injured. Yun Bin fell more than 10 meters away. The intense pain made him sweat profusely. His face was pale. He hurriedly pressed the acupuncture points on the wound to stop the bleeding and swallowed a healing elixir. Yi Xing held the purple feather spear in one hand and stamped it to the side. With a bang, everyone's gaze shifted from the injured Yun Bin to him. Yi Xing's gaze swept toward the pavilion where the Flying Cloud Sect was and said, "The 7-star martial saint of the Flying Cloud Sect is only SOSO." At this moment Yi Xing's black hair was flying. His aura was fierce. The power of the spear that had seriously injured Yun Bin was still there. When he spoke it was shocking. When the disciples of the Flying Cloud Sect heard this, their hearts trembled. The face of the Flying Cloud Sect's leader Yun Jiankong was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 270. Yun Jiankong was not the only one in disbelief. All the martial artists of Flying Cloud Sect and Spirit Moon Sect were in disbelief. Even the martial artists Afwo were hoping for Yi Xing to defeat Yun Jiankong, found it hard to believe. This was because Yi Xing had won too quickly. One move. Just one move. A 5-star martial saint had severely injured a 7-star martial saint. This was too shocking. Crossing 2 realms to defeat an opponent in one move, this was not on the same level as crossing 2 realms to challenge. There was a fundamental difference. Crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one had the strength to fight with an opponent 2 realms higher. However, having the strength to fight did not mean that one could defeat the opponent. One might even be defeated by the opponent. Therefore, crossing 2 realms to challenge meant that one's strength was equivalent to a martial artist 2 realms higher than the opponent. Crossing 2 realms to challenge was already a legend. In the entire Qingyun region, it was hard to find one in a few hundred years. However, Yi Xing had defeated an opponent 2 realms higher than him in one move. This made people feel like they were in a dream and it was somewhat unreal. Good. Lu Tianyuan was also deeply shocked. He did not expect Yi Xing to defeat Yun Bin so quickly. When he came back to his senses he shouted excitedly. The martial artists of Falling Star Sect also cheered excitedly. The core disciples looked at Yi Xing with a change in their eyes. Most of them revealed looks of worship. In the Falling Star Secret Land, Yi Xing had defeated Qi Jingyang and Li Yuanqing. The core disciples looked at him with respect and fear. They kept a respectful distance from him. However, worship was different. It was heartfelt admiration and they were proud of Yi Xing. To make people respect, one only needed to be strong. To make people worship, one needed to be admired. One had to do things that others wanted to do but could not think of. To contribute to the sect, to protect the sect's honor, to defeat a 7-star martial saint disciple of Flying Cloud sect. This was obviously something that the disciples of Falling Star sect wanted to do but could not do. However, Yixing had done it. At this moment, Yixing had obviously completed the transformation from respect to worship. On the pavilion of Spirit Moon sect. The sect master of the Spirit Moon sect, Lung Xingyue, looked at Yixing with a deep gaze. The Falling Star Martial School has a good seedling. They have a lot of geniuses with great cultivation talent, but only a few with great martial arts talent. Such a character is hard to come by in the Blue Cloud region even in 1,000 years. If he becomes a sage in the future, he will definitely be one of the top warriors in the Blue Cloud region. With such a character, the Falling Star Martial School will definitely prosper in the future. Under the leadership of Yun Jiankong, the Flying Cloud Martial School is getting more and more out of hand, and the conflict between them and the Falling Star Martial School is getting bigger and bigger. It seems like we have to maintain our distance with the Flying Cloud Martial School and strengthen our relationship with them. Enlightened Master Yenyue nodded and said, "A generation of geniuses is an era. Unfortunately, our Spirit Moon sect had even more monstrous geniuses, but unfortunately we couldn't handle it." Enlightened Master Yenyue naturally thought of Wei Qingxian. Not only did Wei Qingxian have the ability to challenge those above his level, his cultivation talent was even more terrifying. The most conservative estimate was that he would be at the peak of the Enlightened Master realm, or even the Honorable realm. His future achievements were unimaginable. Although there weren't many geniuses who could challenge those above their level, and they were relatively more outstanding than those with outstanding cultivation talent, once one's cultivation talent reached a certain level, many geniuses would be left in the dust. After all, it was already shocking for a genius to be able to challenge those above their level by 1 level. 2 levels were too rare and 3 levels were only a legend. What if there was a difference of 4 or 5 levels? No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, it was impossible to challenge those above their level without limit. Therefore, once the gap in cultivation reached an irreversible level, any challenge above one's level would be useless. Because of this, Wei Qingxuan's talent was terrifying. Not only was he monstrous in cultivation, he could also challenge those above his level. With these 2 advantages, if he became a peak enlightened master in the future, he would be invincible below the honorable realm. If he became an honorable, he would become a powerhouse even among honorables. Lung Xingyue patted enlightened Master Yenyue's shoulder and said, "Junior sister Yenyue, it's your disciple's fortune to be chosen by a king. When she succeeds in cultivation in the future, she will become an earth-shattering character. As long as she remembers you as her master and the Spirit Moon sect, the sect will receive unimaginable benefits. As long as she's a sentimental person, it won't be a problem whether she cultivates in the sect or not." It wasn't a secret that King Lanqin left his name outside the Spirit Moon sect and enlightened Master Yenyue's disciple being taken away by a king. While Lung Xingyue and enlightened Master Yenyue were secretly discussing Yixing, Hua Tianshu murmured to herself, "This child's battle talent is indeed shocking. If I can make him my own, he'll be a sharp blade. Unfortunately, it'll be difficult to make him submit. Difficult. Yun Jiankong reacted from the shock of disbelief. He looked at the severely injured Yun Bin and recalled that Yixing said his strength was mediocre. It was particularly jarring. Yun Jiankong's anger instantly burned, and he was so angry that he lost his mind. He clapped his hands and said angrily, "What a vicious little thief! How dare you do this? Do you want to take my life?" Earlier, Ma Ren, the disciple of the Fallen Star sect, was also seriously injured by Yun Bin, but Lu Tianyuan did not say anything. Now that Yun Bin was injured, Yun Jiankong made things difficult. It was obvious that he was pestering endlessly and had lost his mind. As expected, Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly and said, "In a martial artists competition, swords and sabers have no eyes, so injuries are inevitable. Yun Jiankong, are your Flying Cloud sect's disciples allowed to injure my Falling Star sect's disciples, but my Falling Star sect's disciples aren't allowed to fight back?" Yun Jiankong was being unreasonable, and he was speechless after Lu Tianyuan said that. This was then Lu Tianyuan's strength was stronger than Yun Jiankong's. In the battle between Yun Bin and Ma Ren, Yun Bin could have defeated Ma Ren without using too much strength, but Yun Bin did, causing Ma Ren to be severely injured. Lu Tianyuan did not pressure Yun Jiankong because of their relationship, but now that Yun Jiankong dared to bully others with his strength, he was simply looking for trouble. Lu Tianyuan was extremely pleased. Yixing's victory had filled him with confidence. He sneered. He sneered and said, Yun Jiankong, if you're afraid that your disciples will be defeated and injured, why did you let them fight? There's still one left, you should treasure him well and just admit defeat. Yun Jiankong deliberately concealed Yun Feng's strength. Lu Qinyuan's words were full of sarcasm when he asked Yun Jiankong to treasure Yun Feng well. Who said I can't afford to lose? Yun Jiankong snorted and shouted, Yun Feng, go up. Remember to return a big gift to the Falling Star sect. Previously, Yun Jiankong's words revealed the confidence that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place. It could be seen that Yun Feng's strength was only stronger than a peak 7-star martial saint. Otherwise, Yun Jiankong would not have said such bold words if Yun Feng could not defeat the Spirit Moon sect's first disciple, Mo Shilan, who was a peak 7-star martial saint. The truth was so. Yun Feng was a martial arts genius. His comprehension was outstanding, and his martial arts attainments were far superior to martial artists of the same realm. Although he had just become a 7-star martial saint, his strength was almost invincible in the same realm. Below 8-star martial saints, there were few who could compete with him. In the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Feng had defeated peak 7-star martial saints several times in secret battles. Therefore, Yun Jiankong was so sure that the Flying Cloud sect would take first place in this gathering of the three sections. Yun Feng's figure flashed and went up the arena. He was 2 years younger than Yun Bin. He was only 22 this year. A 7-star martial saint at 22 years old, and his combat strength was the best in the same realm. He could indeed be called a genius. At this moment, Yun Bin had already stood up. The effect of the healing spiritual medicine was remarkable. The wound on his chest had already healed completely, forming a scar. In a few days it would be completely healed. Senior brother, avenge me, Yun Bin said to Yun Feng after standing up. Yun Feng nodded and said, don't worry. I will pay him back double for what he gave you. Good. Yun Bin shouted in a low voice. Then he looked at Yixing coldly. After a soft snort, he returned to the pavilion where the Flying Cloud sect was. Yun Feng raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It looked very slender, shining with a cold light and revealing an extremely sharp aura. Yun Feng caressed the body of the sword as if he was caressing a lover. With a proud look on his face, he looked at Yixing and said, this sword is called Tai Feng, a middle-grade spiritual weapon. In my hands, it has drunk the blood of 66 people, including 18 marquises. Among them, 3 were peak 7-star martial saints. You will be the 67th person. Chapter 271. The Tai Feng sword shone brightly with a sharp aura. Obviously it was a rare good sword. What was more terrifying was that this sword had drunk the blood of 18 marquises, including the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints. Yun Feng's words were frightening. Most of the younger disciples of the 3 major sects felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this. Even the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect only knew today that Yun Feng was the real eldest disciple. Now they knew that Yun Feng's strength was actually so terrifying. The Tai Feng sword had drunk the blood of 3 peak 7-star martial saints, which meant that Yun Feng had defeated 3 peak 7-star martial saints. No wonder Yun Jiankong thought that the Flying Cloud sect would definitely take first place. They did have something to rely on. Yixing looked at the arrogant Yun Feng and chuckled. He said, I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Is a weapon that has drunk the blood of many people considered powerful? As he spoke, Yixing thrust the purple feather spear in his hand forward and pointed it at Yun Feng. He continued, this spear is called Purple Feather, a low-grade spiritual weapon. When I first became a martial saint, I obtained it from the first inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. I don't know how many people it has drunk the blood of, but most of the blood it has drunk is from people whose cultivation is at least 1 level higher than mine. The purple feather spear was covered with engravings. It no longer shone brightly like when it had just been in Yixing's hand. It did not look as threatening as Yun Feng's Tai Feng sword. However, the carvings on the purple feather spear all came from the attacks of middle-grade spirit weapons. This meant that Yixing had used the purple feather spear, a low-grade spirit weapon, to fight against many experts who had middle-grade spirit weapons. However, he had never been defeated. Although the purple feather spear was covered with engravings, it had drunk the blood of experts who had middle-grade spiritual weapons. However, Yixing's blood had never been drunk by a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Yixing's words shocked everyone even more. Under the purple feather spear, he had defeated and killed many opponents whose cultivation was higher than his. Yun Feng was a genius that only appeared once every few hundred years in the Flying Cloud sect. Not only did he have a 2-star yellow fate cultivation talent, but he was also a martial arts genius. His cultivation talent was better than his master Yun Jiankong's. His martial arts talent was even harder for Yun Jiankong to catch up. However, he was such a genius of a generation, but in the Flying Cloud sect he had to hide his strength and not let outsiders know. In the eyes of outsiders, he had always been suppressed by the eldest disciple, Yun Bin. No one knew that he was the true eldest disciple, the true genius. Yun Feng felt very aggrieved because she couldn't get the admiration of others. Today Yun Feng finally tore off her disguise and showed her genius face to the public. Of course she was extremely proud. Unfortunately, this pride of his was not even worth mentioning in front of Yi Xing. He did not receive even the slightest bit of admiration from Yi Xing. Instead, it was mercilessly shattered. Where does my pride come from? Yun Feng's face turned pale, but he recovered immediately. Raising his head slightly, he said, I am Tianming, a 2-star sage. My real age is actually 21 years old and I only turned 21 3 days ago. This means that I became a 7-star martial saint at the age of 20, and I have invincible battle strength in the same realm. How many people in the world can compare to me? Many people gasped. Even Yun Feng's age was fake. His real age was actually 1 year younger than what outsiders knew. Tianming, a 2-star sage, had become a 7-star martial saint before the age of 21. And his strength was invincible in the same realm. What kind of potential did he have? He would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. It was inevitable that he would become a 2-star sage, and there was a great chance that he would become a 3-star sage. In addition to his talent in martial arts, his strength was absolutely terrifying. Compared to Yun Feng, the eldest disciple of the spiritual moon sect, Mo Shilan, was inferior. They were not on the same level. With his qualifications, he could indeed hold his head high and be proud among the disciples of the 3 sections. However, he was an exception in front of Yi Xing, not to mention Yun Feng saying that there were not many people in the world who could compare to him. This was simply arrogant. That's it? Is it that great? Yi Xing said lightly, his voice full of disdain. I'm 17 years old this year, a 5-star martial saint, and I have the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move. Tianming, I'm not as good as you. I'm also younger than you. However, in terms of strength, you have no advantage in front of me. If you were 17 years old, I could crush you with 1 finger today. What right do you have to be proud of? A 17-year-old 5-star martial saint with the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint with 1 move. Compared to Yun Feng, it was indeed more shocking. Everyone knew about Yi Xing's information, but no one thought about it. Now that Yi Xing said it, everyone realized how monstrous Yi Xing was. To be able to defeat a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17, this was a true genius. In the entire Qingyun region, it was rare to see such a person in 1,000 years. Compared to Yi Xing, Yun Feng was like a bright star next to the moon. He was overshadowed all of a sudden. Yun Feng's breathing suddenly quickened, and his chest heaved up and down. The genius that he was proud of was finally displayed in front of everyone today. When he was supposed to enjoy everyone's exclamations and praises, he was trampled on by Yi Xing. His pride was crushed into pieces. Yun Feng couldn't stand it. However, before Yun Feng could speak, Yi Xing continued to reprimand him. Today is only the gathering of the 3 sections. In front of me, Yi Xing, you're so mediocre. If you look at the entire Qingyun region, among the disciples of the top 10 sects, how many geniuses are there? What do you think you're ranked? The Qingyun region is only a small area in the True Shen domain. Compared to the entire Star Land, the True Shen domain is only the tip of the iceberg. The world is so big and there are so many geniuses. In the Qingyun region, even if you're not outstanding in the True Shen domain, you're not even worth mentioning. In the whole world, even I don't dare to say that there are many people who can be compared to you. Yun Feng, what right do you have to say that? How ignorant and arrogant are you? It's ridiculous. Facing Yi Xing's reprimand, Yun Feng's belief collapsed continuously. His aura collapsed and his face became paler and paler. Yi Xing took a step forward and his powerful aura pressed down. He shouted fiercely, "Tell me, where does your pride come from?" Thud, thud, thud. Yun Feng took 3 steps back. On the 3 pavilions, the warriors of the 3 sects were all stunned. Just from his words, Yi Xing actually collapsed Yun Feng's fighting belief, causing his aura to drop greatly. Humph! Yun Jiankong snorted angrily, and it was like a clap of thunder that shocked Yun Feng. Yun Jiankong said, "Nothing is important. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength." Feng. What does he have to be afraid of? Yun Feng reacted instantly. That's right. What's there to be afraid of about Yi Xing? So what if he has the battle record of defeating a 7-star martial saint at the age of 17? So what if he has amazing potential? All of these are not important. The most important thing is the result of the battle. The strength in front of you is the most powerful strength. Without the present, what future is there? Yun Feng was enlightened by Yun Jiankong, and his belief was immediately firm. However, he had suffered a great setback from Yi Xing's words just now. His current aura was no longer the same as when Yun Feng was on the stage. That's right. The result now is the most important. The strength in front of you is the most powerful. I will use my true strength now to crush your arrogant pride. Yi Xing shouted. He took big strides like a meteor and rushed towards Yun Feng. The purple feather spear suddenly pierced out a dark spear radiance. Dark spirit spear technique, spiritual flash. Yun Bin, the disciple of the Flying Cloud clan, was defeated by this move of Yi Xing's. The spear radiance pierced through the air. It was as fast as a flowing light and arrived in front of Yun Feng instantly. However, Yun Feng was not Yun Bin. Although he was arrogant, he was not like Yun Bin, who did not take Yi Xing seriously. He was always paying attention to Yi Xing's every move. The sun rises from the east, sword of the rising sun. Yun Feng shouted softly. The Tai Feng sword in his hand gave off a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the sword pierced out like the rising sun. It was unstoppable and had a magnificent momentum that could illuminate the world. This sword contained the momentum of heaven and earth. The momentum of the sword was shocking. Yun Feng had already comprehended this momentum of heaven and earth to an extremely profound level. No wonder there were few opponents of the same level who could match him. The purple feather spear was blocked and another thin notch appeared on the tip of the spear. When a low-class spiritual weapon collided with a middle-class spiritual weapon, it was obviously the side that was at a disadvantage. Undercurrents surging. Yi Xing's eyes focused. Yun Feng's strength was indeed not something that Yun Bin could compare with. He used 100% of his energy and attacked with all his might. Sun in the sky. Yun Feng shouted softly. He jumped up and slashed down with the Tai Feng sword. The radiance was dazzling like the sun in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The momentum of the sword was even stronger. Chapter 272. When this attack came, the temperature became hot and it contained the power of fire. The power of fire and the power of the rising and setting sun. Yun Feng's attack contained two powers of heaven and earth. Among the 7-star martial saints in the same realm, there were very few who could block this attack. Even a peak 7-star martial saint would be in danger when facing this attack. The sun in the sky tore the darkness apart. Yi Xing's attack was broken by Yun Feng again. Moreover, the dazzling sword light attacked Yi Xing dark spear screen. Yi Xing attacked with his spear like rain. The surrounding area was airtight. The power of darkness shrouded the area. The area within a 1-foot radius turned pitch black. Layers of spear shadows were faintly discernible. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had reached the large success stage. Every move and style of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art was completely natural. The dark spirit spear screen was impenetrable. All the sword light was blocked by the dark spear screen and bounced back. On the 3 pavilions, all the martial artists watched the battle intently. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yun Feng's performance was too terrifying. The power of his sword was shocking. The power of his sword was invincible. Some of the older 7-star martial saints looked at the battle in the arena. Their eyes were full of fear. They put themselves in Yi Xing's shoes and realized that if they did not use the power of astrology, they would definitely not be able to block Yun Feng's terrifying attack. However, the great sun in the sky was so powerful and the attack was so terrifying. However, Yi Xing blocked all of it. The power of this 5-star martial saint was shocking. Dark Spirit Spear. A cold shout came from the dark spear screen. Yi Xing used his ultimate move to counterattack. The force of darkness, the force of fire, and the force of wind, the 3 forces of heaven and earth were all contained in this ultimate move. Yi Xing's strength exploded to the limit. Boom, the dark spear screen was instantly retracted. It turned into a terrifying dark spear shadow and blasted towards Yun Feng. The wind was whistling and the ground was shaking. The airflow was like a blade tearing the void apart. Under this spear, Everything in the world was covered with a layer of murderous intent. Even the air had become a terrifying killing move. The power of such a terrifying spear was fully unleashed. How terrifying was that? It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was unstoppable. The sword light in front of it was shattered in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the dark light of the spear collided with the opponent's sword. The purple feather spear pierced through the air like lightning. Under the cover of the dark light of the spear, it pierced towards Yunfeng's throat. Dusk sword. The Tai Feng sword in Yunfeng's hand was as fast as lightning. He also stabbed out. There was an extra aura of dusk in the sword. Yunfeng had mastered the Day Transformation Sword technique, a middle-level spiritual martial force. Each of his moves had a corresponding force of nature. When he performed them, they were as smooth as flowing water. Ding! The purple feather spear and the Tai Feng sword instantly clashed. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword clashed against each other, producing a crisp sound. Boom! The terrifying collision of star essence sounded like the explosion of a cannonball. From the point where the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword were facing each other, the violent airflow instantly surged in all directions. A circle of horrifying ripples rapidly expanded in the void. In the surging airflow, the two figures shot backward at the same time. They were knocked back by that horrifying power. Dong dong dong. Yixing only flew back a dozen meters. He stepped on the ground and steadied his body after taking 3 steps back. Yunfeng, on the other hand, flew back a dozen meters in an instant. He took another 8 or 9 steps back before he stopped. He had almost retreated to the edge of the arena. The collision between the two just now was equally powerful. However, Yixing's body had been transformed by the Jade Star Elixir. He was far more powerful than other martial saints. Therefore, Yixing's situation seemed to be much better than Yunfeng's after receiving the same recoil. On the 3 pavilions, the martial artists of the Falling Star sect finally showed a trace of joy. It seemed that Yixing had retreated less and had a slight upper hand. However, the martial artists of the Flying Cloud sect all frowned. Yun Zhankong in particular frowned. He was both shocked and angry. He knew Yunfeng's strength very well. Especially when he used the Sword of Dusk, even a peak 7-star martial saint could not resist it. Even so, he still could not gain the upper hand. Yixing's strength was really horrifying. Your strength is really good. You are qualified to fight with me. You deserve my full strength. Yunfeng looked serious. His eyes revealed a shocking fighting spirit. His sword momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the void around him, the invisible sword chi was swimming, almost forming an illusory sword shadow. It pierced the sky and pierced a big hole in the airflow above. Yunfeng was originally a powerhouse. After a fierce fight, the momentum that was broken by Yixing's words had been condensed again. The sword momentum was shocking and unstoppable. Yixing stood with his spear. He had the sharpness of the sword momentum, which broke the void. He also had the dominance of the saber momentum, which was as dignified as a mountain. The spear was the saint of weapons. It had the combined momentum of the sharpness of the sword and the dominance of the saber. At this moment, Yixing's momentum was not inferior to Yunfeng's. However, it had an additional weight and dominance. He sneered and said disdainfully, "This is only the qualification to fight with you? Is your ridiculous pride back again?" Yunfeng was no longer moved by Yixing's words. His eyes gradually became sharper, revealing a sharp light. He raised the Tai Feng sword and the sharp sword momentum accumulated to the strongest point. "I will let you know the real attack power of a swordsman." Yunfeng's voice was calm and his expression was cold. He was completely integrated into the sword momentum. He was like a sharp sword, revealing a sharpness. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. Take my sword, sword of silence. There was no more light in Yunfeng's eyes. There was no more emotion in his voice. He stabbed out with the Tai Feng sword. There was no dazzling color or glamorous sword glow. It was just a normal sword, a normal sword. However, this sword brought with it an endless aura of death. It was like dusk was late, everything returned to silence. The sword of silence could also be called the sword of death. It was an extremely ferocious and powerful sword technique. When the sword stabbed over, Yixing's heart tightened. He had a feeling that he could not figure it out and that he could not block it. The aura of death enveloped him. Yixing's back was immediately covered in a layer of cold sweat. His hair stood on end. This sword was extremely ferocious, extremely powerful, extremely horrifying. Super brain. Scan. His opponent did not use astrology. Of course, Yi Xing would not forcefully defend himself with the power of astrology. Instead, he turned on his super brain to scan and find the flaws in his opponent's attack. This sword of silence was perfect. However, his opponent's skill was not perfect. Although there were no flaws, there was a weakness. The weakness was that this sword was too slow. Dusk is late, everything returns to silence. It was not something that happened in an instant. It needed some time. This attack was about momentum, not speed. Right now, Yunfeng's momentum was not perfect, so his speed naturally could not reach the limit of this attack. A flash of light. Yi Xing gave up on using his unique skill, the Dark Spirit Spear, to clash head-on. Instead, he used a flash of light and maximized his speed. The force of darkness and the force of wind were contained in this move, causing it to be even more powerful and faster. It was like a flickering black light. Crack. At that moment, a crack appeared in the momentum of death that returned to silence because of Yi Xing's spear. The dark spear glow charged towards Yunfeng like a flash of light. This spear was several times faster than Yunfeng's sword. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first. If Yunfeng continued to stab forward, he would be pierced through by this spear before he could kill Yi Xing first. Whoosh! Yunfeng withdrew his sword immediately. He became one with the sword and his entire body flashed like a flash of sword light. He increased his speed to the limit and dodged Yi Xing's spear at the critical moment. However, a few strands of hair fell from the sky. In the distance, Yunfeng stood still. His hair was messy. Even though he dodged the spear, he looked extremely embarrassed. Yi Xing's voice came coldly. "Is this what you meant when you said that I'm qualified to fight with you? I thought your ultimate ability would be very powerful. Unfortunately, I'm so disappointed. You're not qualified to fight with me." As he spoke, Yi Xing pointed his purple feather spear at Yunfeng. He walked towards Yunfeng step by step. The wind whistled around Yi Xing. The airflow was like a blade, cutting through the air continuously. The momentum of the spear was so strong that it became more terrifying with every step he took. Above Yi Xing, there was an illusionary spear that pierced through layers of airflow in the sky. The clouds above all retreated in all directions. Its momentum was so powerful that it shocked the world and shocked everyone. Second update. I update 4 times a day, but the monthly votes are getting less and less day by day. It's the end of the month. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? It's not easy to maintain 4 times a day. I'm exhausted, but I'll work hard. Even if it's midnight today, I'll still finish 4 times a day. I'm begging for a monthly vote. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.